Section 21 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 21. The McEwens, Part 2. Then it won't be your fault. You can tell her it's just for the races and the ball you're asking her, that she may see Mr. McEwen's horse win the race, and dance with Ussher at the ball afterwards. Oh, if you mean her to come, she'll come fast enough. Let you alone for carrying your point when you're in earnest. I know your way of asking when you don't mean to take a refusal. And to give you your due this day, I never heard you give an invitation you didn't mean to be accepted." "Well, Father John, as you think it will be of so much service to Feemy, and as you say, she has no mother, poor girl, of her own, and no female friend that she can look to, I'll ask her over here. But it mustn't be for a week or a fortnight, but till the affair of Captain Ussher is finally settled. And if the girl behaves herself as she ought, when once she is here, Tony won't see her wronged by any man." "That's my own friend," said Father John, with tears in his eyes. "What could any poor priest like me do in a parish, if it wasn't that there were such women as yourself to help him? But, Father John, whisper here," and she took him aside to the window and spoke in a low voice. "You can't have helped hearing the stories people have been talking about Feemy, as I have heard them. Of course you must." "Heard them? Of course I have. But you know what lies get talked abroad." "But they say she walks with him after dark, and goes in and out there at Ballycloran, at all hours, just as she pleases. Of course I can have none of those doings here." "Of course not. It is because she has no one there to tell her what is right or wrong, that I wish her to be here. Of course you have regular hours here, and you'll find you'll have no difficulty with her that way." "Well, Father John, I've only one more thing to say, and you'll answer me that as a priest and a Christian. God knows I wouldn't believe any ill-natured story against any poor girl situated as Feemy is, but, you know, such things will get about. People say Ussher speaks of her as his mistress, instead of as his wife. Now, Father John, if this unfortunate girl, whom I'm ready and willing to help, has done anything really wrong, you would not be the means of bringing her into the house with my own dear girls. Have you, Father John, told me all you know about her attachment to this man?" "Indeed, then, if she was unfit to associate with your girls, Mrs. McEwen, I'd be the last man on earth to ask you to invite her here. If Feemy has been imprudent in going out too much alone with Ussher, it's the most that with truth can be said against her. And if you ask me to tell you all, I'll tell you one thing I didn't wish to mention before the girls." And Father John told her how Thady had got drunk and insulted Ussher, telling him not to come to Ballycloran again, and all that. But he did not tell her how strongly he suspected that Thady was right in his fears for his sister, and that his chief object in getting Feemy away from Ballycloran was to remove her as far as possible from Ussher's influence. "Well, Father John, I'll go to Ballycloran and ask her here. I suppose she'd hardly be ready to come to–day, but if she pleases, I'll drive over again for her after to–morrow. I'll go now and talk Louis over, for you and she seem to have quarrelled somehow. And God bless you, Mrs. McEwen. It's yourself is a good woman, and you never did a kinder action than the one you're going to do this morning." And Father John took his leave. The breakfast party at Ballycloran the morning after the wedding was not a very lively one. Indeed, the meals at Ballycloran seldom were very gay, but this was more than usually sombre. Larry was brooding over Keegan's threats, his fears that Thady meant to betray him into the attorney's hands, and his determination never from that day forth to stir from his fireside, lest the horrid myrmidons of the law should pounce upon him. Feemy was intent on the insults which had been offered to her lover, and her temper was somewhat soured by the remembrance that she had not effected her purpose of questioning Ussher about his intentions. Thady, however, was the blackest looking of the family. Everything was dark within his breast. He thought of the ruffians with whom he had leagued himself, and though previously he had only considered them as poor, hard-used, somewhat lawless characters, they now appeared to him everything that was iniquitous and bad. Secret murder was their object, black, foul, midnight murder, and he was sworn, or soon would be sworn, not only to help them, but to lead them on. What he had already done might hang him. He felt his life to be in the power of each of those blackguards, with whom in wretched equality he had been drinking on the previous evening. And what had led him to this? If he had been wronged and injured, why could not he redress himself like other injured men? If revenge were necessary to him, why could he not avenge himself like a man, instead of leaguing with others to commit murder in the dark, like a coward and a felon? And then he thought of his position with Keegan and Ussher. There was something manly in his original disposition. He would have given anything for a stand-up fight with the attorney with equal weapons. If it had been sure death to both, he would have fought him to the death. But he had no such opportunity. The dastardly brute had trampled on him when he could not turn against him. And then with rancorous hatred he thought of the blow that Keegan had struck him, of the manner in which he had insulted his father, and, worse than that, of the name he had applied to his sister, and remembering all this, he almost reconciled himself to the only means he had of punishing the wretch that had inflicted all these injuries on him. Then he thought of Ussher, and the scene which had passed between them last night. He knew he had been drunk, and had but a very confused recollection of what he had done or said. He remembered, however, that he had insulted Ussher. This did not annoy him, but he had a faint recollection of having committed his sister's name by talking of her in his drunken brawl, and of having done or said something, he knew not what, to Father John. Though Thady had never known the refinements of a gentleman, or the comforts of good society, still he felt that the fall, even from his present station to that in which he was going to place himself, would be dreadful. But it was not the privations which he might suffer, but the disgrace, the additional disgrace which he would bring on his family, which afflicted him. How could he now presume to prescribe to Feemy what her conduct should be, or to his father in what way he should act respecting the property? He already felt as though he was unworthy of either of them, and was afraid to look them in the face. After breakfast he wandered forth, striving to attend to his usual work. But the incentives to industry were all gone. He had no longer any hope that industry would be of service to him. He walked along the hedges and ditches, unconsciously planning in his mind the different ways of committing the crimes which he really so abhorred, but in which he was about to pledge himself to join. He thought, if it should be his lot to murder Keegan, how he would accomplish it. Should it be at night, or in the day? Would he shoot him? And if he did, would not the powder or the gun be traced home to him? Would not his footsteps in the bog be tracked and known? If he struck him down in the road, would not the blood be found on his coat, or his shirt be torn in the struggle? And, above all, would not his own comrades betray him? He had some short time since heard the whole of a trial for murder at Carrick Assizes, and though he had not then paid particular attention to it, all the horrid detail and circumstances of the case now came vividly before his mind's eye. He planned and plotted how, had he in that case been the murderer, he would have foreseen and proved against the different things, the untoward accidents, which then came in evidence against the prisoner. He thought how much more wary he would be than the poor wretch who was then tried, and of what benefit the experience he had gained would be to him. Then he remembered that the principal witness in the case was an ill-featured, sullen-looking fellow, who had been called King's evidence. one who, in answering the tormenting questions put to him, had appeared almost more miserable than the prisoner himself, that this man had been the friend and assistant of the murderer, the sharer and promoter of all his plans, the man who had led him on to the murder, his sworn friend. He remembered how it had come out on the trial that the two had for months shared the same bed, tilled in the same field, eat from the same mess, and had sinned together in the same great sin. Yet this man had come forward to hang his friend, and Thady shuddered coldly as he thought how likely it might be that his associates would betray him. Had he not slept, eat, and worked with them? He was not leagued to them by equal rank, equal wants, and equal sufferings. If that wretched witness had been induced to give evidence against the man so strongly bound to him, how much more likely that Byrne or Reynolds should hang him, or Pat Brady; and as Brady's name occurred to him, he remembered Ussher's caution respecting that man, and his assurance that he was in Keegan's pay. If this were true, he had already committed the oversight to guard against which he had calculated that his superior cunning would be sufficient. And then the cold perspiration trickled from his brow, and he abruptly stopped, leaning against a bank, to meditate again on the position in which he stood. It was not that during this time Thady had been absolutely planning murder. He had not been making any definite scheme, to be carried into immediate execution against any individual. He was not a murderer, even in mind or wish. He would have given anything to have driven the idea from his mind. But he could not. He could not avoid thinking what he would do, if he had resolved to do the deed, how the crime would be most safely perpetrated, how the laws most cunningly evaded. Then he half resolved to have nothing more to do with Reynolds and his followers, and to quiet his conscience while yet he possibly could. But the insolence of Keegan, the injuries of Ussher, and the sure enmity of those whom he had sworn to join, and now scarcely dared to desert, stifled his remorse, and destroyed the resolution before it was half made. He thought of enlisting, but he could not desert his sister; of going to Father John, and confessing all, but would Father John befriend him after his late conduct to him? Thus he wandered on, through the whole long morning. Twice he returned to the house, and creeping in through the back door, got himself a glass of spirits, which he swallowed, and again sallied forth, to find if movement would give him comfort, or his thoughts suggest anything to him in mitigation of his sorrows. As he was returning the third time for the same bad purpose, for the short stimulus of the dram was the only relief he could find to the depression which seemed to weigh him down, and make his heart feel like a cold lump within, and just as he was turning from the avenue to the back of the house, he met Ussher walking down. He did not know what to do. He remembered that the evening before he had defied this man, and even recollected that he had arrogantly declared that he should not again set foot on Ballycloran. He had forbade him the house, as if he had been the master, and at the present moment he felt as though he did not dare address him, for it seemed to him as if every one now would look down on him, as he looked down on himself, as if every one could see what was in his breast as plainly as he saw it himself. This annoyance, however, was of short duration, for Ussher passed him with a slight unembarrassed nod, as if nothing had passed between them on the previous evening, as if they were still good friends, and had met and been talking together but a short time before. Ussher had walked by quickly, but there was a look of satisfaction, or rather gratified vanity, in his face. He seemed also absorbed with the subject of his thoughts. Thady, however, as soon as he had passed, took but little notice of him, but walked on into the kitchen at the rear of the house. Here, on a small settle by the fireside, where he had been placed out of the way by Biddy or Katty, sat a ragged, bare-legged little boy, known as Patsy, the priest's gossoon. He was the only assistant Judy had in the management of Father John's ménage. He ran on errands to Drumsna, and occasionally to Carrick-On-Shannon, fetched the priest's letters, dug his potatoes, planted his cabbages, and cleaned his horse Paul. He had now come up to Ballycloran with a message to Thady, and having been desired to stay there till he could see him himself, he had been quietly sitting in the kitchen since a little after Thady had first left the house. He now jumped up to give his message. "Mr. Thady, yer honour, Father John says as how he'll be glad of your honour'll come down to dinner with him at 6, and he says as how you must come, Mr. Thady, because divil a bit he'll ate himself, he says, till you're in it." "For shame, Patsy," interposed Biddy, putting those words into his riverence's mouth. "I'm sure thin Father John wasn't cursing that way." "Faix thin, man, thim were his very words. Tell Mr. Thady if he don't come down to the cottage to his dinner this day, divil a bit will I ate till he does." "Well, to hear the brat!" continued Biddy, shocked at the indecorous language which was put into her priest's mouth. "And who's to be at Father John's else?" said Thady. "Sorrow one of me rightly knows thin, for I wasn't hearing. All I were told were, I want to come out of this without yer honour." "But I can't go to night, Patsy." "But Father John says you must, Mr. Thady." "Tell Father John, Patsy, that I am very much obliged to him, but that I'm just not well enough to come out to night. I couldn't go to night, do you hear? Go down and tell him so, or he'll be waiting dinner." "But Mr. Thady," said the boy, half sobbing, "Father John said as how I want to come at all widout you." "Do as I tell you, you fool. But mind you tell Father John I'm very much obliged to him, only I'm ill." "Well," muttered the boy, at length taking his departure, "I know Father John'll be very mad, but anyway it ain't my fault." Thady was gratified with the priest's invitation, for it showed that he at least had forgiven him, but he did not dare to face him by accepting it. He got himself another glass of whiskey, and lighting his pipe, sat down to smoke by the kitchen fire. After he had been some time sitting there, Pat Brady came into the kitchen. Thady, however, took no notice, except muttering something in answer to Pat's usual salutation. They remained both some time silent, till at last Brady observed that "they'd all of them had illigant divarsion last night. Most of them stayed a power later nor you, Mr. Thady." This allusion to last night was not at present the subject most likely to make Thady talk freely, so he still continued silent. At last Pat said, "Could I spake to you a moment, Mr. Thady?" "Spake out. What is it?" "Oh, it's business, yer honour. It's something about money. Wouldn't you step out to the Runt office?" "Don't you see I'm just going to dinner? Besides, I ain't well. It'll keep till to–morrow, I suppose." "But it won't keep, Mr. Thady." At this moment Biddy, who had been taking some smoking viands out of a big black pot, and transferring them to a dish, went out of the kitchen with them on her road to the dining–room, and Pat took the opportunity of whispering to his master that the boys were to meet at Mulready's on the next evening. "What of that?" answered Thady. "I suppose some of them meet there mostly every night." "But to–morrow's the night, Mr. Thady, when your honour's to be initiated among the sworn brothers." "I shan't be in it at all to–morrow, then." "Not be in it! Why, you promised, and the boys is all noticed now. Didn't you take the oath, Mr. Thady?" and he whispered down close to his ear. "I took no oath about any day. I suppose I needn't come before I choose." Biddy now returned, and Thady got up to go to his dinner. Pat followed him, and renewed the conversation in the passage. Thady, however, would give no definite promise to come to–morrow, or the next day, but said he meant to come some day. Pat observed that the boys would be furious, that they would think themselves deceived and betrayed; then urged the necessity of taking steps to prevent their paying the rent to Keegan; hinted that Ussher had been with Miss Feemy that morning, and at last departed when he found that his master was not in a proper mood to be persuaded; remarking that he would come up again in the morning, when perhaps his honour would be thinking better of it, and not break his promised word to the boys, as there would be a great ruction among them if he didn't go down just to spake a word to them after what had passed. "Besides, Mr. Thady," he added, "av you were to go back now, some of them boys as were in it last night would be going to Jonas Brown's, Thinking to get the first word agin you, thinking, you know, as how you would peach agin them, maybe." After this threat, Pat took his leave, and Thady, with a sad heart and low spirits, which even 3 glasses of whiskey had not raised, went in to dinner. After swallowing a few hasty morsels, without speaking either to his father or his sister, he returned to the kitchen, and again sat there smoking, till one of the girls came in, telling him that Father John was on the steps of the hall door waiting for him, that he couldn't come in, but that he said he had important business to speak of, and must see Mr. Thady. "Confound you!" muttered Thady, in a low voice. "Why didn't you say I was out?" "Sure you never told me, Mr. Thady." Thady considered a moment whether he should escape through the back door. At last, however, he plucked up his courage, and went out to meet the priest. End of Section 21. The McEwens, Part 2.
Section 22 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 22. Promotion. Chapter 16. Promotion. As soon as Father John had gone, Mrs. McKeon prepared to persuade her refractory daughter to agree to the propriety of what she was going to do with respect to Feemy, and to inform her husband of the visitor she intended to ask to her house. She had not much difficulty with either, for though Louis was indignant when Father John hinted at her want of a beau, she was not really ill-natured, and when her mother told her that Father John had said that this invitation would be the performance of a Christian duty, she soon reconciled herself to the prospect of Feemy's company, in spite of Mr. Gaynor and his bed. As for Mr. McKeon, he seldom interfered with the internal management of his house, and when his spouse informed him that Feemy was coming to Drumsna, he merely remarked that no wonder the poor girl was dull at that old ramshackle place up there, and that though Drumsna was dull enough in itself, it was a little better than Ballycloran, especially now the Carrick races were coming on. And so the 3 ladies put on their best bonnets and set off on their journey of charity. Feemy was in her own sitting room, and was somewhat more neat in her appearance than the last time we saw her there, for Ussher had said that he would call early in the morning. But she was employed in the same manner as then, sitting over the fire with a novel in her hand, when she heard the sound of the car wheels, and on going to the window saw Mrs. McKeon and her daughters. That lady managed her business with all the tact and sincerity for which Father John had given her credit. She made no particular allusion to Ussher, but merely said that they should have a party to the race course, as Mr. McKeon had a horse to run, and that afterwards they should all go to the ball at Carrick. And Mrs. McKeon added, "You know, Feemy, you'll meet your old friend Captain Ussher there." She then assured Feemy how glad she would be if she would stay a short time at Drumsna after the races were over, as her 2 daughters were now at home, and that if she would try to make the house as pleasant as possible for her. This was all said and done so pleasantly that Feemy did not detect any other motive in her friend's civility than the one which was apparent, and after a little pressing, agreed to accept the invitation. It was agreed that Mrs. McKeon was to call for her on the Monday following, when, if her father made no objections, she would accompany her home to Drumsna. As soon as they were gone, Feemy made her father understand, who had been there, and obtained his consent to her proposed visit, which he gave, saying at the time, "God knows, my dear, whether you'll ever come back, for your brother is determined to part with the old place if he can, in spite of all your poor father can say to the contrary." She then returned to her room, resuming her novel, and waiting with what patience she could for Ussher's coming. About 2 o'clock he made his appearance, and she was beginning gently to upbraid him for being so late, when he stopped her by saying, "Well, Feemy, I have strange news for you this morning." "Strange news, Myles! What is it? I hope it's good news." Ussher had not quite his usual confidence and ease about him. He seemed as if he had something to say which he almost feared to disclose at once, and he did not give Feemy a direct answer. Poor Feemy's face fell, and she sat down on the chair from which she had risen, as if she had not the strength to stand. Myles stood still, with his back to the fire, trying to look as if he was not disconcerted. "Well, Myles, what is it? Won't you tell me?" And then when he smiled, she said, "Why did you try to frighten me?" Frighten you? Why, you frightened yourself. But what is it, Myles?" And she walked up to him and put her 2 hands on his shoulders and looked up in his face. "What is your strange news?" "In the first place, I am promoted to the next rank. I'm in the highest now, next to a county inspector." "Oh, Myles, I'm so glad! But you couldn't but know that would be good news to me. But what else?" "Why, they've sent me a letter from Dublin, with a lot of blarney about praiseworthy energy and activity, and all that." "Well, that's why they promoted you. But you don't tell me all." "No, that's not all. Then they say they think there's reason why I'd better not stay in this immediate neighbourhood." "Ah, I thought so!" exclaimed the poor girl. "You're to go away out of this." "And they say I'm to commence in the new rank at Aughacashel, in the county Tipperary." Feemy for a time remained quiet. She was endeavouring to realize to herself the idea that her lover was going away, and then trying in her mind to comprehend whether it must follow naturally, as a consequence from this, that he was going away from her, as well as from Ballycloran. Ussher still stood up by the fireplace, with the same smile on his face. What he had told Feemy was all true. He had unexpectedly received an official letter that morning from Dublin, complimenting him on his services, informing him that he was to be moved to a higher grade, and that on his promotion he was to leave Mohill and take charge of the men stationed at Cashel. All this in itself was very agreeable. Promotion and increased pay were of course desirable. Mohill was by no means a residence which it would cause such a man as Ussher much regret to leave, and though he had made up his mind not to fear any inquiry from those among whom he was situated, he could not but feel that he should be more assured of safety at any other place than that at which he now resided. All this was so far gratifying, but still he was perplexed to think what he should do about Feemy. It was true he could leave her, and let her, if she chose, break her heart, or he might promise to come back and marry her when he was settled, with the intention of taking no further notice of her after he had left the place, and so let her break her heart that way. But he was too fond of her for this. He could not decide what he should do, and when he came up to see her at the present time, the only conclusion to which he could bring himself with certainty was this, that nothing should induce him to marry her, but still he did not like to leave her. He was, however, rather perplexed to know what to say to her, and therefore preferred waiting to see what turn she herself would give the conversation. At length Feemy said, "And when do you leave this?" "Oh, they've given me a month's leave of absence. I'm to be in Cashel in a month." Even this seemed a reprieve to Feemy, who at first thought that he would have to start immediately, perhaps that evening. A good deal might be done in a month. However, she regretted that she had promised to go to Miss McKeon's. "Then, Myles, you'll not leave this for a month?" "I don't know about that. That depends on circumstances. I've to run up to Dublin, and a deal to do there." "But when do you mean to be out of this?" "Why, I tell you I haven't settled yet. Perhaps immediately after the races." Again they were silent for some time. Feemy longed for Ussher to say something that might sound at any rate kind. He had never met her before without an affectionate word. And now, on the eve of his departure, he stood at the fire and merely answered her questions coldly and harshly. At length she felt that this must be the time, if ever, for saying to him what she had made up her mind to say on the previous evening, when her courage failed her. So plucking up all the heart that she could, and blushing at the time to the top of her forehead, she said, "Ain't I to go with you, Myles, when you go?" Ussher still remained silent. He did not know how to answer this question. "Come, Myles, speak to me. I know you came down to tell me your plans. What am I to do? You know you must settle now, if you're going so soon. What are your plans?" "Why, Feemy, it's not 2 hours or more since I received the letter. Of course I couldn't think of everything at once. Tell me, what do you think best yourself?" "Me? What do I think? You know I'd do anything you bid me. Won't you step in and tell father about it?" "Oh, you can tell him. I couldn't make him understand it all. He's so foolish." Feemy bore the slur on her father without indignation. "But, Myles, if you go so soon, am I to go with you?" And when after a few minutes he did not answer, "Speak, Myles, ain't we to be married before you go?" When she said this, she sat down on the old sofa, looking up into his face, as if she would read there what was passing in his mind. That which was passing in her mind must be the arbitrament of her fate. "Why, Feemy, how can you be so foolish? How can we be married in 8 days' time? I must go, I tell you, in 8 days from this." "But you won't go to this new place then? You'll be back here, won't you, before you go to Cashel?" How can I be back again? No, I could not be back again then. Besides, Feemy, I wouldn't be married in this place after what your brother and Father John said to me last night. If we are to be married at all, it can't be here." "If we are to be married!" exclaimed Feemy, rising up. "If we are! Why, Myles, what do you mean?" And rushing to him, she threw her arms around his neck, and hiding her face on his bosom, she continued, "Oh, Myles, you don't mean to desert me? Myles, dear Myles, my own Myles, don't you love me? You won't leave me now? Say you won't leave me." And she sobbed and cried as though her heart was breaking. Ussher put his arm round her waist and kissed her. He seated her on the sofa, sat down by her, and tried to comfort her by caresses, but he still said nothing. "Why don't you speak, Myles? I shall die if you don't speak. Only tell me what to do. I'll do anything you bid me, but you'll only say you don't mean to desert me." "Desert you, Feemy? Who spoke of deserting you, dearest? Then you won't leave me, my own Myles? You won't leave me here with those I hate? I love no one, I care for no one but you. Only say you won't leave me here when you're gone." And again she clung to him as though she could have detained him there for ever by holding him. "But Feemy, what can I do? You see I've told you after what passed I couldn't be married here." "Why not, Myles? Why not? Never mind what Thady said, or Father John. What does it signify? You'll be soon away from them. I'll never treat you that way, my own Myles. I'd put up with more than that for you. I wouldn't mind what the world might say to me. I'd bear anything for you." "I tell you, Feemy, there are reasons why I couldn't be married before I go to Aughacashel. There, to tell the whole, they wouldn't let a man take his rise from one rank to another if he's married. They can't prevent the officers in the force marrying, but they don't like it, and it's a rule that they won't promote a married man. You see, I couldn't marry till after I was settled at Cashel." Feemy received the lie with which Ussher's brain had at the moment furnished him, without a doubt. She believed it all, and then went on. "But when you've got your rank, you'll come back, Myles, won't you?" "Why, that's the difficulty. I couldn't well again get leave of absence." "Then, Myles, what will you do?" And by degrees he proposed to her to leave her home and her friends, and trust herself to him, and go off with him unmarried, without her father's blessing or the priest's, to go with him in a manner which she knew would disgrace herself, her name, and her family, and to trust to him afterwards to give her what reparation a tardy marriage could afford. She, poor girl, at first received the offer with sobs and tears. She proposed a clandestine marriage, but he swore that when afterwards detected it would cause his dismissal. Then that she would come to him at Cashel when he was settled. But no, he told her other lies equally false, to prove that this could not be done. She prayed and begged, and laid upon his bosom, imploring him to spare her this utter degradation. But now that the proposal had been fairly made, that he had got her to discuss the plan, his usual sternness returned, and at last he told her, somewhat roughly, that if she would not come with him in the manner he proposed, he would leave her now and for ever. Poor Feemy fell with her knees on the ground and her face on the sofa, and there she lay sobbing for many minutes, while he again stood silent with his back against the fireplace. During this time, old feelings, principles, religious scruples, the love of honour and fair fame, and the fear of the world's harsh word were sorely fighting in her bosom. They were striving to enable her to conquer the strong love she felt for Ussher, and make her reject the disgrace to which he was alluring her. Then he stooped to lift her up, and as he kissed the tears from her face, passion prevailed, and she whispered in his ear that she would go. He stayed there for a considerable time after that. At first Feemy was so agitated and so miserable that she was unable to converse with him or listen to his plans for her removal. She sat there sobbing and crying, and all he could say, all of his protestations of love, all his declarations that it was his firm intention to marry her at Cashel, all his promises of kind good treatment, were unable to console her. He tried to animate her by describing to her the pleasure she would have in seeing Dublin, the delight it would be to her to leave so dull a place as Ballycloran, and see something of the world from which she had hitherto been excluded. But for a long time it was in vain. She was thinking, though she rarely thought of them, of her father and her brother, of what the old man would feel when she, his only joy, had gone from him in such a manner; of what Thady would do and say when he found that the suspicions which she knew he already entertained were too true. She could not bring her heart to give up Ussher, but the struggles within her breast at length made her hysterical, and Ussher was greatly frightened lest he should have to call in assistance to bring her to herself. She did not, however, lose her senses, and after a time she became more tranquil, and was able to listen to his plans. She first of all told him that she had promised Mrs. McKeon to go to her house for a short time during the races, and suggested that she should now send some excuses for declining the visit. But this he negatived. He desired her to go there, to go to the races and the ball, and above all to keep up her spirits, and at any rate seem to enjoy herself there as if nothing particular had happened. This she promised to do, but with a voice and face which gave but little sign of her being able to keep her promise. He told her that he would occasionally call at Mrs. McKeon's, so that no remark might be made about his not coming to see her. He desired her to tell no one that he was going permanently to leave the country, and that he should not himself let it be known at Mohill till the day or so before he went. And he added, that even when it was known that he was going, there would be less suspicion arising respecting her if she was at Drumsna than if she remained at Ballycloran. To all this she quietly submitted. He was to meet her at the ball at Carrick-On-Shannon, and then to tell her what his definite plan of carrying her off would be. But he added that the ball night would be the last she would spend in the country, for that they would leave the next evening. About 5 o'clock Ussher took his leave. She begged of him to come and see her the next day, every day till they went, but this he refused. She said that unless she saw him every day to comfort her, she would not be able to keep up her strength, that she was sure she would fall ill. It was now Friday, and she was to go to Mrs. McKeon's on Monday. On Tuesday, he said, he would call on her there. The races and ball were to be on the Tuesday week. In vain she asked him how she was to bear the long days till she saw him again. Ussher had no true sympathy for such feelings as were racking Feemy's heart and brain. He merely bid her to keep up her spirits, and not be foolish, and he would see her on Tuesday, and then after Tuesday week she would have nothing more to make her unhappy. And then kissing her he went away, and as we have seen, Thady met him in the avenue, so satisfied in appearance, so contented, so triumphant, that he was able to forget the words which had been applied to him on the previous evening, and to nod to Feemy's brother with as pleasant an air as though there were no grounds for ill feeling between them. Poor Feemy! Those vain words that after Tuesday week she would have nothing more to make her unhappy sounded strangely in her ears. Nothing more to make her unhappy! Could she have anything more then or ever to make her happy? Could she ever be happy again? All that had happened during the last few days passed through her mind, and added to her torment. How indignant had she been when her brother had hinted to her that Ussher did not intend honestly by her. What a passion had she flown with Father John when he had cautioned her that she should be circumspect in her conduct with her lover. What an insult she had felt it when Mary Brady alluded to the chance of Ussher's deserting her. And now, so soon after all this, but a few hours after this strong feeling, after the indignation she had then shown, she had herself submitted to worse than they had ever dared suspect. She had herself agreed to leave her father's house as the mistress of the man of whom she had then confidently boasted as her future husband. And it was not only for her degradation, dreadful as that was, that she grieved, but Ussher himself, he of whom she had felt so fond, whom she had loved. Was this his truth, his love? Was this the protection he had sworn to give to her against her father's folly and her brother's violence? And as he had basely added, against Father John's bigotry. Was this the protection, roughly to swear he'd leave her, desert her forever, unless she agreed to give up her family, her home, her principles, and follow him, a base low creature without a name? And was it likely that after she had agreed to this, after she had so debased herself, that he who had already deceived her so grossly would at last keep his word by marrying her? She was lying down with her face buried in her hands, tormenting herself with such thoughts, when Biddy came to tell her that dinner was on the table. Feemy did not dare to refuse to go in, lest something should be suspected, so she rubbed her red eyes till they were still redder, and went into the parlour, where she alleged that she had had a racking headache which would give her no peace, and having sat there for a miserable half hour till her father and Thady had finished dinner, she went upstairs to her bedroom, and after laying awake half the night, at last succeeded in crying herself to sleep. When Thady came from the kitchen on being told that Father John was waiting for him at the hall door, he left his pipe behind him, swallowed a draught of water to take off the smell of the spirits, and prepared to listen to the priest's lecture, as he expected, with sullenness and patience. But he was surprised out of his determined demeanour by the kindness of the priest's address. He came forward, and taking his hand, said, "What, Thady, are you ill? What ails you?" "Not much then, Father John, only a headache." "Are you too bad, my boy, to take a turn with me? I've a word or two I want to say, but if you're really sick, Thady, and are going to bed, I'll come down to morrow morning." "Would you sooner I did so?" Father John said this because he thought that Thady really looked ill, and so he did. His face was yellow, his hair unbrushed, his eyes sunken, and the expression of his countenance sad and painful. But he was overcome by the kindness of the priest's manner, and replied, "Oh no, I'm not going to bed. I believe, Father John, I did not come up to you because I was ashamed to see you after last night." "So I thought, my boy, and that's why I came down. I'm not sorry for your shame, though there was not much cause for it. If it was a usual thing with you to be drinking too much, you wouldn't be thinking so much of it yourself the next day." "But I believe I said something to yourself, Father John." "Something to me! Egad, I forgot what you said to me, or whether you said anything. Oh no, you weren't so bad as that, but you were going to eat Ussher about something. But never mind that now. Don't get tipsy again if you can help it, and that's all about it. It's not the drinking I'm come to talk to you about, for you're no drunkard, Thady. And indeed it's not as your priest I want to talk to you at all, but as one friend to another. And now, my dear boy, will you take what I've to say in good part?" These gentle words were the first comfort that had reached Thady's heart that day, and tears were in his eyes as he answered, "Indeed I will, Father John, for you're the only friend I have now." It was a fine moonlight evening, and they were on the road leading to the cottage. "Walk up this way, Thady. We'll be less likely to be interrupted in the little parlour than here." And they walked on to the priest's house, Father John discoursing the while on the brightness of the moon and the beauty of the night, and Thady alternating thinking with pleasure of his kindness, and with dread of the question he was about to be called upon to answer. When they were in the parlour, and Thady had refused his host's offer of punch, tea, or supper, and the door was close shut, Father John at once struck into the subject at his heart. "I told you, Thady, that I thought but little of your having been drinking yesterday evening, but that I think it very foolish for a man to make himself a beast. But what I did think of was the company you were drinking in. Now I heard, and I know you won't contradict me unless it's true, that the party consisted of you and Brady, and Joe Reynolds, and Byrne, and Corney Dolan, and one or two other folks from Drumsleesh, your own or your father's tenants, and the very lowest of them, all of them infamous characters, men never or seldom seen at mass, makers of poteen, fellows who are known to be meeting nightly at that house of Mrs. Mulready at Mohill, and who are strongly suspected to be ribbon men, or terrelts, or to call themselves by some infernal name and sect, by belonging to which they have all become liable to death or transportation." The priest paused, but Thady sat quite still listening, with his eyes fixed on the fender. "Now, Thady, if this is so, what could you gain by mixing with them? You weren't drunk when you went among them, or I should think nothing about it, for a drunken man doesn't know what he does, and it wasn't from chance, for a man never seeks society so much beneath himself from chance, and it wasn't from habit, for I know your habits well enough, and that's not one of them. But I fear you were there by agreement. If so, what could you get by a secret meeting with such men as those? You know their characters and vices. Are you fool enough to think that you will find comfort in their society, or assistance in their advice?" "I didn't think so, Father John." "Then why were you there with them? I know the most of your sorrows, Thady, and the most of your cares, and I also know and appreciate the courage with which you have tried to bear them. And if you would make me your friend, your assistant, and your counsellor, though I mightn't do much for you. I think I could do more, or show you how to do more, than you are likely to learn from the men with which you were yesterday. And at any rate, I shall not lead you into the danger which will beset you if you listen to them, and which you may be sure would soon end in your disgrace and destruction. Can you tell me, Thady, why you were with them, or they with you?" "I was only just talking to them about," Thady began, but he felt that he was going to tell his friend a falsehood, and he again held his tongue. "If you'll not tell me why you were there, I'll tell you. At least I'll tell you what my fears are. You went to them to talk over your father's affairs respecting Keegan and Flannelly. You went to induce those poor misguided men not to pay their rent to him. And oh, Thady, if what I've heard is true, you went there to consult with them respecting a greater crime than I'll now name, and to instigate them to do that which would lead to their and your eternal shame and punishment." Thady now shook in his chair, as though he could hardly keep his seat. He felt the perspiration stand upon his brow, and he wiped it off with his sleeve. He did not dare to deny that he had done this, of which Father John was accusing him, though he felt that he had been far from instigating them to any crime like murder. Father John continued: "If you have joined these men, if you have bound yourself to these men by any oath, if there is any league between you and them, let me implore you to disregard it. Nothing can be binding that is only to bind you to greater wickedness. I did not ask you to tell me any of the secrets or plans, though God knows what you tell me now would be as sacred as if I had heard it in the confessional. But if you have such a secret, if you know their signs, whatever may be the consequence, at once renounce them." "I know no secret signs, Father John, and I don't belong to any society." "Then if you don't, you can have nothing to bind you. Is it true that you were rash enough, mad enough, to speak to these men about murdering Keegan? Tell me, have you a plan made to murder Keegan? Have you had such a crime in your thoughts?" It had been in his thoughts all day. What answer should he make? Should he lie and deny all of it? Or should he confess it all, just as it was? "If you'll not tell me, I must, for Mr. Keegan's sake, take some step to secure his safety. Come, Thady, come. You know it's not by threats I wish to guide you. You know I love you. I know well enough your patient industry, your want of selfishness. I know if you have for a moment thought of this crime, you have now repented it. Tell me how far you have gone, and if you are in danger. If you have done that which was very, very wicked, I will still try and screen you from the effect of a sin, which I am sure was not premeditated. Is there any plot to murder Keegan?" "There is not. As you are a living man, there's none? There is not." "What were you saying about Keegan then to those men yesterday?" "I don't know what I said. I don't know I said anything. They were threatening him if he came on Drumsleesh for rent. If they have a plot, I don't know it." "But, Thady, are you to join them again? Do you mean again to renew your revellings of last night? Have you agreed to see them again?" "I have." "And where?" "At Mulready's in Mohill." "And when?" "They sent to-day to say it was to-morrow night, but I have refused to go." "You have refused?" "Yes, Father John. I got the message from them just before dinner, and I said I'd not go to-morrow." "But have you said you'd never join them again? Have you sent to them to say you'd never put your foot in that hole of sin? Did you say you were mad when you promised it, and that you would never keep that promise? Did you say, Thady, that you would not come, or are you still in their opinion one of the accursed set?" "I'll never go there, Father John. I've not had one moment's aise since I said I would. It's been on my heart like lead all the morning. Indeed, indeed. Father John, I'll never go there." "I will not doubt you, Thady, but still, that you may feel how solemnly you are bound not to peril your life and soul by joining them who can only wish to lead you into crime, give me your honour on the sacred word of God that you will never go to that place or join those men in any lawless plan or secret meetings." And Thady swore most solemnly on the sacred volume that he would do as the priest directed him respecting these men. Father John then gradually drew from him in conversation what had really taken place. He told him what he had heard from McGovery, how he had quieted that man in Cullen, and advised him by his own demeanour to his tenants to pass over what had been said, as though it had been drunken frolic. He asked him, however, whether he considered that Mr. Keegan or Ussher were in any real danger. and Thady assured him that he did not think they were, that there was no plot laid, that the men were angry and violent, but that, unless further instigated, he did not think they would commit any act of absolute violence. These opinions were not given spontaneously, but in answer to various questions from the priest, who at last satisfied himself that in confirming the horror with which Thady evidently regarded what he had already done, and in preventing him from following any further the course he was about to pursue, he had done all that was possible in the case to prevent the crime. Whether he thought that either of those who had been named as the object of hatred to these unruly men might ultimately fall a victim to the feeling to which their actions had given rise in the country, is another question. If he did, he could not prevent it, nor was it his especial business to attend to it, but he felt tolerably sure that to whatever bad feelings, hardships, and cruelty might have given rise in Thady's breast, he would not now gratify them by such atrocious means as those which McGovery's statement had induced him to apprehend. Under this impression he bade him good night with another kind shake of the hand, telling him that though at present there might be much to sadden and distress him, if he confronted his difficulties with manly courage and honest purposes, he would be sure sooner or later to overcome them. Thady returned home more comfortable than he had been in the morning, but he could not bring himself to that state of mind in which Father John had hoped to dismiss him. He felt that though he was determined not to go to Mrs. Mulready's, the affair could not rest there. He felt himself to be, in some horrible manner, in the power of Brady and Joe Reynolds, as though he could not escape from them. A general despondency respecting all his prospects weighed him down, and when he reached Ballycloran, he was nearly as unhappy as he had been before leaving it. End of section 22. Promotion. Section 23 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 23. Sport in the West. The Macdermots of Ballycloran. Chapter 17. Sport in the West. Carrick-On-Shannon, the assize town of County Leitrim, though an assize town, is a very poor place. It consists of one long, narrow, irregular street, lying along the Shannon, in which slated houses and thatched cabins delightfully relieve each other and prevent the eye from being annoyed with the sameness or monotony. The houses are mostly all shops, and even the cabins profess to afford lodging and entertainment, so that it is to be presumed that the poverty of the place is attributable to circumstances and misfortune, and not to the idleness of the inhabitants. The prevailing feeling, however, arising in any human mind on entering the place, would be that of compassion for the judges, barristers, attorneys, crown clerks, grand jury, long panel, witnesses, etc., who have to be crammed into this little place and lodged and fed for 5 or 6 days twice a year during the Assizes. There is, however, a tolerably good hotel in the place, and we at present beg to take our reader with us into this largest room therein, which was usually dignified by the name of the ballroom. It was not, however, by any means dedicated solely to the worship of the Terpsichore. All the public dinners eaten in Carrick were eaten here. All the public meetings held in Carrick were held here. All the public speeches were spoken here. Here committees harangued, Gallagher ventriloquized, itinerant actors acted, itinerant concert givers held their concerts, itinerant Lancashire bell ringers rang their bells. Here also were carried on the mysteries of the Carrick-On-Shannon Masonic Lodge, with all due zeal and secrecy. On the present occasion the room was, or rather had been, devoted to the purpose of feeding. An ordinary had been held there previous to the races, and most of those who were in any way interested in the coming event were there. The cloth had been just taken away, decanters of whiskey and jugs of boiling water alternated each other down the table, and large basins of white sugar were scattered about unsparingly. The party were evidently about to enjoy themselves. There were about 30 of them there, some of them owners of horses, some of them riders, some of them backers, the rest were eaters, drinkers, and spectators. The chair was filled by Major Macdonald, one of the stewards, a little man who had probably never crossed a horse himself, and had nothing of the sportsman about him. He had, however, lately inherited an estate in the neighbourhood, and having some idea of standing for the county on the Tory interest at the next election, was desirous of obtaining popularity, and had consequently given £40 to be run for, had agreed to wear a red coat at the races, and call himself a steward, sit at the top of the table and carve for 30 hungry sportsmen to-day, with each of whom he had to drink wine, and get partners for all the ugly girls, if there be any in County Leitrim, on the morrow. This was certainly hard work, in reward for which he was probably destined to have his head broken at the next election, if he should have sufficient courage to show himself as a Tory candidate for the county. There, however, he sat this day, very unfit to take the chief part among the spirits by whom he was surrounded. Opposite to him, at the other end of the room, sat our big and burly friend McKeon, a very different character. Whenever 6 or 8 were talking aloud together, his voice might always be heard the loudest. Whenever a shout of laughter arose, and that was incessantly, his shout was always the longest. It seemed that every bet was offered was taken by him, and that every bet taken by anyone else had been offered by him. He was always scribbling something in that well-worn book of his, and yet he had never had his hand away from his tumbler, except when it was on the decanter. All the waiters came to him for orders, and he seemed perfectly competent to attend to them. If any man finished his punch and did not fill again, McKeon reminded him of his duty, and that not only by preaching but by continual practice. In fact, he was just in his element and enjoying himself. There was an empty chair next to Mr. McKeon, where his friend Mr. Gaynor had been sitting. I won't say during his dinner, for he had not swallowed a mouthful. He was now standing up against the fireplace, sucking a lemon. He had a large greatcoat on, buttoned up to the neck, and a huge choker round his throat. He was McKeon's jockey, and was to ride Playful for the £40 on the morrow. Bob Gaynor, as he was usually called, was one of the best gentleman riders in the country. He came from County Roscommon, the county, by the by, which can probably boast the best riders in Ireland, where he had a small property of his own near Athlone, but the chief part of his time was spent in riding races and training for them. He had been at it all his life, and certainly, if there be any merit in the perfection of such an art, Bob was entitled to it, for he rode beautifully. It was not only that he could put his horse at a fence without fear, and sit him whilst he was going over it. Any man with practice could do that. But Bob had a sympathy with the animal he was riding, which enabled him not only to know what he could do himself, but also what the horse could do. He knew exactly where a horse wanted assistance from his rider, and he had another knack too, not infrequently made use of in steeplechases. Bob seldom let his own horse balk, but he very generally made those that others were riding do so. And then at a finish, how admirable was Bob! In leap races the finish is seldom so near a thing as in flat races. But when it did come to be neck and neck at the post, there was no man in Ireland could give a horse a stretch and land him in a winner like Bob. He had also an exquisite genius for tumbling. Horses will occasionally fall, and when they do, riders must follow them. But no one fell so safely, recovered so actively, and was again so instantly in the saddle as our friend, and consequently, whenever there was a steeplechase to be run, where pluck, science, and practice were wanting, there Bob was in requisition, and there he was usually found. It was a great thing to secure his services, and knowing this, Tony McKeon had, in his own way, long since, made Gaynor his fast friend. How, I cannot say, for Bob was much above being bought, and though no doubt he made money by his races, he would have thought little of shooting anyone who was bold enough to offer to pay him for riding. When in his cap, jacket, boots, and breeches, he would, if he thought occasion required or his interest demanded it, wrangle like a devil. Though its backs were turned to him, he could see a horse go on the wrong side of a post, and woe betide the man who came to the scales as a winner an ounce below the weight. Bob, from long practice, knew all these dodges, and he made the most of them. But when once his cap was off and his coat was on, he was a quiet, easy, unassuming fellow, liked and petted by all he knew, for he never spoke little of others, nor bragged of himself. He was now talking to another member of the same confraternity, but of a very different character. He also had been sitting dinnerless, for both these gentlemen, in the pursuit of their amusement, were obliged to starve and sweat themselves down to a certain standard, about 20 pounds below their ordinary weight, and he was now also sucking a lemon. George Brown was the second son of Jonas Brown of Brown Hall, the magistrate by whom Tim Reynolds and the others had been committed to Ballinamore, and, like his father, was most unpopular in his own country. He was arrogant, overbearing, conceited, and passionate, without any rank which could excuse pride, or any acquirement that could justify conceit. It is, however, as a gentleman jockey that we are at present to make his acquaintance, and in that capacity he was about as much inferior to the grooms by whom the horses were trained, as Bob was superior to them. He had courage enough, however, and would ride at anything, and as his own relations and friends for whom he rode were tolerably wealthy, and he was therefore generally well mounted, he sometimes won. But he had killed more horses under him than any other man in Ireland, and no wonder, for he had a coarse hand and a loose seat, and it was no uncommon thing to see George coming the first of the two over a fence headlong into the next field, as if he had been flung there by a petard, leaving the unfortunate brute he had been riding panting behind him, with his breast cut open or his knees destroyed by the fence, over which his rider had neither skill nor patience to land him. He was now going to ride his own horse, Conqueror, and had talked himself and had been talked into the belief that it was impossible that anything could beat him. These two were standing talking at the fireplace, and as they also had their little books in their hand, it is to be presumed that they were mixing business with amusement. There were others there, sitting at the table, who were to ride tomorrow, but whose usual weight allowed them to do so without the annoyance to which Gaynor and Brown had to subject themselves. There was little Larry Kelly from Roscommon, who could ride something under 8 stone, Nicholas Blake from the land of the Blakes, Burkes and Bodkins, Pat Connor with one eye from Strokestown, who had bought his Garon over under the speculation that if the weather should come wet and the horses should fall at the heavy banks, she would be sure to crawl over, knowing too that as the priest was his second cousin, he could not refuse him the loan of a stable gratis. There was Ussher there also, sitting next to George Brown, who was a friend of his, much more intent, however, on his own business than that which had brought the others here, and Greenough, the sub-inspector of the police from Ballinamore, and young Fitzpatrick of Streamstown, who kept the subscription pack of harriers, and a couple of officers from Boyle, one of whom owned a horse, for which he was endeavouring to get a rider, but which none of those present seemed to fancy. And there was Peter Dillon from beyond Castlebar, who had brought up a strong-looking, long-legged colt, which he had bred in County Mayo, with the hope that he might part with it advantageously in a handicap to some of those Roscommon lads who were said to have money in their pockets. And there were many others apparently happy, joyous fellows, who seemed not to have a care in the world, and last but not least there was Hyacinth Keegan, attorney at law and gent. There he was, smiling and chatting, oily and amiable, getting a word in with any one he could, creeping into intimacy with those who were not sharp enough to see what he was after, jabbering of horses, of which he considered himself a complete judge, and of shooting, hunting, and racing, as if the sports of a gentleman had been his occupation from his youth upwards. "Well, boys," said McKeon, "I suppose we're to have an auction. What's it to be? The old thing, half a crown each, I suppose." "An auction, Mr. McKeon," said the chairman. "What's an auction?" "We'll show you, Major. All you have to do is give me a half-crown." Now, as many may be as ignorant as Major Macdonald respecting an auction and sporting phraseology, I will, if I can, explain what it is. It has but little reference or similitude to those auctions from which Sir Robert Peel has removed the duty. Suppose there may be 20 members, each having half a crown and 6 horses to run. 20 bits of paper are placed in a hat, on 6 of which are written the names of the running horses. The others are blanks, and they are then drawn as lots out of the hat. The tickets bearing the horses' names are sold by the auctioneer. The last bidder has to pay twice the sum he bids. 1 moiety to the man who drew the horse, the other is added to the fund composed of the 20 half-crowns. After the race, the happy man holding the ticket bearing the name of the winning horse receives the whole. There are therefore different winners in this transaction. The man drawing the name of the favourite horse, of course, wins what is bid for the ticket. Anyone drawing the name of any horse would probably win something, as his chance, if the beast have more than 3 legs, must be worth at least 5 shillings. Such, however, is an auction, and on the present occasion it was a very animated one. The 30 half-crowns were now collected and handed over to McKeon. The names of the 8 horses expected to start scrawled in pencil on the backs of fragments of race bills, and those, together with the blanks, deposited in the hat, which was carried round by one of the party. "Ah, now Pat come to me last," said Gaynor. "I've never any luck with the first haul. Never mind, I'll take it." And he drew a lot. "And by the Virgin, Tony, I've got my own mare." "Have you got Playful, Gaynor?" said a dozen at once. This made their chance less, for Playful was second favourite. Brown was next, and he got a blank, and the next, and the next. "I've drawn Brickbat," said Fitzpatrick, "a damn good horse. He won the Hunter's Plate at Choom last year." "Oh, I wish you joy," said Gaynor, "for he won't start tomorrow, my boy. He's at Choom now." "Begad, he'll start as soon as yourself, Bob," said little Larry. "He came to Castleknock last night, and he's at French Park now. Murphy from French Park is to ride him." These details brought Brickbat up in the market. "They might have left him at Choom then, and saved themselves money," said Gaynor. "Why, he hadn't a gallop last Tuesday week. I was in his stable myself. If Burke's cattle had been as fat as Ballinsloe, he'd have got better prices." "I say, McKeon," said Fitzpatrick, "what odds will you bet Bob doesn't buy Brickbat himself?" The hat went round, and others got blanks. Ussher got Miss Fidget, Larry Kelly's mare, and was advised in a whisper by that cunning little gentleman who meant to buy Conqueror by the way of a hedge, and who therefore wanted to swell the stakes, to be sure and buy the mare himself, for she didn't know how to fall, and, he added, "you know she's no weight on her." And when Ussher looked at Larry Kelly, who was to ride her himself, he couldn't but think the latter part was true. Then Nicholas Blake drew Kicky-Wicky, the officer's mare, whereupon the gallant captain, who knew Blake was a sporting fellow, thought this was a good opportunity to sound the gentleman about getting him a rider, and began whispering to him all the qualities of the mare, how she could do everything a mare should do, how high she was bred, and how well she was trained, and how she was like the poacher, and could leap on anywhere. For all which, and Kicky-Wicky herself with her owner into the bargain, Blake did not care a straw, for he was confident of winning himself with the Galway horse Thunder. Then someone else drew Thunder, and Peter Dillon got Conqueror, greatly to his joy, for he reckoned that his expenses from Castlebar would thus be mostly paid, even if he couldn't sell the long-legged colt. The Major drew Crummaboo, a Carrick horse, who had once been a decent hunter, and whose owner had entered it in the instigation of his fellow townsmen, and by the assurance that these sort of races were often won by your steady old horses. And Mr. Stark, the owner, since he had first made up his mind to pay the £5 stake, had gradually deceived himself into the idea that he should probably win, and have never before even owned a horse, for this was a late purchase, or rather the beast had been taken in lieu of a debt, had now for the last 3 weeks talked of nothing but sweats, gallops, physics, training, running, and leaping, and having secured the services of a groom for the day, who was capable of riding his horse, had entirely given himself up to the delights of horse racing. Lucky was it for Mr. Stark that Crummaboo was sure to lose, for had he won, Stark would have been a ruined man. Nothing would have kept him from the Curragh and a conviction that the turf was his proper vocation. The Major was delighted at his prize. He had not drawn a blank, and that was sufficient for him. Then at last Keegan got Pat Connor's mare from Strokestown. She was called Diana, and his was the last paper drawn. "Faith, Keegan, you're in luck," said McKeon, "for the mare can't but run well. Pat's been training her since May last. I was over there going to Castlereagh, and I saw Pat at her then." "'Deed then, Mr. McKeon," said Connor, "maybe she'll beat your own mare, much as you think of her." "Oh, I'm sure she will. There's so much running about her. Was she at plough after last winter, Pat?" "She had other work to do then, for she had to carry me twice a week through the season, and that she did, and that's not light work, I think." "Carry you, Pat," said Gaynor. "Why, you don't mean to say that you hunt that old Garonne you call Diana? Faith, man, you're too bold. Your friends ought to look to you. What would the county do if you broke your neck?" "It's your own riding is most in danger, I'm thinking," replied Pat. "Faith, I wouldn't take all the pick up to-morrow to ride that devil you're to ride over the course." "And I'll take devilish good care you're not ass," said McKeon. "But now, boys, as I fear the Major's hardly up to it, I'll dispose of the prizes. Come, which shall I put first? Which was drawn first?" "Your own mare, Tony. Gaynor got Playful at the first start." "Well, gentlemen, here's the mare Playful. I believe I'm to say all good I can about her, and upon my word she doesn't want spirit." Here he whispered Gaynor, whom he told to bid for themselves conjointly. "Come, gentlemen, what do you offer? People say she's wicked, but she'll not kick you if you don't come at her in the reach. She can go if she likes, and she can, I suppose, if she likes, stand still. But upon my soul I never saw her do it in the field." "I'll say 30 shillings, Tony," said Bob. 35, said young Brown. £2, said Bob. "I'll not go beyond that," said Brown. £2. Who'll give me more than £2 for Playful? Gentlemen, the horses are all favourites, and the pool will consequently be a large one. Who'll give more than £2? Bob, you've got the mare. Hand me £2, and hand yourself 2 more. Then Brickbat and Miss Fidget were sold, both at good prices, for the horses had won the last race at Shoom, and that put him in the market, in spite of Bob's vile comparison between him and his owner's bullocks. And the mare was a favourite among the Roscommon gentry, who knew little Larry could ride when he meant it. Kicky Wicky was the next put up, but in spite of all that had been said about her by her gallant owner, she was in very little request, and was purchased cheap. Thunderer fetched a good price. Galloway horses always do, and it was easy to see that Nicholas Blake was in earnest, and Nick was a man that wouldn't come from Loughrea to Carrick-On-Shannon and lose a day with the Galway dogs for nothing. George Brown made the purchase, for if anything could beat Conqueror, it was Thunderer. Then came Conqueror, and bidding began in earnest. George offered £2 to frighten the field, but both Larry Kelly and McKeon wanted to hedge, and they raised the price against each other by half-crowns, till at last little Larry Kelly got the winner, that was to be for £3.10, much to Gaynor's satisfaction, who felt no such confidence in George Brown's invincibility, and was very glad to see the pool increased by those who did. When Crumaboo was put up, his owner rashly offered 5 shillings, for which sum he was allowed to retain him. He could not, however, comprehend that, because he had bid 5, he was to pay 10. However, he had to do it, and began to find that the pleasures of the turf were not entirely unalloyed. The Strokestown Garonne did not create much emulation, but Peter Dillon, knowing that, though Pat had only one eye, that one was as good one, and that he wouldn't lose the race for want of hard work and patience, and having little Larry's £3.10 in his pocket to back him, at length doubled Keegan's offer of a half-crown, which he made to keep his own ticket, and Diana was knocked down to him at the same price that Crumaboo had fetched. Then the fun grew fast and furious, and calls for hot water and spirits were loud and incessant. "By the holy poker, boys, I'm thirsty after that," said McKeon. "You should stand me a bottle of champagne among ye, no less, just to take the dryness out of my throat before I begin drinking." "Champagne, indeed, Tony. Wouldn't a bucket of brandy and water serve you?" "Indeed, Fitz, if you're to pay for it yourself, a mouthful of brandy and water wouldn't be a bad thing, for I want something more than ordinary after the work. Ah, Connor, it was the bidding after that mare of yours that broke my heart entirely. Why, man, you see, everyone wanted her." "Never mind, Mr. McKeon, never mind," said Pat, with his one eye fixed on his punch. "She's a nice, good, easy creature, anyway. I don't have to be sending a boy down through the rack to be clearing her, as they say you do with the one you're going to start to-morrow. Pray God she don't, Pat, and especially you. Well, Fitz, where's this brandy and water you're talking about?" "To hear Tony talking," said little Larry, "one would think he didn't drink this week, when he got a sup at every bid that was made, and finished a tumbler at every horse that was knocked down. Why, that was 8 tumblers of punch." "Water, Larry, all water to clear my throat. Ask the waiter else. It's little of that cure you take, I'm thinking. Waiter, bring some tobacco here." And now the party began smoking as well as drinking, and an atmosphere was formed, which soon drove the Major out of the room. Not, however, before McKeon implored him to stay just for one handicap, as he wanted to challenge the bay gelding he drove under his gig. And as the Major was waiting for his hat, Tony threw a shilling on the table. "Come, Major, cover that, just for luck. I must have a shy at that gig horse. I want him for Mrs. McKeon's car. Come, I'll tell you every beast I've got, and you may choose from them all, from the mare that's to win to-morrow down to the flock of turkeys that's in the yard at Drumsna." But the Major was inexorable. He thought the £40 and the red coat which he had to buy for to-morrow's use, together with the hard work he had to do, was enough for popularity. And may be he had heard of Tony's celebrity in a knock, and he did not wish to sacrifice his own nag for a chance selection out of those in McKeon's yard, nor yet for a flock of turkeys. However, though the Major wouldn't join in a handicap, others would, and McKeon wasn't balked of his amusement. Men soon had their hands in their pockets, waiting the awards of the arbiter, which were speedily pronounced, and various and detailed were the descriptions given of the brutes which were intended to change hands, but not in general such as made those who got them satisfied with their bargains, when they afterwards became acquainted with their real merits. Peter Dillon threw away sundry shillings in endeavouring to part with the Mayo colt, but either he had been there before with the same kind of cattle, or he priced him too high. He couldn't get his money for him, either from little Larry Kelly or his elder brother who was there. Tony, before the evening was over, gave the Boyle officers 2 or 3 most desperate bargains. First, he got the celebrated mare Kicky Wicky for a pair of broken down gig horses, to run tandem, engaged to go quiet and not kick in harness. They couldn't be warranted sound, but then, as Tony said, what horse could? And he was so particular, he would never say a horse was sound unless he knew it. In fact, he never warranted a horse sound, which was true enough, for Tony knew no one would take his warrant. And then when the captain was in the first fit of grief for Kicky Wicky, some good-natured friend having told him that the 2 gig horses weren't worth a feed of oats, Tony gave her back again for a good hack hunter and a sum of money to boot, about the real value of the mare. Again, late in the evening, when the punch had made further inroads upon the Boer warrior's brain, he gave him back his own hunter for the 2 gig horses and a further sum of money, from all which it will be seen by those who understand the art that the officer from Boyle could not have made a great deal, and that Tony McKeon could not be much out of pocket. This fun continued till about 2, when half the party were too drunk to care about winning and losing, and the other half, mostly consisting of the married men, too wary to attempt business with those as knowing as themselves. Gaynor and Brown had gone home to bed, as they had to be up and walk 10 miles before breakfast, with their greatcoats on, after which, as Gaynor had told Mrs. McKeon, he would trouble her for the loan of 2 feather beds and 3 or 4 buckets of turf, as he thought that after laying between them for an hour or so before a roaring fire, and then being rubbed down with flannels by Tony and his 2 men, there was little doubt but he'd be able to ride 11 stone 4, and he was to be up at that weight on the next day. Keegan had become very drunk and talkative, had offered to sing 2 or 3 songs, to make 2 or 3 speeches, and had ultimately fallen backwards on his chair being drawn away, from which position he was unable to get up. And little Larry's brother was now amiably engaged, painting his face with lampblack. Mrs. Keegan, the while, was sitting in her cold, dark little back parlour, meditating the awful punishment to be visited on the delinquent when he did return home. Vain woman, there she sat till 4, while Hyacinth lay happy beneath the table, nor did he return home till brought on the waiter's back at 8 the next morning. Pat was winking with his one eye and nodding on his chair, with his pipe still stuck in his mouth. Little Larry was laughing till he cried at his brother's performance. Peter Dillon and young Fitzpatrick, each with a whiskey bottle in his hand, were guarding the door, at which Stark, the unfortunate owner of Crumaboo, as vainly endeavouring to make his exit, which he was assured he should not be allowed to do till he had sung a song standing on the sideboard. And the younger son of Mars, conquered by tobacco and whiskey, was leaning his unfortunate head on the table, and deluging Keegan's feet with the shower which he was unable to restrain. Ussher was detailing in half-drunken glee to his friend Fred Brown, George's brother, his plan for carrying off poor Feemy, and Brown, always, as he said, ready to help a friend in necessity, was offering him the loan of his gig to take her as far from Longford, at which place he could arrive in time to catch the mail, if he could manage to take Feemy away from Ballycloran immediately after sunset. "And I'll send a boy to bring the gig back from Longford," added Fred, "so you'll have no trouble at all. And I'll tell you what it is, you're taking the prettiest girl out of County Leitrim with you, so here's her health." Tony, Nicholas Blake, and Greenough were the only three left who were still able to drink steadily, and they kept at it till about 4, when they all agreed that if they meant to do any good at all to-morrow, they'd better be getting to bed. They consequently took 1 tumbler more, because it was to be the last, and made towards the door, out of which Stark had at length escaped, after having a bottle of whiskey poured over his head. As they passed the captain, who was snoring against the wall, McKeon slightly touched his foot with his toe, and said to Blake, "Well, if I was as soft as that fellow, I'd have my head boiled in a pudding bag. By God, the Colonel oughtn't to have let him out without his nurse." "You oughtn't to talk then, Tony, for you didn't make a bad thing of him to-night." "Oh, damn his money," said McKeon. "I'd much sooner be without such a fellow. I'd sooner by half have a bargain with a man that knew how to take care of himself than a greenhorn who'd let you rob him of his eyes without seeing you." By this time they'd got to the front door, at which was now standing Tony's buggy and servant. Greenough was going to walk to his lodgings, and Blake had come to the door to see his friend off, when they heard a loud shrieking down the street, and they saw the unfortunate Stark running towards the hotel, still followed by Fitzpatrick and Dillon, each with an empty bottle in his hand. When he had escaped from the inn, his persecutors had followed him, still swearing that he should sing. Stark had run towards his home, but before he got there his pursuers headed him in the street and turned him back. And now as he rushed along, half blinded by the spirits in his eyes, they followed him, whooping and yelling like 2 insane devils, and were just catching him near the door of the hotel, when poor Stark, striking his foot against the curbstone, fell violently on his face, and Dillon, who was just behind him, stumbled and fell upon him. "Hallo, Fitzpatrick, is that you?" said Tony. "What in God's name are you doing with that poor devil? I believe you and Dillon have killed him." By this time Dillon had got up, and McKeon and Blake together helped the man to his feet. His wrath was by this time thoroughly kindled, and he was swearing all manner of vengeance against Fitzpatrick. The other man's name he did not know. They, contented with their sport, carried the decanters, wonderful to relate, unbroken in triumph into the hotel, and McKeon, bidding the boys to bring the gig after him, helped Stark, whose face was dreadfully bleeding, to his home, trying to console him and assuring him that the mischief was all owing to Dillon, and that Fitzpatrick, who was a neighbour and friend of Tony's, had had little or nothing to do with it. And having left him at his hall door, he drove quietly home to his own house, and went soberly to bed. End of section 23. Sport in the West.
Section 24 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 24. How Pat Brady and Joe Reynolds were eloquent in vain. Chapter 18. How Pat Brady and Joe Reynolds were eloquent in vain. The day after Ussher had obtained Feemy's consent to go off with him, she passed in the same manner as she had that afternoon, sometimes sitting quiet with her eyes fixed on vacancy, sometimes sobbing and crying as though she must have fallen into an hysterical fit. Once or twice she attempted to make some slight preparation for her visit to Mrs. McKeon's, such as looking through her clothes, mending them, etc., but in fact she did nothing. The next day, Sunday, she spent in the same manner. She omitted going to mass, a thing she had not done for years, unless kept at home by very bad weather or real illness. She never took up a book, nor spoke a word, except such as she could not possibly avoid, to the servant or to her father. Of Thady she saw nothing except at her meals, and then they took no notice of each other. They had not spoken since the night when Thady had upbraided her whilst walking in the lane with Ussher. On the Monday morning she was obliged to exert herself, for she had to pack the little trunk that was to carry her ballroom finery to Mrs. McKeon's, and prepare everything that was necessary for her visit. Biddy, the favourite of the two girls, had once or twice asked her mistress what ailed her, and whether she was ill, but Feemy only answered her crossly that she was bothered with that horrid headache, and the girl could only believe that either this was actually the case, or else that she had quarrelled with her lover. And as it was now 3 days since he had been at Ballycloran, she at last determined that this was the case. During these 3 days, Feemy had frequently made up her mind, or rather she fancied she had made up her mind, to give Ussher up, to go and confess it all to Father John, or to tell it to Mrs. McKeon. And if it had not been for the false pride within her, which would not allow her to own that she had been deceived, and that her lover was unworthy, she would have done so. His present coolness, and his cruelty in not coming to see her, though they did not destroy her love, greatly shook it. And had she had one kind word to assist her in the struggle within herself, she might still have prevented much of the misery which her folly was fated to produce. When Mrs. McKeon and her daughters came for her about 1 o'clock on Monday, the small exertion necessary for putting up her clothes had made her somewhat better, something more able to talk than she had been before, and they did not then observe anything particular about her. But she had been but a very short time at Drumsna before it was evident to Mrs. McKeon that something was the matter with her. When she questioned her, Feemy gave the same answer, that she had a racking headache. And though this did very well for a time, before the evening was over the good lady was certain that something more than a headache afflicted her guest. The next day, according to his promise, Ussher called, but of course at Mrs. McKeon's house he could not see her alone. That lady and her daughters were present all the time. When he came in, Ussher shook hands with Feemy as he would with anybody else, and began talking gaily to the 2 other girls. He had regained his presence of mind completely, and however deficient Feemy might be in that respect, he now proved himself a perfect master of hypocrisy. He did not stay long, and as he got up to go away, he merely remarked that he hoped he should meet the ladies that day week on the race course and at the ball. And the only thing he said especially to Feemy was, that he should call at Ballycloran on his way to the races, and that when he saw her on the course he would tell her how her father and brother were. And he remarked that he should not go home that night, as he had been asked to dine and sleep at Brown Hall. The week passed on, and Feemy remained in the same melancholy desponding way, saying nothing to Mrs. McKeon, and little to the 2 girls, who in spite of Feemy's sin in having a lover, did everything in their power to cheer and enliven her. Father John usually dined at Mrs. McKeon's on Sunday, and she came to the determination of having another talk with him about Feemy. So before dinner on that day she opened her mind to him, telling him the state in which Feemy had been the whole of the week, and that she thought the sooner she could be made to understand that she must give up all thoughts of Ussher, the better. Feemy had been at mass with the family, and when she met Father John afterwards, she exerted herself to appear before him as she usually did, and to a certain extent she succeeded. Father John was himself usually cheerful, and he spoke to her good humouredly, and she made an effort to answer him in the same strain. This deceived the priest, And when Mrs. McKeon spoke to him about Feemy's deep melancholy, and suggested the propriety of speaking to her on the subject which they supposed was nearest to her heart, he said, "Better let her alone, Mrs. McKeon. I think you'd better let her alone, and time will cure her. You see, Feemy is proud, and perhaps a little too headstrong, and I don't think she'd bear just as quietly as she ought any one speaking to her about the man now. It isn't only the losing him that vexes her. It isn't only that she has been deceived, but that every one knows that she has lost him and has been deceived. It's this that hurts her pride, and talking to her about it will only make her more fretful. If you'll take my advice, you'll just leave her to herself, take no especial notice of her, and let her go to this ball, and when she sees the man paying attention to others, dancing and philandering with them, and neglecting her, her pride will make her feel that she must at any rate appear to be indifferent. And when she has once enabled herself to appear so, she will soon become really so. Just let her go to the races and the ball, and your kindness and the girls' society will soon bring her round." All Monday Feemy spent in bed, but Mrs. McKeon and her girls took no notice of it, except carefully tending her, offering to read to her, and bring her what she wanted. They soon, however, found that she preferred being left alone, and they consequently allowed her to think over her own gloomy prospects in solitude and silence. Feemy had, however, declared her intention of going both to the races and to the ball. Ussher had desired her to do so, and she feared to disobey him. Besides, at one of these places he had to give her final instructions as to their departure. She was, therefore, dressed for starting on the Tuesday morning, when the other girls were ready; and though her eyes and nose were somewhat red, and her cheeks somewhat pale, and though she did not now deserve the compliment that Fred Brown had paid her, when he told Ussher that he was going to carry off the prettiest girl in County Leitrim, still she did not look unwell, and Mrs. McKeon kindly comforted herself by the reflection that as she was both able and willing to dress herself for amusement, there could not be much really the matter with her. In the meantime, Thady had been honestly firm to the promise he had made to Father John not to join the Mulreadyites. His sister's absence from Ballycloran at the present time had been a relief to him, and on the morning after his visit to the priest, he had returned to his work, not certainly with much happiness or satisfaction, but still with his mind made up to struggle on in the best way he could, to do nothing which he knew to be wrong, and come what come might, to leave Reynolds and his associates to their own schemes and villainies. He felt determined, if he could not protect himself and his family from his enemies by honest means, to leave it to circumstances to protect him. And though he could not shake off a deep desponding as to the future, still there was a kind of contentment in the feeling that he knew he had to suffer, and that he had made up his mind to do so firmly and bravely. On the Saturday morning, Pat Brady had again come to his master, informing him that all the boys were to be on that evening at the whisky shop, and using all his powers of oratory to induce him to come down. But Thady was firm, and he not only refused to come then, but plainly told Pat that he had entirely altered his mind, and that he did not intend to go down to them at all. He advised Pat also to give them up, hinting that if he did not, they two, namely Pat Brady and Thady Macdermot, would probably soon have to part company. This was a threat, however, for which Pat did not much care, for he knew that there was little more to be made by his old master, and like a wise man, he had already provided himself with a new one, and a more prosperous and wealthy one, than him he was going to leave. Rats always leave a falling house, and Brady was a real rat. Still, however, though he did not expect to get much more from his service with Thady, he was, for his own reasons, anxious that his present master should not be quit of the companions with whom he had been so anxious to join him; and therefore when he found that he could no longer work on his master's mind by the arguments he had hitherto used, he began to threaten him, telling him of the different perils from the law which he would have to encounter by having joined the party, and various dangers to which he would subject himself by deserting it. But in vain. Thady was firm, and when Pat got violent and inclined to be impertinent on the subject, he told him that he would knock him down with the Alpine in his hand if he said another word about it. On Sunday, Thady went to mass, and afterwards took a walk with his friend the priest, who said everything he could to raise his spirits, and to a certain degree he did so. On the next morning, as he was going to his work, a messenger brought a letter from Keegan to his father. This was a legal notice on Flannelly's part, that on some day in November, which was named, he, Flannelly, would require not only the payment of the interest money, which would then be due, but also the principal. And in this notice was set forth the exact sum to be paid for principal, for interest, for costs, and it further stated that if the sum was not paid on or before that day, writs would be issued for his body, that is the body of poor Larry Macdermot, and latitats and sheriff's warrants, and heaven knows what besides, for selling the property at Ballycloran, and that the mortgage would be immediately foreclosed and the property itself disposed of for the final settlement of the debt. This agreeable document was very legibly addressed to Lawrence Macdermot, Esquire, etc., 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 Ballycloran, and its unusual dimensions and appearance made Thady at once feel that it was some infernal missile come still further to harass him, and leave him, if possible, more miserable than it found him. However, such as it was necessary that it should be read. So he took it to his father, and having broken the seal, said, "Here's a letter from Keegan, Larry. Shall I read it to you?" "Damn Keegan," was his father's consolatory reply. "I don't want his letters. I tell you he can't call for his money before November, and this is October yet." "That's thrue," said Thady, when he had spelt through the epistle. "That's thrue, father. But this is to say that he manes to come in earnest when that time comes." "And don't he always come in earnest? Is it in joke he comes, when he axes for £100 every half year? Come in earnest? Why, damn him, he's always in earnest." "But, father, it's not only the £100 now, but the whole debt he demands." And at last Thady succeeded in reading the letter to his father. Larry at first got into a violent passion, swearing fearfully at Keegan, and hinting that he, Larry, knew well enough how to take care of his own body, and that he, Keegan, might get more than he bargained for, if he came to meddle with it. After that he began to whimper piteously and cry, complaining that it was a most grievous thing that his own son should bring such a letter to him. And he ended by accusing Thady of leaguing with the attorney to turn him out of his own house, and even asked him whether, when they had effected their purpose, he and Keegan intended to live at Ballycloran together. All this was not comfortable. Thady, however, quietly folded up the letter, put it in the old bureau, left his father to his pipe and his fireside, and went out again to his occupations. Nothing new occurred at Ballycloran for a few days, and he began to flatter himself that Mrs. Mulready's boys and their threats would annoy him no more, and he was even thinking of sending Pat down to Drumleesh to notice the tenants again to come up with the rents, if it were only to see what steps they would then take. As he was returning home, however, on Friday evening, across the fields a little after dusk, he saw the figure of a man standing in a gap through which he had to pass, and when he came close to him, he perceived it was Joe Reynolds. Thady had been rather surprised that he had not seen Joe before, and had been inclined to think that that worthy gentleman had been intimidated, when he heard of his own defection. But Joe was not a character so easily frightened. The truth was that he had for the last few days left his own cabin at Drumleesh, and had been engaged with others in the mountains which lay between Aughacashel and Ballynamore, in making poteen in large quantities, and drinking no small portion of what they made. The morning after the wedding he had been boasting to his comrades there of the success he had had in bringing over his landlord to their ranks, and he had brought down a large party of them from that quarter, all sworn friends, to be present at his proposed initiation. And great was their wrath and loud were their threatenings when they found that Thady would not come. Joe had, however, been obliged to join them again at their business, and though he had heard the ill success of Brady's second attempt, He had not been able till now to try the effects of his own eloquence. He had now come down for that purpose, and had been for the greater portion of the evening watching Thady, till he could get a good opportunity of talking to him undisturbed. And he was now determined not to leave him, till he had used every means in his power of inducing him to change the resolution to which he had so suddenly come. When Thady came close to him, he respectfully raised his old battered hat, and said, "Long life to ye, Mr. Thady. I hope your honour is finding yourself well this evening." "Quite well, thank you, Joe." And Joe walked on with him a few steps. "Have you the rent ready for me yet?" continued Thady. "Rent is it? Faix then I have not a penny. But it wasn't rent I was wanting to talk to your honour about just now. Not but what the rent'll be coming, and that right soon, Mr. Thady, and plenty too, if you'll only listen to me. Those 'd be glorious times, Joe, when the rent came that way." And Thady walked on faster, for he didn't want to prolong the conversation beyond what he could help. "Stop, Mr. Thady. What are ye in sich a hurry for? I've come a long way to spake to you, and we'll both talk pleasanter if you'd go a little aisier." "Well, Joe, what is it then? I'm in a hurry." "In a hurry, is it? But why were ye in sich a hurry to break the promise you made us all at Mrs. Mehan's Thursday night week past? Mr. Thady, you warn't in a hurry when you said you'd come down and be one of us at a molehill, and swore it too on the blessed cross. You warn't in sich a hurry then, and what hurries you now so fast?" "Now, Reynolds, it's no use your saying more of that. I sent you word by Pat that I wouldn't come, and I won't. So there's the end of it." "But that ain't an end of it. No, nor nigh the end of it, I suppose, Mr. Thady." And he paused, and resuming his respectful tone, said, "And didn't you say you never had deserted us and never would, and that you'd always stick to us that you've known so long? Sure, Mr. Thady, you'll not change your mind now." And Reynolds paused in the little path they were walking in, and Thady was obliged to stand too, for Reynolds had got before him, and he couldn't pass unless he pushed the man aside. "And sure, do you mane to let Keegan off and Ussher, the black ruffians, that way? Do you intend to put up with everything from the likes of them? Come, Mr. Thady, say the word. Only say the word you swore before, and by the holy cross you swore on. Before next week is over, Keegan shall be put where he'll never spake another bad word or do another bad deed." "Come, Reynolds, out of this and let me pass," said Thady, perceiving that he must now absolutely make the man understand that he was not to be talked over. "Out of that and let me pass, and I'll tell you what, I'll not have my neck in danger. And if I hear you threatening murder, I'll have you before the magistrates." And he pushed by the man, who, however, still walked close behind him. "And is that the way with you now? Have me before the magistrates, will you? And where'd you be all the time? Why, there's not one of them that was in it at Mrs. Mehan's that night but could have you before the magistrates, and I'm thinking them folk would make a deal more of you than they would of me. If you talk of magistrates, Mr. Thady, maybe you'll find there's too many of them in the country for yourself." Thady walked on fast, but did not answer him, and Reynolds continued, "Come, Mr. Thady, I don't intend to anger you or affront you, and if I've said anything that way, I axes your pardon, but just answer me. Will you come down there only for once, if it were only because you swore it afore them all on the holy cross?" "No, Joe, I will not. If I took any oath at all, I was drunk. Besides, I said I wouldn't, and I won't. So now good night." "But, Mr. Thady, av you'd only come there to tell the boys so themselves, it would be all right. Sure you're not afeard to trust yourself among them?" Not a foot, Joe. Well then, I tell you, you'll be sorry. Not that I'd say a word again you myself, because though you've ill-trated me now, you were always a kind landlord, and because it's not in your heart to hurt a poor man. But I tell you, and you'll find it comes true enough, there were them there that night at Mrs. Mehan's as will turn again you, unless you do as I'm axing you now. Well, Joe, I can't help it if they do, so good night." They had now come to a lane, and as Thady was going to jump on the bank to get over, Joe put his hand on his coat. "One more word, your honour. Maybe yet you'll change your mind." "Indeed I shall not, then." "Maybe you will, and I'm thinking when you find Keegan too hard on you, it'll come to that. Well, if you do, let me know, and I'll make it all right for you. Just tell Corney Dolan, and he's still at Drumleesh, that you're wanting me, and I won't be far off." Thady did not answer him, but merely saying, "Good night, Joe," jumped into the road, and Joe by some devious path through bogs and bottoms betook himself to Mrs. Mulready's, and drowned the feeling of his ill success in whiskey. Thady went home to his dinner or supper, rather glad that he had had the interview, for the man's manner was not so insolent as he had expected it would be, and he now felt tolerably confident that he should not again be solicited to keep the unfortunate promise which he had made. His father, however, was still muttering over the misfortunes which he was doomed to bear from the hands of his own son. Thady took all the pains he could, and all the patience he could muster, to prove to the old man that he was only desirous to do the best he could for him and Feemy. He had even told him that he had absolutely quarrelled and come to blows with the attorney on the day of his visit, but it was all in vain, and when he got himself to bed he was puzzled to think whether Keegan and Ussher or his father and Feemy caused him most trouble and unhappiness. End of section 24. How Pat Brady and Joe Reynolds were eloquent in vain.
Section 25 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 25. The Races, Part 1. Although we have hitherto only seen Ussher as a guest at Ballycloran, or figuring as a lion at Mary Brady's wedding, he was, nevertheless, in the habit of frequenting much better society, and was not unfrequently a guest at the houses of certain gentlemen in the neighbourhood of Carrick-On-Shannon. For Ussher could assume the manners of a gentleman when he chose, and moreover be a lively and agreeable companion, and this perhaps quite as much as the attribute made him somewhat of a favourite among many of the surrounding gentry. He was, however, more intimate at Brown Hall than at any other house, and he had now been asked over there to spend a few days previous to his final departure from County Leitrim. The establishment at Brown Hall consisted of Jonas Brown the father, an irritable, overbearing magistrate, a greedy landlord, and an unprincipled father, and his two sons, who had both been brought up to consider sport their only business, horses and dogs their only care, grooms and trainers the only persons worthy of attention, and the mysteries of the field and the stable the only pursuits which were fit to be cultivated with industry or learnt with precision. They could read, as was sufficiently testified by their intimate knowledge of the information contained in Nimrod upon Horses and the Veterinary Magazine. And the clerk of the course at the Curragh could prove that they could write, by the many scrawls he had received from them, entering horses, and giving their particulars as to age, colour, breeding, qualifications, etc. But beyond this they had no acquirements. For the elder son, who was only intended to be a landlord and a magistrate, and to spend about 1,000 a year, this did not signify. But for the younger it afforded but a melancholy prospect, had his eyes been open to see it. For the estate, which was all set at a rack rate, was strictly entailed. and as Jonas had always lived beyond his income, there would be little to leave a younger son. When their mother had died, the two young men, together with a sister, had been left to the father's care. She also had learnt to ride, and ride hard, to go to the stable and see that her own horse was made up, and to rate her groom in no gentle terms if things in that department were not as they should be. She also could be eloquent on thrush, sand cracks, and overreaches, could detect a splint or a spavin at a glance, knew all the parts and portions and joints of a horse much more accurately than she did of a sheep, and was a thorough judge of condition. Rumour also not unfrequently hinted, among the tabbies of Carrick-On-Shannon, that Miss Julia could not only ride with her brothers in the morning, but that she was also occasionally not ill inclined to drink with them of an evening. Things were in this state when it occurred to Jonas and his favourite son Fred that it were well for all parties if they could get Miss Julia off from Brown Hall, as there was reason to fear she was coming out a little too fast, and that if they did not get rid of her now, she might in a short time be a card somewhat hard to play. They consequently invited a squireen of 300 or 400 a year to the house, who had rather unequivocally expressed his admiration for Di Vernon, and under the fostering auspices of father and brother, the two soon made up matters together, though the lady was unable to follow her prototype's example by wooing her lover over the pages of Dante. However, though Dante was wanting, opportunity was not, which for one so well inclined as Miss Julia was sufficient. And before the young gentleman had been 3 weeks in the house, Fred was enabled to hint to him one day, as he was pulling off his boots before dinner, that of course he presumed his intentions to his sister were honourable and explicit, now that things had gone so far. Toby Armstrong, for such was the name of Di Vernon's admirer, not relishing pistols and coffee, made no objection to the young lady, but he absolutely refused to take her empty-handed, and in consequence Jonas and Fred had to hand him over their joint bond for £2,000 before he would be induced to make her mistress of Castle Armstrong. There she now reigned supreme, and it is to be hoped, for the sake of the future generation, that she had by this time learnt to transfer her attention from the stable to the nursery. The Browns were at any rate quit of the young lady, and had Brown Hall now wholly to themselves, and this was a satisfaction. Still the 100 a year which they had to pay their dear brother-in-law Toby was a great loss to them, and made it more improbable that when the old man should be gathered to his fathers, George should have anything to subsist on except his brother's affection and bounty. As Fred inherited all of his father's love of money, joined to an irresistible passion for everything that he called pleasure, and as he was already continually quarrelling with his younger brother, who was as continually impertinent to him, George's prospect in life was not particularly bright. As to turning his mind to any useful pursuit, studying for any profession, or endeavouring in any way to earn his own bread honestly, he would have been as angered and felt as insulted by such a proposition as though any one had asked him to turn cobbler and sit cross-legged at the window of one of the little shops at Carrick-On-Shannon. As, however, he at present had food to eat, wine to drink, horses to ride, and usually cash to bet with, he concerned himself but little for the future, and we therefore may be fairly equally apathetic respecting it. It would not, however, be difficult to foretell his fate. Should he not break his neck before his father's death, he will quarrel with and slander his brother. He will ride for those who are young and green enough to trust their horses to him, and pay him for mounting them. He will sponge upon all his acquaintance till he is turned out of their houses. He will be a hanger-on at the Curragh and all race-courses. He will finally become a blackleg and swindler, and will die in the Marshalsea, if he does not, as he most probably will, break his neck by a fall from the saddle. For to the last George will preserve his pluck, the only quality on which he could ever pride himself. On the morning of the races the two brothers and Ussher were sitting over a very late breakfast at Brown Hall. The father had long since been out, careful to see that he got the full 12 hours' work from the unfortunate men whom he had hired at 5d. a day, and who had out of that to feed themselves and families, and pay their rent. We will not talk about clothing them. It would be a mockery to call the rags with which the labouring poor in that part of the country are partially covered, clothes, or to attach value to them, though I suppose they must once have cost something." "Why, what nonsense, Ussher," said Fred, "to be sending that mare of yours down to Munster. She'd never be fast enough for that country. Not the thing at all for Tipperary fences, all gaps and breaks. Besides the expense of sending her, and the chances that she's lamed on the road. You better let me have her. She's only fit for this country. I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you the horse and gig you're to take that girl of yours to Longford in to-morrow for her." "Hush, man, for God's sake! If the servants hear you talking that way, I'm dished. If it once got abroad about my taking her off, I'd have the devil to pay before I got out of the country." "I believe Ussher thinks," said George, "no one ran away with a girl before himself. Why, if you were going to seize a dozen stills, you couldn't make more row about it." "I shouldn't make any about that, for it would come natural to me, and I'd a deal sooner be doing that than what I have to do to-morrow night. I'm damned, but I'd sooner take a score of frieze coats, with only 5 or 6 of my own men to back me, than drive 20 miles in a gig with a squalling girl." "If you're sick of the job, I'll take her off your hands," said the good-natured Fred. "Thank ye, no. As I've got so far with it, I believe I'll go on now." "Well, if you won't take a kind offer about the girl, will you take the one I made about the mare? To tell the truth, I'd sooner have the mare than the girl myself." "Thank ye, no. I believe I'll keep both." "I'll tell you what I'll do," said Fred, getting anxious in his hankering after the mare. "I'll throw the harness into the bargain, spick and span new from Hamilton's. I paid £8.10 for it not a month since. All the new fashion, brass fittings and brass haines. You could have the crests taken out and new ones put in for a few shillings. Only send me down the old ones." "What would I do with a gig and a horse? Besides, the gig's shook, the shafts are all loose, and the boxes are battered. And the horse was saying his prayers lately by the look of his knees." "Never down in his life, by God," said George, willing to help his brother in a matter of horse flesh. "It's only a knock he got when I was trying to put him over the little wall beyond the lawn there. But I couldn't make the brute jump, though he's the sweetest horse in harness I ever sat behind." Ussher was not to be done, and Fred consoled himself by assuring him that he'd be sorry for it, when he found the mare was not the least use in life down in Munster, and that no one would give him a £20 note for her. A drag now came round to the door. George was making his toilet before the fire, having eaten about half an ounce of dry toast after his morning exercise under the 3 great coats. He was adjusting his boots and breeches, and George was not a little proud of his appearance in his riding costume. The jacket and cap were carried loose, and after many exclamations from Fred that they would be late, and that as he had backed Conqueror, it was a shame for his brother to give the stewards the chance of starting the horses without him, which were answered by rejoinders from George that they wouldn't dare to do so, showing that he didn't care how much all the rest might be inconvenienced by his delay, so long as he didn't suffer himself, the 3 got into the conveyance at the door, about an hour after the time at which the horses were advertised to start punctually, and Fred drove them to the course, which was not above a mile distant. I cannot say that the ground displayed much that was elegant in the way of equipages, or anything very refined in the countenances belonging to the racecourse. The weighing stand consisted of the scales in which potatoes and oats were usually weighed in the market-place in Carrick, and were borrowed from the municipality for the occasion. The judge's chair was formed of a somewhat more than ordinary high stool, with a kind of handle sticking up at one corner, by holding on to which he was barely able to keep his place, so constantly were the mob pressing round him. There was a stand, from which a tolerable view of the race could be obtained, admission 1 shilling, but few ascended it, and long before the start the price had fallen to 6d. There were 2 or 3 carriages, one containing Councillor Webb's family. He himself was one of the stewards, and consequently appeared on horseback in a red coat. Another belonged to Sir Michael Gibson, who owned the greater part of the town, and who, drawing about 6,000 a year from this county and the next, had given £10 to be run for by farmers' horses, contriving thereby to show them that he thought they ought to indulge in expensive amusements, and to stimulate them to idleness and gambling. As, however, the land in the country was chiefly let in patches under 20 acres each, and to men who were unable to feed the sorry beast necessary to keep them in tillage, Sir Michael's generosity had not the effect which it might be presumed to cause, and his £10 was annually won by some large tenant who might call himself a farmer, but who would make a desperate noise if another man presumed to call him anything but a gentleman. Of cars there were plenty, crowded with pretty faces, all evidently intending to be pleased. Not invariably, however, for there was Mrs. Keegan in one of those altogether abominable affairs called inside cars. Not because you had any of the comforts of an inside place in case of rain, for they had no covering, but because the inmates, sitting on each side, have full power to kick each other's shins, and no liberty to stretch their legs. There she sat alone, as sour as at the moment when she had first seen her Hyacinth as he was deposited by the hotel waiter on the mat inside her hall door. She looked little as if she was there for amusement, and in truth she was not. After a time Hyacinth had come to himself, and by dint of continual scolding, much soda-water, and various libations, he had enabled himself to make a very sickly appearance on horseback. But the wife of his bosom was determined that he should not escape from thence to another ordinary, or even to any hospitable table where he might get drunk for nothing, and consequently she was there to watch him. There was but one other there that did not seem bent on enjoyment, and this was poor Feemy. There she was, sitting on the same side of the car with Lyddy McKeon, and the good-natured mother had taken care that this should be the side facing the horses. But Feemy took no interest in them. She had given over crying and sobbing, but she was silent and apparently sullen, and would much have preferred her own little room at Ballycloran. There were to be 3 races. Had there been a prospect of 30, and among them a trial of speed between all the favourites of the Derby, there could not have been a greater crowd, or more anxiety. Every ragged, barefooted boy there knew the names of each horse, and to whom he belonged, and believed in the invincibility of some favourite beast, probably from attachment to its owner, and were as anxious as if the animals were their own. Among this set, McKeon or little Larry Kelly were booked to win. They were kind, friendly masters, and these judges thought that kind men ought to have winning horses. "Sure thin," said one half-naked urchin, stuck up in a small tree, growing just out of one of the banks over which the horses were to pass. "Sure thin, playfuls and intelligent swate based entirely. I'll go bail there's nothin'll come nigh her this day." "That Tony may win the day, then," said another. "It's he is the fine sportsman." "Bedad, you're both out," said a third, squatting as close on the bank as the men would let him. "It's Mr. Larry'll win. God bless him. And no one but him, and he the weight all wid him, and why not? There's none of 'em in the counthry so good as the Kellys. Hurroo for the Kellys, them's the boys." "They do say," said the second speaker, who was only halfway up the tree, "that Conqueror'll win. By Jasus, avy do. Won't young Brown be going it?" "Is it Conqueror?" said the higher and more sanguine votary of McKeon. "Is it the Brown Hall horse? He can't win, I tell you. I saw him as Paddy Kane was leading him down, and he didn't look like winning. He hasn't got it in him. That he may fall at the first lep and never stir again. Tony'll win, boys. Hurroo for Tony McKeon." The weighing was now accomplished, and jockeys mounted. Major McDonnell had to look after this part of the business, of which he knew as much as he did of Arabic. However, he was shoved about unmercifully for half an hour, had his toes awfully trodden on, for he was told he should dismount to see the weighing, narrowly escaped a half-hundredweight, which was dropped within 3 inches of his foot, and did, I dare say, as much good as stewards usually do on such occasions. Councillor Webb was to start them, and, though a councillor, he was an old hand at the work. He always started the horses at the Carrick races, and usually one of his own among the lot. The councillor, by the by, was a great favourite with all parties, and what was more, he was a good man and a gentleman. Major Longsword from Boyle was the third steward, and he, like his military colleague, was rather out of his element. He was desired to keep the populace back and preserve the course, but it seemed to Major Longsword that the populace didn't care a button for him in his red coat, and though he valiantly attempted to ride in among men, women, and children, he couldn't move them. They merely pushed the horse back with their hands, and the brute, frightened by their numbers, wouldn't go on. They screamed, "Arrah, sir! Go asay! Sure you're on my foot! Musha thin, can't you be quiet with the big horse? Fax, I'm murdered with you, sir! Is you going to ride over us? Sure, your honour, won't you go over there? Look how the boys is pressing in there!" The Major soon saw he could do no good, so he rode out of the crowd, mentally determining that the jockeys might, if they could, clear the course for themselves. And now they were off, at least 7 of them, for when the important morning came, the captain had in vain used every exertion to get a rider for Kicky-Wicky. His ambition had at first soared so high that he had determined to let no one but a gentleman jockey mount her. But gradually his hopes declined, and at the ordinary he was making fruitless inquiries respecting some proper person. But in vain, and now he had been from 12 to 1 searching for any groom in possession of the necessary toggery. He would have let the veriest tailor in Carrick get on his mare if he had merely been legitimately dressed. Really his exertions and his misery were distressing, for at last he was obliged to send her back to Boyle, after having paid the stakes and the stable charges for her, and console himself by telling his friends that the gentleman from Galway who was to ride for him had deceived him, and that he could not possibly have put anyone he did not know upon Kicky-Wicky. End of section 25. The Races, Part 1. Section 26 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 26. The Races, Part 2. But the 7 are off. There they go, gently cantering, looking so pretty and so clean, the riders so steady, the horses so eager. How different they will look when 3 or 4, or more probably only 2, are returning to the post. The horses jaded, the men heated, with whip speedily raised and sharply falling, spurs bloody, and jackets soiled, by perhaps more than one violent fall, and yet in 10 minutes this will be their appearance. There they go. Hurrah, they're off. Faix, there's Playful at her tricks already. By dad, she'll be over the ropes. Steady, Bob, steady, or she'll back on you. Give it to her, Gainer, my boy, give it to her, never spare her. Laws, did you see that? Well, if he gets her over the course, he'll ride the very divil. Well done, Bob, now you've got her. Hurroo, Tony, my boy, you're all right now. And the mare, after a dozen other preliminary plunges, joined the other horses. Faix, they're all over that. Did you see that big brown horse? He's Thunderer. He's a good horse entirely. Did you see the lep he took at the wall? And now they had come to a big drain, all the horses being well together as far as this, excepting Cramaboo, who, having been forced through a breach made by some other of the horses in the first wall, had balked at a bank which came next, and never went any further. Some one told poor Stark on the course that the horse didn't run to-day nearly so well as his owner did last night, and it was true enough. There goes Conqueror, he's over. Faith, then, George is leading, Brown Hall against the field. Never mind, said some knowing fellow, he's a deal too fond of leading, he's a deal oftener seen leading than winning. There's little Larry, my, how sweet the mare went over the water. There's Brickbat in it. No, he's out. He's an awkward beast. That's Thunderer. Holy Virgin, what a leap! He goes at everything as if there were 20 foot to cross, and a 6-foot wall in the middle. There's Playful at it again. He'll never get around. Bad cess to you, you vixen. What made me bet on you? There she's over. No, she's not. There's Diana. Did you see Pat walk her through? Faith, she'd crawl up a steeple and down the other side. There's Playful over. No, she's not. Right in the middle, by heavens. And Bob under her. Come away. My God, he'll be drowned. Gracious glory, did you see that? He's up again. Damn it, but he dived under her. Well, I never saw the like of that. She's out. Oh, look, look! Bob's in the seat. You'll win your money now. Well, Bob Gainer, after that you'll never live till you're drowned. Come away to the double ditch. That's where they'll show what they're made of. The mare'll be cooled now, and she'll run as easy as a coach horse. And the two rode away to the big fence mentioned, which consisted of a broad, flat-topped bank between 2 wide, dry ditches, while the horses went the round of the course over 4 or 5 intermediate banks. Here they come. There's Blake leading. What a stride that horse has! But you'll see he'll die away now. Larry's second. No, George is second, but Larry's well up. Faith, and he's been down too, he and the mare. There's Playful, how she pulls. Where's Brickbat? Now then. And the Galway horse came at the big fence, Blake pulling him off a little as he came to it, then stuck his spurs into his horse's flank, gave a lift at his head, and threw his left hand to the tree of the saddle. The horse gave a terrific leap on the bank, paused for a moment, and clearing the second ditch, came down safe on his legs with a shock that seemed to shake the field. "Hurroo! Well done! Beat that, George. Now for Brown Hall. No, by Jasus, little Larry's next. Now, Larry, the Virgin send you safe over." The mare with the light weight on her back made nothing of what seemed in the horse so tremendous a jump, and without losing her running, skimmed on to the bank and off it, and collared the horse before he had regained his stride. "Good luck to you, Masther Larry. It's you that can ride. Hurroo for the Kellys! Oh, by holy, they're both dead." This last exclamation referred to Conqueror, who had come up to the fence much heated, but at a great pace. George, never attempting to pull him off, or give him a moment of breath, using his whip, and riding forward over his horse's neck, hurried him on. The gallant brute leapt with all his force, but not being able to master the height, breasted it violently, sending his rider a dozen feet into the next field, and falling himself into the ditch, his head onto the field, with a broken heart, and dead. George, however, was soon on his feet, for his head was hard, and he was used to tumbling. Before he was on his legs, however, up came Playful, awfully rushing, her neck out, her nose forward, her nostrils open, her eye eager, covered with foam, but showing no sign of fatigue, nor any further inclination to balk. Gaynor was sitting her beautifully, not attempting to hold her, for he knew that if he stopped her, whipcord wouldn't make her run again, but with a firm, steady pull on her mouth, his hands low and both on the reins, and his legs well tucked in. There she came, on at the leap without easing her pace for a moment, and going over the carcass of the dying animal, cleared it all, bank and ditches at one leap, 32 feet at one stride. There are marks to this day, for Tony McKeon in his pride measured the ground and put in stakes to point out the spot where his mare showed herself so worthy of all his trouble. Brick Bat had quarrelled with some of his namesakes at a wall, and was nowhere. Diana still persevered and got well over the big fence, but her chance was out, unless some unaccountable accident happened to the 3 other horses that were still running. On they went. There were only 3 more fences, 2 small banks, and a 5-foot wall. Thunderer and Miss Fidget neck and neck took the 2 banks, the big horse making awfully high leaps at them. Playful nearing them at every stride, galloping over the banks as though they were but a part of the level field. Now for the wall. Now, Nicholas Blake, now. Show them how little they think of a 5-foot wall in Galway. Faith, though, Larry's first. Bravo, Roscommon! He's over, and a couple bricks only falling show how lightly Miss Fidget touched it with her hind feet. Not so Thunderer. Again the horse made an awful leap, but the pace had been too much for him. He struck the wall violently with his knees, and bursting through, gave Blake a fall over his shoulders. Galway, however, was soon in his saddle again, but not before Bob was over, and had long passed him. And now there was a beautiful race in between the 2 mares, and oh, how charmingly both were ridden. But though Miss Fidget was so favoured in weight, and had begun with the lead, her elder rival collared her, and beat her at the post by a head. And why shouldn't she win, as Tony said in triumph to his friends, for hadn't she the drop in her? Wasn't she by Coriander, out of Pink by Highflyer? Of course she'd win. Hadn't he known it all the time? "That's all very well," said Larry, as he stood with his saddle in his hand, waiting till Bob got out of the scales. "It was only her damned long nose and neck that won after all, for I'll swear my head was past the post before Bob's." "Well then, Larry, we'll make a case for the stewards, whether it's your head or the horse's the judge should go by." "There's 2 of 'em," whispered Gaynor. "Wouldn't know if you were to ask 'em." Thunderer came in third, and a couple minutes afterwards Diana. And Pat Connor, when he was laughed at as to his place, truly boasted that at any rate he was the only one that had been able to ride round the course without a fall. The chief and most exciting race of the day being over, the more aristocratic of the multitude seemed with one accord to turn their attention to luncheon. The ladies began to unpack the treasures with which the wells of their cars had been loaded: cold hams, shoulder of mutton, pigeon pies, bottles of sherry, and dozens of porter soon made their appearance, and pretty girls, putting corkscrews and carving knives into the hands of their admirers, bid them work for their food before they ate. Woe betide the young man who had no female friends on the course, no one to relieve the pangs of his hunger, or to alleviate that intolerable delay which always seems necessary between races. Then were made engagements for the ball, quadrilles and waltzes were given in exchange for sandwiches and ale, lieutenants were to be had for sherry, A glass of champagne would secure a captain. Great was the crowd round Mrs. McKeon's car, and plentiful the partners who solicited the honour of dancing with Liddy, Louis, and Feemy. McKeon was there in all his glory, shaking hands with every one, praising his mare with his mouth full of ham, and uttering vehement eulogiums on Gaynor between the different tumblers of porter, which in his joy he seemed to swallow unconsciously. Then Bob came up himself, glowing with triumph, for he knew that he had acquitted himself more than ordinarily well. He had changed all his clothes, for he had been completely drenched by his fall in the brook, and now, having nearly altogether fasted for the last 48 hours, was not at all disinclined to assist at Mrs. McKeon's banquet. He shook hands with her, and all the 3 girls round, and with Tony, although he had already done that 3 times before, and he began a full history of the race, which we needn't repeat. I knew Brickbat was as fat as a bullock. He couldn't keep the pace up, but I'll tell you what, Tony, if any horse there could beat Playful, it was Conqueror. But George can't wait. I won £15 from him. He's made a bad thing of it, lost his horse and all. Did you see the horse, Bob, when you came to the big ditch? By my honour, then, I didn't see anything from the time I got out of the brook. I'd enough to do to sit where I was and keep the mare's head straight. When she made the great leap, I hardly felt her feet come to the ground, she came down so lightly. While he was speaking, Ussher came up to the car and began congratulating them. He had now openly stated that he was to leave the country altogether, and that he had been ordered to Cashel. Mrs. McKeon was therefore no longer at a loss to account for Feemy's melancholy, and whilst she felt a cordial dislike to the man who she thought had so basely deceived Feemy and was now going to desert her, she was heartily glad for her sake he was going, and reflected that as he was to be off to-morrow, it was useless for her now to begin to be uncivil to him. "I'm glad to congratulate you, Mr. McKeon. I'm glad you won, as my friend Brown didn't. A bad thing losing his horse, isn't it?" "Thank ye, Captain, and I'm to congratulate you too. I hear you're promoted, and going away from us. Very glad for one, sorry for t'other. Take a bit of cold pie. Damn it, I forgot, the pie's all gone. But there's cold mutton, and plenty of sherry. Liddy, give Captain Ussher a glass of sherry." And Ussher went round to the side of the car where Feemy was sitting, and shook hands with her and the other girls. It was the first time through the whole long morning he had come near her. Indeed, it was the first time he had seen her since his short visit at Mrs. McKeon's, and very cruel poor Feemy had thought such conduct. Yet now, when he merely came to speak a few words, it was a relief to her, and she took it actually for a kindness. She felt herself so fallen in the world, so utterly degraded, she was so sure that soon every one else would shun her, that she shuddered at the idea of his ill-treating or deserting her. He soon left her, having got an opportunity of desiring her in a whisper to dance the first quadrille with him, as he didn't think he should remain late at the ball. As for Ussher himself, he would now have been glad if he had been able to have got rid of Feemy altogether. As I said before, when he started for Ballycloran on the day that he heard he had to remove his quarters, he had by no means made up his mind as to what he would do. It was not at that time at all his purpose to induce Feemy to leave her home, or go with him in the scandalous manner he had at last proposed. It was the warmth of her own affection, and the vanity which this had inspired, or rather strengthened, in his breast, that had at the moment induced him to do so, and now he could not avoid it. He had told his sporting friends of his intention, and even if he could have brought himself to endure their ridicule by leaving her behind him, he had gone so far that he could not well break off with Feemy herself. He was considerably bothered, however, by his position. He felt that she would be a dreadful chain round his neck at the place he was going to, and he began already to dislike her. Poor Feemy! She had already lost that for which she had agreed to sacrifice her pride, her family, her happiness, and herself. Ussher now returned to his 2 friends, whose tempers were by no means improved by the calamity which had occurred. Fred declared it was all George's fault, that he had ridden his horse too fast or too slow, that he had been too forward or not forward enough. His temper was by far too much soured by the loss of his own bets to allow him to console his brother for the more serious injury he had suffered. At length, however, the 3 got into the drag, and returned to Brown Hall. After dinner, each endeavoured to solace himself by no stinted application to the bottle. George declared that as he had been able to drink nothing for the last 3 days, he'd make up for it now, and that he wouldn't allow himself to be disturbed to dress for the best ball that could be given in Ireland. Fred, however, was not so insatiable, and at about 11 he and Ussher dressed and again drove into Carrick. The ball at Carrick passed off as such balls always do. There was but little brilliancy, but a great deal of good humour. The dresses were not the most costly, nor possibly the most fashionable, but the faces were as pretty, and the figures as good, as any that could be adorned for Almack's by a Parisian head-dresser or milliner. The band was neither numerous nor artistic, but it played in good time and never got tired. The tallow candles, fixed in sconces round the walls of the room in which a short time since we saw some of our friends celebrating the orgies of Bacchus, gave quite sufficient light for the votaries of the nimble-footed muse to see their partners, mind their steps, and not come in too rude collision with one another. Quadrilles succeeded waltzes, and waltzes quadrilles, with most unceasing energy, and no one dreamt of giving way to fatigue, or supposed that it was at all desirable to sit down for a single dance. From 10 to 2 they kept it up without 5 minutes' pause, and then went joyfully to supper, not to drink half a glass of wine and eat a mouthful of jelly or blanc manger, standing, but to sit down with well-prepared appetite to hot joints, ham and chicken, veal pies, potatoes, and bottled porter. And then the songs that were sung! It would have done your heart good to hear young Fitzpatrick sing "The Widow Machree," and then all the punch that was mixed, and the eloquence that was used, not in vain, to induce the fairer portion of the company to taste it. This state of things was not, however, allowed to remain long. It was not at all the thing that men, at any rate unmarried men, should waste their time in drinking when they had come there to dance, and after the ladies had left them about 10 minutes, messages came hot and thick from the ballroom, desiring their immediate presence. Nor were they so bold as to neglect these summonses, excepting some few inveterate sinners, who, having whiskey and hot water in their possession, looked forward to a game at loo, neglected the commands which were brought to them. Soon again the fiddles sounded, and quick feet flew round the floor with more rapidity than before. The tedium of the quadrille was found to be too slow, and from 3 to 6 a succession of waltzes, reels, and country dances kept the room in one whirl of confusion, and at last sent the performers home, not from a feeling of satiety at the amusement, but because, from very weariness, they were no longer able to use their feet. Feemy early in the evening had danced with Ussher, and received his final instructions respecting their departure on the morrow. He was to leave Brown Hall early for Mohill, and Fred's gig and horse were to be sent over to him there. He was to send his heavy luggage on by the car, and leaving Mohill about 7, when it would be dusk, drive by the avenue at Ballycloran and pick Feemy up as he passed, and they would then reach Longford in time for the mail coach during the night. Ussher calculated that Feemy would not be missed till he had had 2 hours' start, and then it would be impossible to catch him before he reached Dublin. "But, Myles," said Feemy, "how am I to get home? You know I am at Mrs. McKeon's now." "Why, how helpless you are," replied he. "Can't you easily make some excuse to get home? Say you are ill and sick, and want to be at home. Or if it must come to that, say you will go home. Who's to stop you?" "But I wouldn't like to quarrel with them, Myles, just now too, when they've been so kind to me." "Well, dearest, you needn't quarrel with them. Say you're ill, and wish to be at home, but don't make difficulties, love. Don't look so unhappy. You'll be as happy as the day is long, once we're away. That is, if you still love me, Feemy. I hope, after all I'm doing for you, you'll not be sullen and cold to me because you're leaving such a hole as Ballycloran. If you don't love me, Feemy, say so, and you may stay where you are." "Oh, Myles, how can you say such words now? You know I love you, how much I love you, else I wouldn't be leaving my home for you in this way. And though Ballycloran is—" Here the poor girl could say no more, for she was using all her energies to prevent herself from sobbing in the ballroom. "Good God! You're not going to cry here? Come out of the room, Feemy," and he led her into the passage where, under the pretence of looking at the moon, they could turn their faces to the window. "What are you crying for now?" "Don't you know I love you? Why else would I be going with you?" "Well, don't cry then, but mind, I shan't see you again before the time, for I'm going out of this at once now. I shall be at the avenue at 8:15. Don't keep me waiting. If you are there first, as you will be, walk a few steps along the Mohill road so as to meet me. No one will know you, if you should meet any one, for it will be nearly, if not quite dark. The moon won't rise till past 10. Do you understand, Feemy?" "Oh yes, I understand." "Well, good night then, my own love, for I must be off." "But, Myles, I want to say one thing." "Hurry then, dear, what is it?" "What'll I do about my things?" "What things?" Well, Myles, I must bring some things with me, clothes, you know, and things of that sort." This puzzled Ussher rather. He had considered that he should have enough trouble with Feemy herself. He had quite forgotten the concomitant evils of the bandboxes, bundles, and draperies, which it would be necessary for Feemy to take with her. "Ah, you can get clothes in Dublin. You can't want to take much with you. You can bring a bundle in your hand just that distance, can't you, Feemy?" Feemy could not think that a week since he would not have asked her to carry all her travelling wardrobe in a bundle in her hand. However, she only said, "Why, not well, Myles. I shall have so many things to think of, but I shan't have much, and if you'll let me, I'll send Biddy to meet you with what I must take. She'll meet you on the road, and put it into the gig." "Good heavens, what do you mean? Would you tell the girl what you're going to do? Why, she'll tell your father and Thady, and raise the whole country on me." "No, she wouldn't, Myles. She wouldn't tell anybody a word when I told her not. You don't know those sort of people. She'd not say a word, so if you'll let me, I'll send her on to meet you with my things." With a good deal of reluctance, Ussher agreed to this, and then, again enjoining Feemy not to keep him and the gig waiting in the road, he took his leave, and departed, with his friend Fred, for Brown Hall, first of all taking Feemy into the refreshment room, and making her drink a glass of sherry. This did her much good, and when she got back into the ball room she was able to dance with tolerable spirit; and Mrs. McKeon, who had been watching her, and had seen her dance with Ussher, was glad to think that her protégée had made up her mind to part with her lover in good spirits; and before the evening was over, she assured Louis, with great glee, that in spite of all that had been said, she foresaw that as soon as that horrid man had been gone 3 or 4 days, Feemy would be as well and as cheerful as ever. Feemy was, nevertheless, very glad when she was told to get her cloak on, and found herself on the car going to Drumsna. She then told her friend that she wanted to be home with her father on the morrow, that she had promised to be home the day after the ball. She even pretended that she had received a message that evening from her father, begging her to return. Mrs. McKeon did not think much about it, supposing that Feemy's presence might be necessary for household purposes at Ballycloran, and she readily promised her the loan of the car, at 4 in the afternoon, on condition that she would return to Drumsna in at least a day or 2. This Feemy promised, rejoicing that her expected difficulties as to getting to Ballycloran were so easily overcome; and going to bed, she slept more soundly than she had yet done since she had given her fatal consent to Ussher's proposal. End of section 26. The Races, Part 2.
Section 27 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 27. How Captain Ussher Succeeded. Chapter 20. How Captain Ussher Succeeded. Late the next morning, Feemy and the other girls got up. They had slept together to make room in the house for the victorious Bob, but as Father John had prophesied, they were all too tired to be much inconvenienced by this. Immediately after breakfast, the car came round, and Feemy, afraid to wish her friends good-bye too affectionately, lest suspicion should be raised, and promising to come back again in a day or 2, returned to Ballycloran. Thady was out when she got there, but he was expected in to dinner. Her father was glad to see her, and began assuring her that he would do all in his power to protect her from the evil machinations of her brother, and then again took his grog and pipe. She went into the kitchen, and summoning Biddy, desired her to follow her up to her bedroom. When there, she carefully closed the door, and sitting down on the bed, looked her in her attendant's face, and said, "Biddy, if I told you a secret, you'd never betray me, would you?" "Is it I, Miss Feemy, that's known you so long? In course I wouldn't." And the girl pricked up her ears, and looked all anxiety. "What is it, miss? Sure you know if you've told me to hold my tongue, never a word I'd spake to any mortal about anything." "I know you wouldn't, Biddy, that's why I'm going to tell you, but you mustn't whisper it to Katty, for I think she'd be telling Thady." "Never fear, miss, sorrow a word I'll whisper it to any one at all." "Well, Biddy, did you hear Captain Ussher's going away from this entirely?" "What, away from Ballycloran?" "No, but from Mohill, and from County Leitrim altogether. He's going a long way off to a place called Aughacashel." "And what for is he going there, and you living here, Miss Feemy?" "That's the secret, Biddy. I'm going with him." "My! and is you married in secret, miss?" said the girl, coming near to her mistress and opening her eyes wide as she could. Feemy blushed up to the roots of her hair and said, "No, we're not married yet. We're to be married in Dublin. We couldn't be married here, you know, because Captain Ussher is a Protestant." "Holy Mary, miss, you're not going to lave the old religion? You're not going to turn Protestant, is you?" "No, Biddy, why should I turn Protestant? But you see there's reasons why we couldn't get married here. We're to be married in Dublin to morrow." "To morrow!" ejaculated Biddy. "What is you going to night?" "This very evening. And now I want you to help me. And when we're settled, Biddy, if you like to lave this old place, I mane you to come and live with us." "To be sure, miss, and wouldn't I go the world round with you? And why not? For it's you always was the kind mistress to me. But what'll I be doing to help you?" And then Feemy explained to her plans, and began to pack up the few treasures she could take with her, in a box small enough for Biddy to carry, and the two kneeled down together to the work. Feemy's tears dropped quickly on the little things she was packing, and the poor girl soon followed the example her mistress gave her. Oh, Tron, Miss Feemy, alan, what we'll do without you!" And she came round and began kissing her mistress's dress, and hands and face. "What shall we do without you at all, then? What will the old man be doing, when you're not to the fore to mix his punch?" "Don't talk that way," said Feemy. "Sure won't I be coming back to see him when I'm married?" "In course you will. It'll be great, miss, when he and Mr. Thady finds you're gone. What'll I say at all, when I come back from seeing you off, and they finds that you are gone? But you mustn't stay to see me off at all. When you've put the box in the gig, you must go on to Mrs. Mahane, and when you come back, you can say you'd been down to look for something that was left the day of Mary's wedding. But mind, Biddy, don't say a word about it at Miss Mahan's, and above all, don't mention it to Katty." "Not a word, miss, niver fear. But what'll I be doing when you're gone? But I suppose it's all for the best. May sorrow seize him then av he don't make you the good husband." It was then settled that Feemy's bonnet and shawl were to be brought down into the sitting room opposite the dining room, that dinner was to be put off as late as possible, that when Larry and Thady were at their punch, Feemy was to escape unobserved. Biddy was enjoined, when she slipped out with the box, to leave the front door ajar, so that the mistress could follow her without making any noise. The girl was also to carry down her mistress's cloak, so that she might the easier run down the avenue. When these things were all settled, Biddy returned to her kitchen, big with the secret, but she was too prudent to say or hint anything which could create a suspicion in her colleague's breast. Thady came in about the usual dinner hour, and Feemy spoke good humouredly to her brother, more so than she had done since the day he had desired her not to walk with Captain Ussher. Thady himself was less gloomy than usual, for he had been rejoiced by hearing that the revenue officer was immediately going to leave the country. He had only been told it that morning at Mohill as a secret, and he therefore presumed that Feemy did not know it. He thought that he would not distress her by telling her of it now, that he had better leave her find it out herself when he was gone, but the reflection of the misery it would occasion her when she did know it gave rise to a feeling of pity for her in his heart, which made him more inclined to be gentle and tender to her than he had felt for a long time. After sitting over the fire with their father for some time, Thady said, "Well, Feemy, these are fashionable hours you've brought with you from Drumsna. Does Mrs. McKeon always dine as late as this? Why, it's 6:30. "The stupid girl forgot the potatoes, Thady. You could have them now, but you know you wouldn't eat them as hard as stones. I'll go and hurry her." "'Deed and I'm starving," said the father. "Why can't we have dinner then, Feemy dear? Why won't they bring dinner in?" And Feemy went out, not to hurry them, but to cause grounds for fresh delay. At last, a little after 7, she allowed dinner to go in, and following it herself, she sat down and made as good a meal as she could, and endeavoured to answer Thady's questions about the races and the ball with some appearance of having taken interest, at any rate, in the latter. If she did not altogether succeed, the attempt was not so futile as to betray her, and the dinner passed over, and the hot water came in without anything arising especially to excite her alarm. At last she heard the front door open, and she listened with apprehension to every creak the rusty hinges made, as Biddy vainly endeavoured to close it without a noise. But the sounds which in her fear seemed so loud and remarkable to her, attracted no notice from her father or brother. Then she mixed their punch. Had Thady been looking at her, He might have seen a tear drop into the tumbler as she handed it to him, but his eyes were on the fireplace, and she slipped out of the room without her tell-tale face having been observed. It was now, as she calculated, about the time that she should start, and with trembling hands she tied on her bonnet. Having thrown her shawl over her shivering shoulders, she opened her book upon the table with a handkerchief upon it, placed her chair by the fire, and leaving the candle alight, slowly crept through the hall door, down the front steps, and into the avenue leading to the road. She shuddered when she found herself alone in the cold dark air, but soon plucking up her courage, she ran down as quickly as she could to the spot where the old gate always stood open, and leaning against the post, listened intently for the sound of the gig wheels. She stood there listening for 3 or 4 minutes, which seemed to her to be an hour, and then, getting cold, she thought she'd walk on to meet Ussher as he had directed her, but before she had gone a dozen yards the darkness frightened her, and she returned. As soon as she had again reached the gateway, she heard a man's footstep on the road a little above, and still more frightened at this, she ran back the avenue towards the house till the footsteps had passed the gate. She did not, however, dare again to stand in sight of the road, though it was so dark that no one passing could have seen her if she were a few yards up the avenue. So she sat down on the stump of a tree that had been lately felled, and determined to wait till she heard the sound of the gig. There she remained for what seemed to her a cruelly long time. She became so cold that she could hardly feel the ground beneath her feet, and her teeth shook in her head as she sat there alone in the cold night air of an October night, with no warmer wrapping than a slight shawl thrown over her shoulders. There she sat, listening for every sound, longing to catch the rattle of the wheels that were to carry her away, fancying every moment that she heard footsteps approaching, and dreading lest the awful creak of the house door open should reach her ears. She could not conceive why Ussher did not come. She had absolutely been there half an hour, and she thought it must be past 10. She had long been crying, and was now really suffering with bodily pain from cold and fright. And then the whole of Ussher's conduct to her since the horrid morning passed through her mind. She saw things now in their true light, which had never struck her so before. What would she not have given to have been safe again at Mrs. McKeon's, to have been in her own room, of which she could still see the light through the window, in fact to be anywhere but where she was. She did not dare, however, to return to the house, or even again walk down the road. Poor unhappy Feemy! She already felt the wretched fruits of her obstinacy and her pride. At last she absolutely heard the front door pushed open, and could plainly see a man's figure standing on the threshold. It must be Thady. They had discovered her departure, and he was already coming to drag her back. She heard his feet descending the hall steps, but they were as slow and as deliberate as usual, and she could perceive that, instead of coming down the avenue, he turned towards the stables. This was a slight relief to her. It was evident she was not yet missed, but she was dreadfully cold, and what was she to do if Thady heard the noise of the gig and perceived that it had stopped at their gate? Ussher had driven over to Mohill early in the morning, and had gotten everything ready for his departure in the manner he had proposed, but when the time for starting came, he had been detained by business connected with his official duties, and it was 8 o'clock before he was able to bid adieu to the interesting town of Mohill. He had then, at the risk of his own neck, driven off as fast as Fred Brown's broken-kneed horse could take him, and was proceeding at a gallop towards Ballycloran, when he was stopped near Mrs. Mehan's well-known shop by Biddy, who was standing by the roadside opposite. He stopped the horse as quick as he could, and Biddy came running to him with Feemy's bundle. "Is that your honour at last? Glory be to God! But I thought you were never coming. The mistress will be perished with cold." "Never mind. Hurry, give me what you've got." And Biddy handed in the bundle and cloak, and Ussher again drove on. "Musha then, but he's a niggardly baste," soliloquized Biddy, "not to give me the sign of a bit of money after waiting there for him for 2 hours by the roadside, and me with a secret and all that could ruin him if I chose to spake the word, only I wouldn't for Miss Feemy's sake. But maybe it was the hurry and all that made him be forgetting, for he was niver the man for a main action. I wish she may trate her well, that's all, for he's a hard man, and it's bad for her to be leaving the old place without the priest's blessing." Ussher was at the gateway, but when he got there he could not see Feemy. He waited about a minute, and then whistled. A minute more, and he whistled again. What should he do? It would be so foolish now for him to go without her. He knew the horse was steady and would stand, so he got out, and walked up the avenue till he saw the figure of Feemy still sitting on the root of the tree where we left her. There was a light colour in her shawl, and the little white collar round her neck enabled him to see her at some distance, and she saw, or at any rate heard him, but she neither moved to or from him. She had caught some time since the sound of the gig wheels, but just as she did so, she again saw the figure of Thady as he came round from the stables, and he evidently had also heard it, for he stood still on the open space before the house. He was smoking, for she caught the smell of tobacco, and she plainly heard the stones on the pathway rattle as he now and then struck them with the stick in his hand. He didn't move towards her, but there he stood as if determined to ascertain whether the vehicle which he must have heard would pass along the road by the gate. Then the sound ceased. It was when Biddy was putting in the cloak and bundle, and again it continued closer and closer. The road came round the little shrubbery through which the avenue passed. The gig was therefore at one time even nearer to Feemy than it would be when she stopped at the avenue gate, and when it passed this place she fancied she could hear Ussher moving in his seat. She did not dare to stir, however, for there still stood Thady, listening like herself to the sounds within 40 yards of her, and had she risen he must have seen her. And now the gig stopped at the avenue gate. Feemy was all but fainting, what with the cold and her former fear, and the dreadful position in which she found herself. She could not have moved if she had tried. She just preserved her senses sufficiently to torture her, and that was all. Plainly she heard her lover whistle, and plainly Thady heard it too, for he kept his stick completely still and took the pipe from his mouth. Then the second whistle. Then she heard Ussher's foot on the ground, heard him approaching, and saw his figure draw nearer. In vain she endeavoured to make signs to him, in vain she thought she whispered, "Keep back," for when she tried to speak the words would not come. On he came till he was close to her, and in a low voice he said, "Feemy, is that you? Why don't you come? What are you here for?" And he put down his hand to raise her. Feemy tried to rise and whisper something, but she was unable, and when Ussher stooped and absolutely lifted her from her seat, she had really fainted. "Come, Feemy," said he, still unaware of Thady being near. "Come, this is nonsense. Hurry, there's a love. Come, Feemy, stand, can't you?" When Thady first came out of the house, it had merely been for the purpose of going into the stable, as was his practice, to see the 2 farm horses fed. As he returned he caught the sound of Ussher's gig, but it was more for the purpose of smoking his pipe in the open air than from any curiosity that he had lingered out of doors. When, however, the vehicle stopped at Ballycloran gate, and he heard the whistle twice repeated, his interest was excited, and he thought that something was not right. He then heard Ussher's footsteps up the avenue, and he fancied he could hear him speak, but he had no idea who he was, nor had he the slightest suspicion that his sister was so near him. But when Ussher stopped, Thady gently came down the avenue unperceived. He saw him stoop and lift something in his arms, but still, up to this time, he had not recognised the voice. It was Thady's idea that something had been stolen from the yard, which the thief was now removing under cover of the darkness. By degrees, as he got nearer, he perceived it was a woman's form that the man was half dragging, half carrying, and then he heard Ussher's voice say loudly and somewhat angrily, "This is damned nonsense, Feemy. You know you must come now." These were the last words he ever uttered. Thady was soon close to him, and with the heavy stick he always carried in his hand, he struck him violently upon the head. Ussher, when he had heard the footsteps immediately behind him, dropped Feemy, who was still insensible, upon the path, but he could not do so quick enough to prevent the stunning blow which brought him to his knees. His hat partially saved him, and he was on the point of rising, when Thady again struck him with all his power. This time the heavy bludgeon came down on his bare temple, and the young man fell, never to rise again. He neither moved nor groaned. The force of the blow and the great weight of the stick falling on his uncovered head as he was rising had shattered his brains, and he lay as dead as though he had been struck down by a thunderbolt from heaven. Though it was so dark that Thady could not see the blood he had shed, or watch how immovable was the body of the man he had attacked, still he knew that Ussher was no more. He had felt the skull give way beneath the stroke, he had heard the body fall heavily on the earth, and he was sure his enemy was dead. At first he felt completely paralysed and unable to do anything, but he was soon aroused by a long sigh from poor Feemy. The cold had revived her, and she now regained her senses. Thady threw his stick upon the ground, and stooping to lift her up, said, "Oh, Feemy, Feemy, what have you brought upon me?" When she recognised her brother's voice, and found that she was in his arms, she said, "Where am I, Thady? What have you done with him? Where is he?" "Never mind now, he's gone. Come to the house." "Gone! He's not gone. Don't I know he would not go without me?" And then, escaping from her brother's arms, she screamed, "Myles, Myles, what have you done with him? I'll not stir with you till you tell me where he is." And then the poor girl shuddered, and added, "Oh, I'm cold, I'm so miserably cold." "Come to the house with me, Feemy. This is no place for you now." "I'll not go with you, Thady. It's no use, for you shan't make me. Tell me what you've done with him. I'll go nowhere without him." Thady paused a minute, thinking what he'd say, and then replied, "You'll never go with him now, Feemy, for Captain Ussher is dead." Feemy only repeated the last word after her brother, and again fell insensible to the ground. Thady at length succeeded in getting her to the house, and pushing open the front door, which was still unlatched, with his foot, took her into her own room on the left hand side of the passage, and deposited her, still insensible, on the sofa. He then went into the kitchen, and sent Katty to her assistance. Pat Brady was sitting over the kitchen fire, smoking. Though this man was still hanging about the place, and had not come to an actual rupture with his master, still there had been no cordiality or confidence between them since Brady had failed to induce Thady to keep his appointment at the widow Mulready's, and for the last 2 days not even a single word had passed between them. Now, however, there was no one else but Pat about the place, and Thady felt that he must tell someone of the deed that he had done. It would be useless to consult his father. His sister was already insensible. The 2 girls would be worse than useless. Besides, he could not now conceal the deed. He could not leave the body to lie there on the road. "Brady," said he, "come out. I want to speak to you. Is there a lantern in the place at all?" "No, Mr. Thady, there's not," he said without moving. "What is it you want to night?" "Come out and bring a lighted candle, if you can." Brady now saw from his master's pale face and fear-struck expression that something extraordinary had happened, and he followed him with a candle under his hat, but the precaution was useless. The wind blew it out at once. "Pat," said Thady, as soon as the 2 were out before the front door. Pat, and he didn't know how to pronounce the thing he wished to tell. "Good God, Mr. Thady, what's the matter? Has anything happened to the old man?" "What old man?" "Your father." "No, nothing's happened to him. But Captain Ussher is dead." "Gracious glory, no! Why, he was leaving for good, and all this night. And how did he die?" And he whispered in his master's ear, "Did the boys do for him?" "I killed him myself," answered Thady in a whisper. "You killed him, Mr. Thady? Oh, now you're joking." "Stop," said Thady, for they were now near the avenue. "Joking or not, his body is somewhere here, and he had Feemy here, dragging her along the road, and I struck him with my stick across the head, and now they'll say I've murdered him." Brady soon touched the body with his foot, and the 2 raised it together and put it off the path on the grass, and then held counsel together as to what steps had better be taken. Brady, after his first surprise and awe at hearing of Ussher's death was over, spoke of it very unconcernedly, and rather as a good thing done than otherwise. He recommended his master to get out of the way. He advised him at once to go down to Drumsleet and find out Joe Reynolds. He assured Thady that the man would even now be willing to befriend him and get him out of harm's way. He told him that Reynolds and the others had places up in the mountains where he might lie concealed, and where the police would never be able to find him, and that if he could only got out of the way for a time, it might probably not be found murder by the coroner, and that in that case he could return quietly to Ballycloran. Thady listened sadly to Brady's advice, but he did not know what better to propose to himself. He remembered the last words which Reynolds had said to him, and he made up his mind to go down at once to Corney Dolan's, who was a tenant of his own, and from him to find out where Reynolds was. "But Pat," said Thady, when he had made up his mind to the line of conduct he meant to pursue, "what shall we do with the man's body? We can't let it lie here. As I trust in God, I had no thoughts to kill him, and I would not run away and leave the body as though I'd murdered him." "Just lay him among the trees, Mr. Thady, till you're out of the country, and then I'll find it, by accident of course, and get the police to carry it off. Them fellows is paid for such work." "No, Pat, that wouldn't do at all. I won't have them say I hid the body. Every one'll know 'twas I that did it. Mind, I don't ask you to lie about it, and I'll not have it left here as though I'd run away the moment after I'd struck him. We must take him into the house, Brady." "Into the house, yer honour? Not a foot of it. Why, you'd have Miss Feemy in fits, and the old man 'ud be worse still, with all them fellows coming from Carrick and sitting in the body, discoursing whether it would be murder or not." "Well, then we'll take it to Mrs. Mahan's." "Ah, you do, Miss Thady. The country'll have it all in no time. Howsomever, they must take it there if you choose, as it's a public; but you'd better lave it where it is, and let me send it down by and by, just to give you an hour's start or so." This Thady absolutely refused, stating that he would not leave the body till he had seen it deposited in some decent and proper place; and the two men took it up between them and carried it away, meaning to take it to Mrs. Mahan's. But at the avenue gate they found Fred Brown's horse and gig exactly where Ussher had left it, excepting that the horse was leisurely employed in browsing the grass from the ditch side. Brady soon recognised both the horse and gig as belonging to Brown Hall, and he then proposed putting the body of its former occupant in it, and driving it to the station of the police at Carrick-On-Shannon, and restoring at the same time the horse and gig to its proper owner at Brown Hall. To this scheme Thady at last agreed, but he made the man promise him that when he got to the police at Carrick he would tell them that he, Thady, had desired him to do so, and that instead of running away he had not left the body till he had seen it put into the vehicle to be carried into Carrick-On-Shannon. And with these injunctions Brady departed with his charge. End of section 27. How Captain Ussher succeeded. Section 28 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 28. The Coroner's Inquest. Chapter 21. The Coroner's Inquest. During the short time that elapsed between the heavy blow which had occasioned Ussher's death and the departure of Pat Brady with the gig, a great many thoughts had passed through Thady's mind, although he had been in action the whole time. His first idea had certainly been that Ussher was carrying off Feemy against her will. The last words which Ussher had spoken before his death, and which were the only words of his that Thady had heard, "This is damned nonsense, you know you must come now," certainly were calculated to make him think so. But he soon reflected that had this been so, Feemy could not have been sitting alone in the place where Ussher found her. Besides, her own conduct when she came to herself disproved it. Feemy had therefore evidently been a consenting party. Still, however, he thought that he could not but be justified in doing what he had done in his sister's defence, even though his interference was in opposition to her wishes. Then he thought of the man himself, whom he had known so long, seen so frequently, and hated so bitterly. There he was now, dead, a cold corpse, entirely harmless, and unable to injure him or his more. But Thady already felt his enemy's blood heavy on his conscience, and he would have died himself to see him rise on his feet. Thoughts as to his own safety crowded on his mind. He felt that if he intended boldly to justify the deed, he should himself declare what he had done, see that the body was properly taken care of, and give himself up at once to the police. As to the fact of his having killed the man, that he had declared to his sister before he had at all thought what his conduct ought to be, and he had done the same to Brady. It was useless for him therefore to attempt to conceal it, even if he had wished to do so, but he felt afraid to give himself up to the police. He abhorred the idea of what he thought would be the disgrace of being in confinement, and instead of going, as he had at first thought to have done, at once to Father John and telling him all that had happened, he listened to Brady's treacherous advice and determined to take himself at any rate for a time to the fancied security of Joe Reynolds and his haunts. After Brady had departed he stood on the road till he could hear no longer the sound of the retreating wheels, and while standing there determined he would not leave the place, for the last time perhaps, till he had told his father what had happened, and ascertained whether Feemy had recovered. He reflected that it would be a dreadful thing for her to tell her father and the servants, and to be called on to explain why her brother was away. Having made this resolution, he walked again up to the house. He pushed the door open, and at once went to his sister's room. Here she was still lying on the sofa, and Katty was sitting beside her, begging her mistress to tell her what was the matter. But Feemy had not spoken since she had been there. She had recovered her senses, for she held her hands before her eyes, and the tears were falling fast beneath them. But she had not spoken a word to Katty since her brother had placed her on the sofa. When he entered the room, she uncovered her eyes for a moment, but as soon as she saw him, she buried her face in the pillow, and it was plain from her sobbing that she was crying more violently than before. Thady walked up to the sofa, and as he did so, the girl got up. "Go out, Katty," said he. "I want to spake a word to your mistress, but be in the kitchen. I'll call you when I've done." She retreated, not however farther than the door, which she closed, and left the brother and sister together. The last time they had been so in the room, the last time the two had conversed alone together before, was when Thady cautioned his sister against the man he had just now killed. He thought of this, but he was too generous to let the reflection dwell on his mind at such a moment. "Feemy," he said, as he attempted to take his sister's hand, which however she violently drew back from him. "Feemy, I'm going to have to go for a long time, and I must spake with you first. Perhaps the last words I'll ever be able to say to you at all. Feemy, darling, won't you listen to me then? Feemy." Feemy, however, only buried her head further in the sofa, and did not answer him a word. "I must spake a word to you," continued Thady, "about him that is now, him that was with you on the avenue. I told you, Feemy, he was dead, and what I told you then was only too true. God knows when I struck him I did not wish for that, but how was I to see him with you in his arms, carrying you off through the dark night, and from your own house, without raising my stick to strike him? I don't say this to be blaming you now, and I don't ask you to tell me why you were there, but you must know, dearest, that it was for your sake I raised my hand, and though the blow I struck has killed him you loved, you shouldn't now at such a moment turn from your brother, who has brought all this upon himself only to protect your honour and your name." Still Feemy did not turn her face towards him, or answer him. "Well, I know what's on your heart, and may be it's as heavy as that which is weighing on my own. I must say a word or two to the old man, that he may not learn from strangers what it is that his son has done, and then I must wish good-bye to Ballycloran. I must for ever. But there's one thing I'll ask you, Feemy, before I go. There'll be men from Carrick here before the night is over, looking for me, and when they come they'll be asking you all manner of questions about this deed. Tell them it was I that did it, but tell them how and why I did it. Tell them that it was not by purpose to kill the man, but that I could not see him dragging my sister from her house before my eyes without raising my stick against the man that was doing it. That, Feemy, is all I want of you." And he turned to go, but when he reached the door he returned, and putting his hand on his sister's shoulder, said, "Sister, my own sister, will you kiss me before I leave you for so long?" Feemy shuddered horribly as she felt his hand upon her. Thady quickly withdrew it, for he saw it was all covered with blood. Feemy, however, had seen it, for she screamed loudly. She had raised her head to answer, and at last she said, "Kiss you? No, I hate you. You're a murderer. You've murdered him because you knew I loved him. Go away. Go out of that. You'll kill me too if you stand there with his blood upon your hand." Thady, who had fallen on his knees to kiss his sister, now hastily jumped upon his feet, and a dark frown came upon his brow. It was just upon his lips to tell his sister to whose folly it was owing that Myles Ussher was now a corpse, but before the words had left his mouth he checked himself. Even then, at that saddest moment of all, when the horrid word he so dreaded had been applied to him by the only person whom he really loved, he was able to restrain his passion, and was too high-minded to add to the suffering of his sister, though she was so unjust and cruel to him. "God forgive you, Feemy," he said, "but that's a cruel word to come from you," and he left the room. He met the two girls in the passage, for Biddy had returned from Mrs. Mahan's, whither she had gone after Ussher had passed, and she was now horrified to find that her mistress's plans had been, as she thought, defeated by her brother, and her departure prevented. "Good God, Mr. Thady," said she, with pretended astonishment, "what ails the mistress then?" "Go into her, Biddy, she'll want you. Captain Ussher is dead," and he went into his father's room. Here a still more distressing scene awaited him. He felt that if he meant to escape he should not lose much time, but he could not leave his father in ignorance of what had taken place. Larry was sitting as usual over the fire with his pipe in his mouth, and was nearly asleep when Thady came in. The noise of the closing door roused him, however, and he only put his empty glass to his lips, and when he found there was nothing in it, turned round again dissatisfied to the fire. "Larry," said his son, "I've bad news for you." "You've always bad news. I never knew you to have anything else." "I'm going to leave you, father, altogether." "Faix then, that's not such bad news," said the cross old man. "The door's open, and you have my leave. Maybe we'll do as well without you as we're like to do with you." Thady made no answer to this piece of silly ill-nature, but continued, "Larry, you'll be sorry to hear what I've to tell you, but I'd sooner you should hear it from me than from another. Myles Ussher is dead. It was I, father, that killed him." At the first declaration the old man had turned round in his chair, and he sat staring at his son, but when he heard the second and more dreadful part of the story, his jaw dropped, and he sat for some time the picture of an idiot. "He was bringing disgrace on you, Larry, and on your name. He was disgracing your family and your daughter and myself. He was dragging Feemy away with him by night. I saw him with her, speechless and fainting in his arms, and I struck him down as he was doing it with my stick. I didn't think, father, to strike so hard, but his skull was broken, and he died without a struggle." The old man still stared at him, and Thady continued, "And now, father, I'm going to leave you, for if I'm found here, when they come to look for me, they'll take me to prison, and maybe when they come to hear the truth of it all, and I suppose they will, they'll see I didn't mean to kill him. But if they call it murder, why then I trust you'll never see me again." "Murder!" at last said the old man, laughing. "Who doubts but that it was murder? Of course they'll call it murder. Well, he was the only friend you'd left me, and now that you've murdered him, you may go now, but mind, I tell you, they'll be sure to hang you." This was old Macdermot's last address to his son. It was very evident that the poor old man had gradually become more and more imbecile during the last few days, and the suddenness of the melancholy news he now heard utterly destroyed his mind. Each, however, of the dreadful words he uttered fell with an awful appearance of intention and sane purpose on the ears of his son. He had hitherto restrained his feelings powerfully, and had shown no outward sign of strong emotion. But when his father said that there was no doubt the deed he'd done was murder, he burst into a flood of tears, and left the room without being able to articulate a word. When the police came, which they did before the night was over, in search of Thady, they were unable to make anything of the old man. At first he took them for emissaries of Keegan's, and swore that they should not have admittance to his house. And when they were in it, he endeavoured to hide himself, declaring at the same time that he understood the law, and that the money was not due until November, and that Keegan had no right to send the men there harassing him. When, however, he was made to understand that it was not about Keegan and the rents, but about the death of Ussher that they had come, he whimpered and whined, declaring that he had not murdered him, that he loved Ussher better than any one in the world, yes, better than his own children, and that for the world he wouldn't hurt him. When at length the men explained to him that they were only there to look for Thady, he was worse than ever, for he began cursing his son dreadfully, swearing that if he had committed the murder he would neither hide nor screen him, and finally declaring that he hoped they might catch him and hang him. The next morning he was taken away to give evidence before the coroner at Carrick-On-Shannon. It was the first day since the summer that he had been above a few yards from his own hall door, and though the day was fine he suffered much from the cold. When he got to his destination he could hardly speak. The room was greatly crowded, for the whole neighbourhood had by that time heard of the event, and when the poor old man had warmed himself by the fire, near which a seat had been procured for him, he smiled and nodded to those around, perfectly unconscious of the cause which had brought him there, but evidently thinking it must be a holiday occasion. Brady had stated to the coroner pretty accurately what he knew, for there was nothing which it could have benefited him to falsify. The two girls proved that after Brady had started with the body, Thady had interviews with his sister and his father, and it was necessary that both of them should be examined. When the book on which he was to be sworn was handed to Larry Macdermot, he at first refused it, and when it was again tendered to him, he put it in his pocket, and made the man who gave it to him a bow. The coroner, seeing he was in such a state of mind as rendered him unable to give evidence and unfit to be sworn, asked him some questions on the subject, but Larry instantly began to cry and protest his own innocence, swearing, as he had done before, that he had loved Ussher better even than his own family. It was a most melancholy sight, that poor weak old man, whom so many of those now present had known so long, and who so very few years before had been in full strength of manhood and health, for even now he was hardly more than 50. But sad as all this was, the examination of Feemy was still worse. As she had been actually present at the moment when Ussher had been killed, it was absolutely necessary that her evidence should be taken by the coroner; and the sergeant of police, who came with a car from Carrick for them in the morning, insisted, in spite of all that she and the maids could say to the contrary, that she must accompany him back. She had got on the same car with her father. Biddy and the other girls were on the same seat with her, one on each side, but before they reached Drumsna she was in such a state that they could hardly keep her on the seat. When they reached that village, the car stopped by Father John. He had heard of the sad occurrence late on the previous evening, for Pat Brady had spared no exertion in disseminating the news of the catastrophe far and wide as he returned from Carrick. He had stopped at the priest's gate, and finding Father John absent on a sick visit, had nearly frightened Judy out of her life by telling her what had happened. Father John had not returned home till 2 in the morning, and he then heard some garbled version of the story, from which he was led to believe that Thady was in custody at Carrick for the murder of Ussher. Early on the morning of the inquest he went into Carrick, and there learnt from the police the truth, and ascertained the fact that an inquest was held on the body that day, and that both old Macdermot and his daughter were to be examined. Up to this time Father John did not know that Feemy had left Drumsna, and though the police informed him that she had been absolutely present when the fatal blow was struck, he could not believe it, and hurried off to Mrs. McKeon's to tell her all that he knew, and learn from her all that she could tell him. The kind-hearted man hardly knew what he was doing, so shocked was he, and surprised by what he had heard. He could hardly believe that after what Thady had said to him, after the promises he had made, he would deliberately and with premeditation plan and execute Ussher's murder. Such an idea was incompatible with the knowledge that he had of Thady's disposition, and he concluded that there must have been some quarrel between the two men, in which Ussher had fallen the victim. He little dreamt when he started for Mrs. McKeon's how much more justly the blood which had been shed was to be attributed to the sister than to the brother, or he would hardly dared again to solicit her kind offices for his protégé. When he got to Drumsna, the McKeons were only just rising from breakfast, but Father John saw on entering the room, from their grave and anxious faces, that they had all heard the news. Tony had been out to his fields before breakfast, and had there been told by one of the men that Ussher's body had on the previous night been taken through Drumsna to the police station at Carrick, and that it was said that Thady Macdermot, the murderer, had already escaped out of the country. This tale Tony had communicated in a whisper to his wife, and she had afterwards told the girls. What was the good of keeping it secret? Before the evening it would be known to the whole country. When Father John came in, they all crowded round him to learn what really might be relied on as truth of the case, but he could only tell them that it was too sure that Ussher had died by Thady's hand, that the young man was not in custody, and that he had been informed that Feemy herself was present when the blow had been struck. Feemy and their poor father, added Father John, are to be examined today before the coroner. It will be a dreadful thing for her, poor girl, to be forced to tell all her secrets, to declare all that she would most wish to conceal before the mob that will be in the room at Carrick. Yes, added Tony, and to stand there without any one to support her, and to be asked questions, which, if they're answered correctly, maybe will hang her brother. I'll never believe, said Father John, that he killed him in cold blood. Yourself, Mrs. McKeon, hasn't a kinder heart within you than that young man. He never would have committed a wilful, premeditated murder. I don't think yet it will come to be so bad as what McKeon says. But when did Feemy leave this? I thought she was here, and was to stay here for some time to come. Mrs. McKeon then explained how Feemy had insisted on returning home the morning after the ball, with the promise of returning again. After talking over the various unaccountable circumstances of the case, without once suspecting that Feemy had consented to, and had actually been in the act of going off with Ussher, Mrs. McKeon agreed, at the instigation of her husband and the priest, to accompany Feemy to the inquest, and after it was over to bring her to her own house, and to allow her to remain there till something should be definitely arranged as to her future residence. "For," said Tony, "Ballycloran will be no place for her again, nor the county either, for that matter. But now that she's unhappy, she shan't want a roof over her head. We were glad enough to see her when she held her head high, and I wouldn't advise any one to say much against her now that she's in trouble, unless he wished to quarrel with me." And Tony McKeon closed his fist, as much as to show that if any one did entertain so preposterous a wish, he could be little better than a born idiot. Tony then sent a message into Carrick for a post-chaise, that Feemy might not be exposed to the curiosity of every one in the street by sitting on an outside vehicle. And when she arrived in Drumsna from Ballycloran, she was taken off the car on which her father was sitting, and brought into Mrs. McKeon's house. She would not, however, speak to any one, and could hardly sit on a chair without being supported. She squeezed, however, her kind friend's hand, when she promised to go to the inquest with her, and seemed grateful when she was told that she should not return to Ballycloran, but should again occupy her old quarters at Drumsna. At length they got into the hack chaise, and were driven into the yard of the hotel where the inquest was to be held. This was the same house in which McKeon and his party had dined on the evening before the races, and there the cold stiff body of the man was lying on the same table round which he and so many others were carousing but a few hours since. There he lay, at least all the mortal remains of him, who was then so joyous, so reckless, and so triumphant, in the very room in which he had boasted, in his wilful wickedness, of the sad tragedy he was intending to inflict on those who had been so friendly to him at Ballycloran, and of which he was now himself the first victim. The table on which he was laid out had been hastily removed for the dance, and it had now been hastily replaced for its present purpose. The laurel wreaths with which the wall had been decorated were yet remaining, and when the coroner entered the room his foot slipped on a faded flower, which some wearied beauty had dropped when leaving it on the previous morning. Little more than 24 hours had elapsed since the fiddles were playing there, and some of those who were now summoned upon their oaths to decide in what manner Ussher had met his death had on that morning been nearly the last to leave the room in which they were now to exercise so different a vocation. Biddy and Katty were first examined, and it was from the evidence of the former that Father John first heard that Feemy had agreed to elope with Ussher, and it appeared from what the girl said that her mistress was to have left the house some time previous to the time at which the other girl proved that she had been brought back by her brother. This added greatly to the sorrow, but at the same time he now instantly perceived under what provocation Thady had struck the fatal blow. Brady proved that his master had confessed to him that it was he who killed Ussher, and that he had said that when he did so his sister was in Ussher's arms. The stick was then brought forward, which was proved to be the one carried by Thady, and the blood upon the stick and the nature of the wound upon the dead man's head left no doubt that this was the weapon with which he had been killed. The father was then brought in, and we have already seen the manner in which he conducted himself. It was now necessary to examine Feemy, and at last she came in, almost carried in Mrs. McKeon's arms, with a thick veil over her face, which, however well it hid her countenance, by no means rendered her sobs inaudible. 2 chairs were placed for them by the table, and when they were both seated the book was handed to Feemy. Then she had to take her glove from her right hand, and this was so wetted with her tears, and she herself was so weak, that it was long before she could get it off, and when she had taken the oath, when she had sworn to tell not only the truth but the whole truth, she found it impossible to speak a word, and the coroner was obliged to ask her questions, to which Mrs. McKeon was allowed to get answers, spoken below her breath, and in whispers. Did she know Captain Ussher was dead? She did. Did she know that it was her brother who had killed him? Was it her brother Thady? Yes, it was. How did she know it was he who had done it? Did she see him do it? No, she didn't see him. How then did she know it? He told her afterwards. Could she say how he killed him? No, she could not. Or why? To this question even Mrs. McKeon could get no answer. Where was she when Captain Ussher was killed? No answer. Was she with Captain Ussher? She believed she was. Why or for what purpose was she with him? To this question, although pressed for some time, she would not answer, and Mrs. McKeon, who was up to this time totally ignorant of the locality in which Ussher had been killed, and was really unaware how it had come to pass that Feemy was present at the time, was quite unable to suggest to her what answer she ought to make, and finding that it was with difficulty she could keep Feemy from falling off her chair, she told the coroner she was really afraid Miss Macdermot was so ill that she would be quite incapable of answering any more questions. And she added that, considering all the circumstances of the case, that the young lady had been engaged to the unfortunate man who was dead, and was the sister of the man who had killed him, it was not to be wondered at if she found her dreadful position too much for her. The coroner answered that he was quite prepared to give Miss Macdermot every indulgence in his power, as he felt strongly as any one could do the distressing situation in which the young lady was placed, but that it was absolutely imperative that the last question he had asked should be answered, and that he was sure when he stated that the result of the inquest very probably depended on what the answer to the question might be, as from that the jurors would probably have to decide whether her brother was to be accused of murder or merely homicide. He was quite sure, he said, under these circumstances, Miss Macdermot would make an effort to answer it fully and firmly. He was willing, he added, to put the question in a form which might render it more simple for her to answer, though it would oblige him to say that which he feared would be still further distressing to her feelings. He then told her and Mrs. McKeon that from the evidence of the servants it had appeared that she, Feemy, had agreed to elope with Captain Ussher, and that, as far as could be judged from the circumstantial evidence, she was in fact eloping with him when Thady had killed him. Now it was necessary for her to state whether she was there of her own good will going away with him, or if not, what she was doing at the moment of the tragical occurrence. After many fruitless attempts made by Mrs. McKeon to get an answer to this, Feemy said through her friend that she was sitting down. Does she mean that she was sitting down when the blow was struck? She doesn't know where she was. When was she sitting down? She was sitting down till Captain Ussher lifted her up. When Captain Ussher lifted her up, was she going away willingly with him? Yes, she was. Did she struggle with him at all? No. Did any of her friends know she was going with him? Before, however, the poor girl could be got to answer this question, she had fainted, and it was found impossible to restore her for a long time, and when she had recovered, it was only to give way to the most distressing cries and hysterical shrieks. She threw herself on the floor of the bedroom to which she had been taken, and Mrs. McKeon was afraid that she would have broken a blood vessel in the violence of her emotions. As it was, she was for a long time spitting blood, and fell from one fit into another, until the medical man who was now with her was afraid that she would become entirely delirious. It had long been found impossible to proceed with her examination any further. She had, however, unwittingly, and hardly knowing at the time what she was saying, given evidence against her brother which the facts of the case did not warrant. For when Thady had first seen her, she was not going willingly with Ussher. She had then fainted, and Ussher had dragged her, apparently with violence, along the road. When it was found in the inquest room that Feemy Macdermot could not possibly attend again, the coroner gave the jury the substance of the evidence on the case. He pointed out to them that though there could be no doubt that the young Macdermot was the man by whom Captain Ussher had been killed, still, if they thought there was sufficient ground for them to believe that Ussher was ill-treating his sister, and that the brother had interfered on her behalf, they should not come to the decision that murder had been committed. The jury, after consulting for a short time, brought in a verdict of wilful murder against Thaddeus Macdermot, and accordingly a coroner's warrant was issued for his apprehension and trial, and was handed over to the police that they might lose no time in endeavouring to take him prisoner. End of section 28. The Coroner's Inquest. Section 29 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 29. The Escape. Chapter 22. The Escape. Thady left the house immediately after the last cruel speech his father made to him, with tears running fast down his face. He leapt down the steps, hurried across the lawn, through the little shrubbery, and over the wall unto the road. He did not dare to go alone down the avenue, and by the spot where Ussher's body had lain, and where the ground would still be moist with his blood. His father's words still rang dreadfully in his ears. "Murdered! Of course they'll call it murdered. Of course they'll be sure to hang you." And then he thought of all the bearings of the case, and it seemed to him that his father must be right, that there could be no doubt but that all men would call him by that horrid name which sounded so hideously in his ears. If that which he had done was not murder, what manner in which one man could kill another would be thought so? It was now evident to him that Feemy had been with Ussher willingly, that she was there of her own consent and by appointment, and merely because she had fainted in his arms, he had struck him down and killed him. Of course his father was right. Of course they would call it murder. And then again, even if he could justify the deed to himself, even if he could make himself believe that the man was at the time using violence to his sister, how could he get that proved? Whereas proofs of her having consented to go off with him would no doubt not be wanting. And then again Thady remembered, and as he did so the cold sweat stood upon his brow, how lately he had sat in the company where the murder of this very man whom he had now killed had been coolly canvassed and decided on, and he had been one of those who were to be banded together for its execution. Would all this be forgotten at his trial? Would there not certainly be some one to come forward at that horrid hour and swear these things against him, ay, and truly swear them? And then he fancied the precision with which he knew each damning word he had lightly uttered would be brought against him. Would not these things surely condemn him? Would they not surely hang him? It would be useless for him then to open his bosom and to declare to them how hateful, even during the feverish hours of that detested evening, the idea of murder had been to his soul. It would be useless for him to tell them that even then, at that same time, he had cautioned Ussher to avoid the danger with which he was threatened. It would be vain for him to declare how soon and how entirely he had since repented of the folly of which he had on that occasion been guilty. The stern faces by whom he would be surrounded at his trial, when he should stand in that disgraceful spot, with his head leaning on the bar so often pressed by murderers, miscreants, and thieves, would receive his protestations very differently from that benign friend who had previously comforted him in his misery. They would neither listen to nor believe his assurances, and he said involuntarily to himself, "Murder! Of course they'll call it murder. Of course they'll hang me." The oftener he thought this, the more he hurried, for he felt that the police would soon be in search of him, and that, at most, he had but that night to escape from them. As these ideas crossed his mind, he hastened along the lane leading to Drumslish, sometimes running and sometimes walking, till the perspiration stood upon his brow. If it was murder that he had done, if the world should consider it as murder, then he would most probably soon be in the same condition as that criminal whose trial had so vividly occurred to his recollection a few days ago. At that time the idea had only haunted him. He had only then dreamt of the possibility of his situation being the same as that man's, and the very horror he had then felt at the bare thought had made him determined to avoid those who could even talk of the crime which would lead to that situation. But now he had, of his own accord, committed that crime, and how had he done it? In such a manner that he could by no possibility escape detection. Then again he tried to comfort himself by reflecting that it was not murder, that his intention had not been to murder the man, But his father's horrid words again rang through his ears, and he felt that there was no hope for him but in flight. The moon got up when he was about halfway to his destination, and he left the road lest by chance there might be any one out at this hour who would recognize him. He crept on by the hedges and ditches, sometimes running along the bits of grass between the tillage and fences, sometimes having almost to wade through the wet bottoms, which he crossed, often falling, in his hurry, and in the imperfect light of the cloudy moon, till at last, tired, hot, and covered with dirt, pale with fear, and nearly overcome by the misery of his own reflections, he reached Corny Dolan's cabin. It was now about 11 o'clock. It had been past 10 when he left Ballycloran, and in the interval he had traversed about 5 Irish miles. There was no light in the cabin, which was a solitary one, standing on the edge of a bog. Now he was there, he feared to knock, as he did not know what to say to Corny when he should come to the door. Besides, he was aware that his hand and coat were soiled with blood, and he was unwilling that the inmates of the cabin should see him in that plight. He had, however, no time to spare, and as it was necessary that he should do something, after pausing a few minutes, he knocked at the door. No one answered, and he had to knock 2 or 3 times before he was asked, in a woman's voice, who he was, and what he wanted there at that hour of night. He stated that he wanted to see Corny Dolan. The woman told him that Corny Dolan wasn't at home, and that he couldn't see him. Thady knew that he lived alone with his mother, an aged woman, nearly 80 years old, and that it was she who was speaking to him now. "Nonsense, mother," said he. "He's at home, I know, and I must see him. Don't you know me?" "Faix, then I don't, and I don't want," said the old hag. "At any rate, Corny's not here, so you may just go back again wherever you call yourself." "But where is he then? Can you tell me where I'll find him?" "I can't tell you thing. What should I know myself? So now you know as much about it as I do." "Well, then get up and let me in. Don't you know me? I'm Corny's landlord, Thady Macdermot. I'll wait here till he comes, so get up, let me in." There was a silence for some time. Then he heard the old woman say to some one else, "Lord be praised, it can't be him. It can't be Mr. Thady coming here at this time of night. Don't stir, I tell ye, don't stir." "Oh, but it war him, mother. Sure don't I know his voice," answered the child that the old woman had spoken to. "I tell you it's me," shouted Thady. "Open the door, will you, and not keep me here all night." The child now got up and opened the door, and let him into the single room which the cabin contained. There were still a few embers of turf alight on the hearth, but not sufficient to have enabled Thady to see anything had not the moon shone brightly in through the door. There was but one bed in the place, at the end of the cabin farthest from the door, standing between the hearth and the wall, and in this the old woman was lying. The child, about 8 years, had jumped out of bed stark naked, and now in this condition was endeavouring with a bit of stick to poke the hot embers together, so as to give out a better heat and light. But Thady was in want of neither, and he therefore desired the boy to get into bed, and upsetting with his foot the little heap which the urchin had so industriously collected together for his benefit, so as to extinguish the few flickering flames which it afforded, he sat down to try and think what it would now best be for him to do. "Where's Corny then?" he said, "at this hour? Will he be long before he's here?" "Not a one of me rightly knows, yer honour. Maybe it'll not be long afore he's here, and maybe it'll not be afore the morning," said the child. "And maybe not then," added his grandmother. "There's no knowing when he'll be here, maybe not for days. I don't know what's come to them at all now, being out night scurrying through the country. It can't come to no good any ways." "When Corny's at home, where does he sleep?" said Thady, looking around the cabin for a second bed, but seeing none. "He mostly takes a stretch then down before the fire, but Corny's not over particular where he sleeps. For that matter, I believe he sleeps most of the time out in the bog at daytime." Thady now sat down on one of the 2 rude stools with which the place was furnished, either to wait for Corny, or to make up his mind what other steps he would take. He had closed and bolted the door, and was just in the act of asking the old woman whether Joe Reynolds was at present living on his bit of land, or if not, where he was, when he heard footsteps coming up the little path to the door, and the woman, sitting up in bed, said, "There's both of 'em then. Get up, Terry, and open the door." One of the men outside rattled the latch quietly to let the inmates know who it was that desired admittance, and the naked boy again jumped out of bed, and opening the door, ran back and jumped in again. Two men now entered, whom Thady, as they appeared in the moonlight through the open door, at once recognised as Joe Reynolds and Corney Dolan. He was seated close to the fire, and in the darkness and obscurity of the cabin they did not at first perceive him. A few moments since he had been longing for these two men who now stood before him, as the only persons on whom he could depend for security and concealment. And now they were there, he almost wished them back again, so difficult did he find it to tell them what he had to say, and to beg of them the assistance he required. "Who the devil are you?" said Corney. "Who's this you've got here, mother? And what made you let him in here this time of night?" "Sure it's young Master Corney, and he's asking after you. You wouldn't have me keeping him out in the cold, and he's waiting there to see you that ought to have been home and asleep 2 hours since." "Faix, Mr. Thady, and is that yourself?" said Corney. "Well, anyway, you're welcome here." "I'm glad to see you here, Mr. Thady," said Joe. "Didn't I tell you you'd be coming? Through it's a quare time you've chosen. Didn't I tell you you'd be changing your mind?" "But was your honour wanting me, Mr. Thady?" said Corney. "'Deed, but this is a bad place for you to come to. Sorrow a light for ye, or the last thing in life. What for did you not get a light, you old hag, when the master came in?" "A light, is it, Corney? And how was I to be getting a light, when there's not a sight of a bit of candle in the place since last winter, nor likely to be, the way you're going on now?" "Whist there now," said Joe, "we'll be doing very well without a light. But why wasn't you down here earlier, Mr. Thady? We two have just come from Mother Mulready's, and by rights, as you've come round again, you should have been there with us." "Never mind that, Joe, but come out. I want to speak with you." "Did you hear the news about Ussher?" continued Joe, without moving, and in a whisper which the old woman could not hear. "That blackguard Ussher has escaped out of the country after all, without paying any of us the debt that he owed us for all the evils he's done. He went out of Mohill this night, and he's not to be back again. If I'd known it afore he started, I'd have stopped him in the road, and by God, he should never have got out alive of the barony." "But did you hear he was gone?" said Corney. "I did," replied Thady. "But Joe, I want to speak with you, and there's no time to spare. Come here." And Joe followed him to the door. "Come further. I don't want him to hear what I've to say to you." And he walked on some little way before he continued. "You were wishing just now that you had shed Ussher's blood." "Well, I wor, I suppose, Mr. Thady. You're not going to threaten me with the magistrate again. I were wishing it, and I do wish it. He was the hardest man on the poor, and the cruellest ruffian I ever knew. Isn't there my brother that never even acted agin the law in the last thing in life, the quietest boy, as you know, Mr. Thady, anywhere in the country, and who knew no more about stealing than the babe that's unborn? Isn't he lying in jail this night all along of him? And it ain't only him. Isn't there more, many more in the same way, in jail all through the country, and who but him but put him there? I do wish he was forninst me this moment, and that I might have him here as a cold corpse as ever would stretch upon the ground." "I tell you, Joe, have you had your wish? Have you struck the blow, and the man you so hate was dead beneath your feet, you'd give all you had, you'd give your own life to see him again, standing alive upon the ground, and to feel for one moment that you'd not his blood to answer for?" "By God, no, Mr. Thady, I'm not so weak; and as for answering for his blood, by the blessed Virgin, but I'd think it were a good deed to rid the country of such a tyrant." "He'll never act the tyrant again, Joe, for he is dead. I struck him down with my stick in the avenue at Ballycloran this night, and he never moved again after I hit him." "The Holy Virgin save us! But are you in earnest, Mr. Thady? Do you mean to say he's dead, that you killed him?" And after walking on a little, he said, "By the Holy Virgin, I'd sooner it had been myself, if I could have borne the thoughts of having done it better than you are like to do. And what did you do with the body?" "Brady took it into Carrick." And does Brady know it were you who did it?" "Yes, they all know it, father and all. What was the use of telling a lie about it? Feemy was with him when I struck him." "And war she going off with him? Niver mind, Mr. Thady, niver mind. It's a comfort to think you've saved your sister from him, and you know what a ruffian he was. By all the powers of glory, there's a weight off my mind. Now I know he's not escaped from the country where he caused so much misery and did so much ill. But I'd a deal sooner it had been I that had done it than yourself. I wish it were not done at all. I wish you were alive this day. What will I do now, Joe?" "Faix, that's the question. Anyway, this is not the place for you any longer. They'd have you in Carrick jail before tomorrow night, if you were not out of this, and far out of this too. Where is it you have the stills, Joe? If I were there, couldn't I be safe for a little time at least, till I got some plan of getting entirely out of the country? Or maybe when they hear the case and how it all happened, they mightn't think it murder at all. The coroner, I mean. And then I could go home again, or at any rate go away where I choose without hindrance. It's little I care where I was, so long as it's not in prison." "I'm afraid, Mr. Thady, there's no hope for you in that way. The magistrates, with Jonas Brown at the head of them, will be a dale too willing to make a bad case of it, the devil mend them, to lend you off, and the only thing for you is to keep out of their hands." "Would they find me there, Joe, up in the mountains where you have the stills?" "They might, and they mightn't. But if you were there, and they did find you, they'd be finding the stills too, and the boys wouldn't like that." "Where shall I go then? I thought you'd be able to help me. In heaven's name, what shall I do? The night's half over now. Can't you think of any place where I might be, for tomorrow at any rate? I depended on you, Joe, and now you won't help me?" "There you're wrong. I'm thinking now where's the place for you, and by God, as long as I can stick to you, I will, both because you were always a kind master to the poor, and because the man you killed were him I hated worse than all the world besides. But it's no easy thing to say where you'd be safest. Do you know Aughacashel, Mr. Thady?" "I niver was there, but I know that's the name of the big mountain over Loch Allen to the north of Cash." "Well, that's where the stills are mostly at work now, and that's where I was to be myself tomorrow evening. But now we must both be there before the sun's up, for no one must see us on the road. But, Mr. Thady, how'll I do about taking you there, when you wouldn't come to Mulready's to take the oath, which all must do afore they are allowed among the boys that is together, or as will be together there tomorrow evening?" Thady then promised him that when he reached their destination he would take any or every oath that might be proposed to him, that he would join their society in every respect, whatever might be its laws, and that if they would assist him in his present condition by affording him whatever security might be in their power, he would faithfully conform to all their rules and regulations. So far did his fears and the agitated state of his mind overcome the great repugnance which still he felt to break the solemn promise he had given Father John, and which he had so faithfully intended to keep. Reynolds reflected that though it was contrary to their regulations to bring a stranger to the haunts where his companions carried on their illegal trade, they could hardly be unwilling to give shelter to the man who had killed an enemy whom they all so cordially hated, and to murder whom they were all sworn, particularly when his present necessity of concealment arose from the fact of his having done so. Reynolds had an idea of justice in his composition. He knew that had he murdered Ussher, his companions would have used every effort to conceal him and to baffle his pursuers, and he was determined that they should do as much for Thady. He went back to the cabin for Corney Dolan, and told him the story which he had just heard, and at about midnight the party started for the mountains. Aughacashel is a mountain on the eastern side of Loch Allen, near the borders of the county Cavan, uncultivated and rocky at the top, but nevertheless inhabited and studded with many miserably poor cabins, till within a quarter of a mile of the summit. The owners of these cabins, with great labour, have contrived to obtain wretchedly poor crops of potatoes from the barren soil immediately around their cabins. To their agricultural pursuits many joined the more profitable but hazardous business of making poteen, and they were, generally speaking, a lawless, reckless set of people, paying some little and others no rent, and living without the common blessings or restraints of civilization. No road or sign of a road came within some miles of them. Drumshambo, the nearest village, was 7 or 8 miles distant from them, and although they knew that neither the barrenness of their locality nor the want of means of approach would altogether secure them from the unwelcome visits of the revenue police or the constabulary, still they felt sure that neither of these inimical forces could come into their immediate neighbourhood without their making themselves aware of their approach, in time to guard against injury, which they might do them, either by removing all vestiges of their trade, or by sending those who were in fear of being taken up into more inaccessible portions of the mountain. On the western side of Aughacashel, immediately over Loch Allen, and about halfway between the lowlands and the summit, a kind of rude lime kiln had been made, apparently for the purpose of burning lime for the neighbouring land. But the very poor state of the rocky ground about, which gave signs of but little industry, afforded evidence that the lime kiln had not added much to the agricultural wealth of the country. It was now, at any rate, made use of for other purposes, for it was in here that Joe Reynolds at present usually worked his still. There were only 2 cabins immediately close to it, one which was occupied by a very old man and his daughter, but in which Corney Dolan and Reynolds resided when they were away from Drumsleesh, and the other belonged to another partner in the business, who considered himself the owner of the lime kiln and the head of the party concerned in it. This man's name was Daniel Kennedy, and to the reckless, desperate contempt of authority and hatred of those who exercised it, which characterized Reynolds, he added a cruelty of disposition and a love of wickedness from which the other was much more free. This was the place to which his 2 guides were now conducting Thady, and where it was proposed that he should at any rate for some time conceal himself from those who, it was presumed, would soon be scouring the country in search of him. It was now a bright moonlit night, and the 3 men hurried across the country with all the haste they could make. Little was said between them as they went, excepting observations made between Joe and his comrade as to the characters and occupations of the residents in the various cabins by which they passed. After going for some considerable way across fields and bogs and bottomlands, they came out on a lane running close around a small lake lying in the bed of the low hills which rose on the other side of it. The water was beautifully calm, and the moon shining immediately down upon it gave it the appearance of a large surface of polished silver. At this spot the fields came close down to the road, and also to the water, and in the corner thus formed stood a very small poor cabin. This lake was Loch Sheen, and it was in that cabin that Ussher had apprehended Tim Reynolds and the 2 other men little more than a fortnight ago. Joe stopped a moment when he reached the spot, till Thady, who was following the other man, had come up, and then pointing to the low door, close to which he stood, said, "The last deed as that ruffian did as now lies so low was in that cabin. It were there he seized Tim and dragged him off with ropes around his arm and sent him to Ballamore Bridewell, and all for spaking a few words of comfort to an old woman he'd known since he were a little child. I swore, Mr. Thady, that that man would be put beneath the sod before the time came round that Tim would be out again, and this very night I were a grieving in my heart to think that he were out of the country safe and merry, ready again to play the same bloody game with them among he were going, and that I should let him go without so much as making one effort to keep my word with him. By God, Mr. Thady, queer as you may think it, who are now so low within yourself with what you've done, that thought was heavy on my heart this night. Had I known the way he had travel, I would follow him, had it been for days and nights, till I got one fair blow. By dad, he would never have wanted a second. Corney, what's that old hag doing since her 2 sons in jail along with Tim?" "I think she's doing badly enough. She were never from her bed since. Faix, Joe, they'll never be out in time to bury her." "Is it starving she is?" "Well then, I believe that's the worst of it. That and the agony, and no one to mind her at all. It's enough to kill an old woman like her." "Never mind," replied Joe, "it will be a comfort to her anyway to hear that Ussher's gone before her, but not what they'll go to different places though." And then after a time he added, "Ussher's black soul has gone its long journey this night with more curses on it than there are stones on these shingles. But come on, lads, we mustn't be standing here. We must be in Aughacashel before sunrise, or else they'll be stopping us as we pass through the country." And again they went through the clear bright moonlight. They passed Loch Sheen, and soon afterward another little lake, lying also to the left of the road, and then they found themselves in the small village of Cashcarrigan. This they passed through silently and quickly, and without speaking a word, and having proceeded about half a mile on the road towards Ballinmore, they again left it and took to the fields. They went along the northern margin of Loch Deany, running where the ground was hard enough, at other times stepping from one dry sod to another through gaps and fences, which seemed as well known to Thady's guides as the cabins in which they had passed their lives. They had left Drumshambo to their left, and at about 4 in the morning they came to Loch Allen. Here they got upon a road which for some way skirts the eastern side of the lake, along which they ran for about 1.5 miles, and then turned into a small boreen or path, and began to ascend the mountains. "Ay, boys, now," said Corney, "we're all right when we're here, and by the powers I'm hot," and the man began wiping his brow with his sleeve. "What, Corney, you're not blowing yet," said the other, "and here's Mr. Thady as fresh as a 4-year-old. Come along, man, the sooner he's got a snug room over his head the better he'll be. You forget he's not accustomed to be out all night and take his supper of moonshine as you are. Come along, Mr. Thady, you'll soon be where you'll get a good drop as ever a man tasted, and you'll feel a deal better when you've got a glass or two of that stuff in you." Thady, who in spite of Joe's compliment as to his freshness, was so weary that he could hardly drag his legs along, and who had seated himself for a moment upon one of those big loose stones which were scattered over the side of the hill, again rose, and they all resumed their journey. They soon lost track of the boreen, but they still continued to ascend, keeping by the sides of the loose built walls with which the land was subdivided. It was astonishing what labour had seemingly been wasted in piling wall after wall in that barren place, and that even in spots where no attempt had been made at tillage, and where the only produce the land afforded was the food of a few miserable sheep and goats, which it might be thought could have grazed in safety without the necessity for all those numerous fences. These, however, after a time ceased too. But just at that spot where the open mountains no longer showed any sign of man's handiwork, Dan Kennedy's lime kiln was built, and immediately behind it were the 2 cabins of which we had spoken before. It was at the door of the furthest of these 2 that Joe did not knock, but raised the latch and rattled it. The old man within well knew the sign, and getting out of bed, drew the wooden bolt, and admitted the 3 into the cabin. Though he did not expect Joe or Corney, and had not an idea who Thady was, and though Thady's dress, which was somewhat better than those worn by his usual associates, must have struck him as uncommon, he made no remark, but hobbled into bed again, merely saying in Irish, "God save ye kindly, boys, it's a fine night ye've had, the Lord be praised." There was a second bed in the place, if a filthy ragged cotton tick filled with straw, and lying on the ground could be called a bed, in which the old man's daughter was lying. It was nearly dark now out of doors, for the moon had disappeared, and it was hardly yet 6 o'clock, but one of the men lighted a candle, of which there were 2 or 3 hanging against the wall. The girl was not asleep, for her eyes were wide open looking at the party, but she seemed not at all surprised by their entrance, or at the addition to their usual number, for she lay quiet where she was, as if such morning guests in her bedchamber were no unusual thing. Joe now got a stool for Thady, and he and Corney sat down opposite the fire, while Reynolds drew a stone jar out from under the old man's bed. He seemed well to know the place where it was to be found, and reaching a cracked cup down from the shelf which was fixed unto the wall over the fireplace, filled it with spirits, and handed it to Thady. He swallowed a considerable portion of it and returned it, when Joe filled it again, finished the contents himself, and gave it again full to Corney, who in a very short time did the same. "By gor," said the latter, "I wanted that, and I tell you that's not bad work. Why, Mr. Thady—" "Have done with your misters, Corney," said Joe in a whisper. "Let them find out who he is thyself. They'll know soon enough, devil doubt them. There's no good telling them yet, anyhow." "That's true, Joe; but as I was saying, that's not bad work. Why, Mr. Thady sorrow seize your tongue then, you born idiot." "Well, by dad, it comes so natural to me, Joe, to call him by his own name, that one can't help it. But it were only 4 o'clock when we left this blessed afternoon, that is, yesterday afternoon, and since that we were down at Mulready's, and then at Drumsleesh, and now we're here again. Why, how many miles is that?" "Never mind the miles," and Joe pointed to Thady. "He has done a deal more than that in the same time, and whatever comes of it, he did a good deed. Howsomever, if you take my advice, you'll take a stretch now. Meg, I say, Meg," and he turned round to the girl who was lying in the corner, "get out of that, and make room for this man to lie down. You've been asleep all night. Make room for your betters now." The girl, without grumbling, turned out of bed, and burdened with no feeling of conventional modesty, commenced and finished her toilet by getting into an old ragged calico gown, and tying up with a bit of antique tape her long rough locks, which had escaped from their bondage during her sleep. Thady for a long time resisted, but Joe at last was successful in persuading him to take advantage of the bed which Meg had so good humouredly relinquished. "I and Corney have still work to do afore daylight, and we won't be back afore it's night," said Joe. "But do you bide here and you'll be safe. You must put up with the pratties this day, for there's nothing better in it at all, but I'll be getting something fitter for you by night, and av you feel low, which you'll be doing now when you wakes, mind, there's the spirits in the jar there under the bed. A sup of it won't hurt you now and again, for indeed you'll be wanting it, by yourself here all day. And look you," and he led him to the door as he spoke, and pointed to the 2 within, "they'll soon know who you are, and all about it, but you needn't be talking to them, you know, and you may be quite certain that even should any one be axing about you, they'll never speak or give the word to the police or any one else. Av you like to go out during this day, don't go further than the kiln, and if you lie there, you could easily see for miles afore they were nigh you, even av anything should put it into their heads to think of coming after you to Aughacashel." The 2 guides then took their leave of him, and Thady laid himself down on Meg's bed, and after a time, from sheer fatigue and exhaustion, he fell asleep. End of section 29. The Escape.
Section 30 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 30. Aughacashel. At what hour he woke Thady did not know, but it was broad day, and the sun was high in the heavens. He would have slept again if he could, that he might again forget the dreadful deed which had made the last night so horrible, but he could not. He was obliged therefore to get up, and when he did so he felt himself weak for want of food. Meg, it appears, had gone out. The old man could not speak a word of English, but Thady could talk Irish, and he had no difficulty in getting plenty of potatoes from him, and as he was eating them, the old man pulled out the jar of whiskey. Thady took part of another cupful, and then felt less sad than he had done before. After his breakfast he sat for a long time over the fire, smoked his pipe till he had no tobacco left in it, got up and sat down again, walked to the door, and then again returned to his seat. At last became dreadfully fatigued. He felt all the misery which a man, usually active, always feels when condemned for a time to idleness. He sat watching the turf, as though he could employ his mind, or interest himself in observing the different forms which the sods took, or how soon they would reduce themselves to ashes. Then he counted the smutty rafters on which the crazy roof was supported, and the different scrows of which it was composed. He next endeavoured to think how the old man got through the tedium of his miserable existence. There he sat on the bed, quite imperturbable. He had not spoken 10 words since Thady had got up, and seemed quite satisfied in sitting there enjoying the warmth of the fire, and having nothing to do. How Thady envied his quiescence! Then he began to reflect what had been this man's life. Had he always been content to sit thus tranquil, and find his comfort in idleness? At last he got almost alarmed at this old man. Why did not he speak to him? Why did he sit there so quiet, doing nothing, saying nothing, looking at nothing, and apparently thinking of nothing? It was as sitting with a dead body or a ghost, that sitting there with that lifeless but yet breathing creature. Every now and again, as he endeavoured to fill his mind with some idea that was not distressing to him, the thoughts of the horrors of his own position would come across him, the almost certainty of detection, the ignominy of his future punishment, the disgrace to his father and his sister, and even if not detected, if left in his present concealment, the horrors of such a life as he was now leading, a few hours of which had already nearly made him frantic, nearly overwhelmed him. He got up, and leaving his companion to himself, he went to the lime–kiln, and laid himself on the top of it, looking down the mountain towards Loch Allen and Drumshambo, that he might see if any of the police were coming in search of him. The open air was for a time pleasanter than the close heat of the burning turf, and solitude by far preferable to the company of that silent old man. But it was only for a short time that he felt the relief. The horrid inactivity of the day, joined to the weight that was on his mind, nearly drove him mad. As long as he had work to do, while he had to dispose of the dead man's body, while he had his father and his sister near him, as long as he was hurrying through the country with Reynolds, the energy of whose character had for a time relieved him, as long as the sweat was pouring down his face, and his legs had been weary under him, he had borne much better the misery which he felt now he was always doomed to bear, for he had then thought less of the past and the future. But now he could occupy his mind with nothing but the remembrance of the death he had inflicted, and the anticipation of the death he was to suffer. He tried to sleep, but it was in vain. He tried to imitate that old man, and let his mind sleep. But no, he could only think. He could not but think. Oh, he said to himself, that it were all over, if it were only done. If he could only swallow up the next 6 months, and be dead and forgotten. If he had got past that dreadful trial, that cold, unfeeling prison, with the harsh noise of the large key and the fetters, the stern judge, and the 12 stern men sworn to hang him if he deserved it. If he could escape the eyes of the whole country which would then be on him, the harsh, cold, solemn words which would then be addressed to him, the sorrow of his father, the shame of his sister, and, last and worst, the horrid touch of that dreadful man with the fatal rope. It was not death he feared, it was the disgrace of death, and the misery of the ignominious preparations. He knew in his heart that heaven could not call it murder that he had done, but he felt equally sure that man would do so. He lay there on the lime–kiln till the sun had already set, and then he was again driven into the cabin by the cold. There sat that silent, still old man. He had not moved from his former position, his bare feet thrust into old ragged shoes, which in some former generation had been made for some strong man double his size, and hanging down so that his toes just reached the floor, his hands resting on the quilt on each side of him, and his head dropping on his chest. Oh, what an easy, quiet mind, thought Thady, must that man have! How devoid of care and fear must he be, to be able to sit there, motionless, all the livelong day, and not feel it dreary, long, endless, insupportable, as he did. The girl was still absent, and Thady again sat himself down by the fire, the blazing turf on which gave the only signs that the old man had moved. Again he counted the rafters. counted the miserable scraps of furniture, counted the sods of turf, speculated where the turf was cut, who cut it, who was the landlord of the cabin, what rent was paid, who collected it. But a minute, half a minute, sufficed for the full consideration of all these things, and again he began to reflect how long it would be before the police would find him, and drag him forth from that dreary place; how long it would be before he should feel the handcuffs on his wrist, and before the first day of his concealment had passed over. He had become almost impatient for that time, and looked forward to the excitement of his capture, which he knew must sooner or later take place, with something like a wish that it might soon occur, to relieve him from the weight of his present condition. At last he determined to speak to his companion, and after considering for some time what he should say to him, he asked him what his name was. But Thady had spoken in his usual tongue, and the old man, looking up, answered that he had no English. "What's your name?" asked Thady in Irish. "Andy McEvoy." "And is this cabin your own?" "Yes." "And who's your landlord?" "The mountain belongs mostly to Sir Michael." "But don't you pay any rent?" "No." "And what is it you do all day long?" "Why then, mostly nothing. I'm very old." "And what does your daughter be doing?" "Why then I don't rightly know. She's mostly out for Dan Kennedy." "And where do you be getting the pretties?" "'Deed I believe Meg gets them mostly from Dan's garden." "Who does Dan pay his rent to?" "Why then I can't be saying." It was useless carrying on a conversation any longer with such a man. He neither interested himself about his house, his food, his landlord, or his family, and Thady again held his tongue. Soon after dusk Meg returned. She had in the folds of her gown a loaf of bread and a very small piece of bacon, and it was evident to Thady that whatever had become of Joe and the other, they had not forgotten him or their promise to provide him with some better food than the lumpers which sufficed for Andy McEvoy and his daughter. When the old man saw the provisions, his eyes glistened a little, and he clutched the dirty quilt somewhat faster, and by the eagerness he evinced for the food, it was a relief to see that he had some human feeling left. Meg boiled the bacon and some potatoes together, and when they were ready, put them on the dirty deal table before Thady. She did not seem much more communicative than her father, but she asked him civilly if he would eat, and evidently knew he was of a higher rank than those with whom she was accustomed to associate, for she went through the ceremony of wiping the top of the table with the tail of her gown. Thady ate a portion of what was given him, and as he did so, he saw the old man's greedy eyes glare on him, as he still sat in his accustomed seat. It was quite horrible to see how greedy and ravenous he appeared. Thady, however, left much more than he consumed, and the girl, carefully putting a bit of bread away for his breakfast in the morning, divided the remnant of the bacon with her father. Then the man's apathy and tranquillity vanished, and the voracity with which he devoured the unaccustomed dainty showed that though he might have no demon thoughts to rack his brain, the vulture in his stomach tortured him as violently. Joe Reynolds and Corney returned about an hour after dark, and requested Thady to come out with them, which he did. They then told him that it was necessary that he should now take the oath, which they before warned him that he would have to take if he accompanied them to their haunts at Aughacashel. He at first felt inclined to declare that he had again changed his mind, and that instead of taking this oath and joining himself in any league with them, he was prepared to return home to Ballycloran and give himself up to the police. But his courage failed him now that he was, as it were, in their own country, and particularly after the kindness and attention that Reynolds had showed him. He therefore followed them, and they entered together the other cabin belonging to Dan Kennedy. Dan and his wife, and another man, his brother, were there. Dan was a sullen, surly, brutal–looking ruffian, about 50 years old, and his wife was a fitting mate for such a man. She was dirty, squalid, and meagre, and there was a determined look of passion and self-will about her, which plainly declared that whoever Dan bullied, he did not and could not bully his wife. His brother Abraham was a cripple, having no use in either of his legs, but he had an appearance of intelligence and wit in his face, which his brother in no degree shared, and he was very powerful with his arms. It was he who chiefly made the spirits, while Dan and the others procured the barley, brought it up to Aughacashel, malted it, and afterwards disposed of the whisky. "Well, my hearty," said Dan, as Thady followed his guides into the cabin, where his family party were engaged drinking raw spirits round the fire, "so you've done for that bloody thief of the world, have you? Joe tells me you riz agin him quick enough when you found him at his tricks with your sister. Divil a toe though you stirred to come to Mother Mulready's when we asked you, in spite of the oath you took on the Holy Cross. But you're quick enough coming among us now you're in the wrong bucks yourself." "Aisy, Dan," said Joe. "What's the use of all that bother now? Ain't he here? And hasn't he rid us of him that would have got clane off from us, but for Mr. Thady here, that struck the blow we ought to have struck?" "True for you, Joe," said Abraham. "So hold your jaw, Dan, and give me hoult of the blessed book till I give him the oath." "All right," said Dan, "and I'm glad to see you here, my lad of wax, seeing what's sent you. But business first and play after. I suppose if you're maning to stay here wid us, and by G you're welcome, you'll not be saying anything again giving me or Corney there a bit of line to some of your friends at Ballycloran to be sending you up a thrifle of money or so, or a few odd bits of duds, or maybe a lump of mate of bacon, or a pound or two of sugar to sweeten the punch." Thady looked very blank at this, for he by no means wished to be writing to his friends at Ballycloran, nor were the articles mentioned in Dan's catalogue at all too plentiful in that place. However, before he could answer, Joe indignantly scoffed at his friend's shabbiness. "Dear Dan, I didn't think you wor that mane, to be charging a boy for a morsel he'd be ating, and for the sup he'd be taking, and him under a cloud, and he after doing us such a service." "If he were one of ourselves," replied Dan, "but a gintleman like him, may be, would be plased not to be beholden to the likes of us." "Nonsense, Dan," said Joe. "Don't think of giving such a line at all, Mr. Thady. I'm not so bad off, but I'll not see you wanting. You're as welcome to everything here as daylight." "Spake for yourself. You're mighty ready, I'm thinking, to speak for others," said Dan's helpmate. "If the gentleman's willing to help a poor man like Dan for putting a house over his head in his troubles, who's to hinder him?" Thady, however, made them understand that he would give them no such letter to his father or his sister as they proposed, and Abraham then proceeded to administer the oath to him. By this he bound himself, first of all, never to divulge to anyone, particularly not to any magistrate or policeman, or in any court of law, anything that should be done or said in that place where he now was, that might be prejudicial to any of the party. Secondly, to give all aid and assistance in his power to all those now present, and to any which might be in possession of a certain password, and who might be able to answer certain questions with the fit and appointed answers, and to help in the escape or concealment of any such, when they might be either in confinement or in dread of being arrested. And thirdly, that he would aid and assist in all schemes of vengeance and punishment, which would be entered into by those with whom he was now bound, against any who attempted to molest them, but especially against all revenue officers and their men. To all these conditions Thady bound himself, and as he finished repeating each article after Abraham, he kissed the dirty prayer book which that man presented to him, and having done this, he made one of the party round the fire, whilst Corney, Dan, and Joe took it by turns to go out and watch that no unexpected visitor was at hand. When the night was tolerably advanced, the three left the family of the Kennedys to themselves, and returned to Andy's cabin; and Thady having refused to allow that Meg should be again disturbed for his accommodation, they all stretched themselves upon the earthen floor before the fire, and were soon asleep. The next morning Joe and Corney again went away early, and Thady found himself doomed to pass just such another day as the preceding one. After giving him his breakfast, Meg again also went out, and left Thady alone with her father. By way of propitiating the old man, he gave him half the bit of bread which he was eating. Andy devoured it as he had done the bacon, and then resumed the same apathy and look of idle contentment which had so harassed Thady on the previous day. This second day was more grievous, more intolerable even than the first. He walked from the cabin to the lime-kiln, and from the lime-kiln to the cabin 20 times. He went to Kennedy's cabin to try if he could kill time by subjecting himself to the brutality of the man or his wife, but the door was locked or bolted, and there was apparently no one in it. He clambered up the hill, and then down again, and again threw himself upon the walls of the lime-kiln, and looked upon the silver lake that lay beneath him. But the day would not pass. It was not even yet noon. He could see that the sun had yet a heavy space to cover before it would reach the middle of the skies. Oh, heavens, what should he do? Should he sit there from day to day, when every hour seemed like an age of misery, waiting till he should be dragged out like a badger from its hole? He looked towards the village, and to different bits of road which his eye could reach, thinking that he should see the dark uniform of a policeman. But no, nothing ever was stirring. It seemed as if nothing ever stirred, as if nothing had life by day, in that lifeless, desolate spot. At length he thought to himself that he would bear it no longer, that he would not remain for a short time indebted for his food to such a man as Dan Kennedy, and then at length be taken away to the fate which he knew awaited him, and be dragged along the roads by a policeman with handcuffs on his wrists. A show to be gaped at by the country. No, he would return at once and give himself up. He would boldly go to the magistrates at Carrick, declare that he had done the deed, and under what provocation he had done it, and then let them do the worst they chose with him. After much considering, and many changes in his resolutions, he at length determined that he would do this, that as soon as it began to be dusk, he would leave the horrid mountain, where he had passed the saddest hours that he had yet known, and go at once from thence to Father John, and implicitly follow the advice which he might give him. When once he had definitely resolved on this line of conduct, he was much easier in his mind. He had, at any rate, once more something to do, some occupation. He had freed himself from the prospect of long, weary, unending days, to be passed with that horrid man, and he was comparatively comfortable. He determined to wait till it was nearly or quite dusk, which would be about 5 or 5:30 o'clock, and then to leave the cabin, and making what haste he could to Drumshambo, go from thence by the road to Cashcarrigan and Ballycloran. And he calculated that he would be able to reach Father John's cottage between 10 and 11, before the priest had gone to bed. And having finally settled this in his mind, he returned to the cabin for the last time, determined manfully to sit out the remainder of the afternoon in the same apathetic tranquillity which his enemy Andy displayed. End of Section 30. Aughacashel.
Section 31 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 31. The Second Escape. Chapter 24. The Second Escape. For 4 long hours there he remained, seated on the same stool, without moving or speaking. And for the same time there sat Andy on his bed, looking at the fire, and from time to time dragging a few sods from under the bed to throw them upon the ashes, and keep up the warmth which seemed to be his only comfort. At length Thady thought it was dark enough, and without saying a word to the old man he left the cabin and again descended the hill. He would not return by the same path by which he had come, for fear he should meet Joe or Corney or Meg, for he was unwilling that even she should see him escaping from his hiding place. By the time that he reached Drumshanbo, it was dark, and it continued so till he got to Carrick-On-Shannon, which he did without meeting anyone who either recognised him or spoke to him. From thence he passed back by the 2 small lakes and the cabin of the poor widow who owed her misery to Ussher's energy, and across the bog of Drumleesh to the lane which would take him by Ballycloran to Father John's cottage. But before he reached Ballycloran the moon again rose bright and clear, and as he passed the spot where he more particularly wished to be shrouded by the darkness, it was so light that anyone passing could not but recognise him. He pulled his hat far over his forehead, and passed on quickly, but just as he got to the gateway he met Mary McGovery, who was on the very point of turning up the avenue to the house. The turn in the road, exactly at the spot, had prevented him from seeing her before, and she immediately recognised him. "Holy Virgin, Mr. Thady," she said, "and is that yourself?" "Hist, Mary, don't spake so loud. Not that I care who spakes now. You see it's me, and I'm going to the cottage. Is Father John at home?" "And what would you do with Father John now? Don't you know the police is after you?" "What matter? It's not much trouble I'll be giving them, looking for me. I'm going to them myself now." "Ah, what for would you do that, Mr. Thady? Don't you know they found it's murder agin you? We all hoped you were out of the country afore this. What for would you go to the police? Time enough when they catches you." This was the first time that Thady had heard that a verdict of murder had been found against him before the coroner, and though it was only what he expected, nevertheless the certainty, now that it reached him, almost made him change his mind, and return to Aughacashel. The remembrance, however, of that weary day, and the feeling that even though he were there he would assuredly be ultimately taken, strengthened his resolution, and he said, "No, Mary, I've had enough of running away already. But tell me, how's Feemy?" "Why then, Mr. Thady, she's nothing much to boast of. Since she was in Carrick yesterday, she's been very bad entirely." "What is it ails her? It's that man's death, isn't it, Mary?" "'Deed, Mr. Thady, I suppose that war the first on it. Poor young lady, in course she feels it. Wouldn't I feel it, if any one was to knock poor Dennis on the head? Not that it's the same thing altogether, for the captain wasn't her lawful wedded husband. Not that I'm saying agin you, Mr. Thady, for what you did. Never mind about that, Mary. What I've done is my own lookout. But would Feemy see me, do you think?" "See you, Mr. Thady? How could she see you, and she in a raging fever in bed at Mrs. McKeon's? In course she couldn't see you." "Good God! And is she so bad as that?" "Faith then she is, very bad entirely. At laste, Dr. Blake says so." "It's very well, anyway, that she's at Drumsna instead of here at Ballycloran. Mrs. McKeon must be a kind woman to take her at such a time as this. And what's the old man doing here by himself?" "He's very quare in his ways, they do be saying, but I didn't see him myself yet. I'm going down to mind him myself this blessed moment." "Why, isn't the 2 girls in it still?" "Yes, they is, Mr. Thady, but they got frightened with the quare ways the old man brought back with him from Carrick. He's wakened the head, they say, Mr. Thady, since he were up afore the gentleman at the inquest. And as the 2 girls were frightened with him, and I am maybe a bit stronger and a trifle older nor they, Father John said I'd better step down and mind him a bit, and when all was settled, that he would see my expenses were paid. Well, Mary, good night. Be kind and gentle with the old man, for he's enough on him just now to unsettle his mind, if it were stronger than it ever was. And don't tell him you see me here, for it would only be making him more uneasy. Good night then,
"And God bless you, Mr. Thady," said Mary. "You've a peck of troubles on your head this night," she added to herself, as she walked up the avenue, "and it's little you did to deserve 'em, unless working hard night and day were a sin. Well, God forgive us! Sure you're better off still than the gay man you stretched the other night." And she went on to commence her new business, that of watching and consoling Larry Macdermot in his idiocy. Thady pursued his road to the cottage without meeting anyone else, and with some hesitation knocked at the priest's door. His heart palpitated violently within him as he waited some little time for an answer. It was about 11, and he knew that at that hour Father John would still be up, if he were at home, though Judy would probably have retired to her slumbers. He was right in his calculation, for in a short time he heard the heavy step of Father John in the hall, and then the rusty door key grated in the lock. Thady's knees shook beneath him as he listened to the rising latch. How should he meet Father John's eyes after what he had done? How should he find words to tell him that he had broken the solemn vow that he had taken on the Holy Scriptures, and had, in his first difficulty, flown to the disreputable security to be found in the haunts of such men as Joe Reynolds and Dan Kennedy? However, this he would have to tell him, for the door was now open, and there stood the priest, with his eyes fixed on Thady's sad face and soiled appearance. Thady had not had his clothes off for the last 2 nights, and they now bore all the soil and stains of his 2 midnight walks. His countenance was pale in the extreme, and never full or healthy, now seemed more thin and wan than 48 hours sorrow could possibly have made it. He was much fatigued, for his shoes had become soaked with water in the moist grounds through which he had passed and repassed, and his feet were blistered with his long and unaccustomed walks. When Father John saw him, his heart melted within him at the sight of the young man's sad and melancholy figure. We already know that from the moment he had first heard of the catastrophe, he had made excuses in his own heart for Thady. And when he had heard, as he did at the inquest, that his sister had been with Ussher when he lifted his stick against him, he had not only acquitted him in his own estimation from anything like the crime of murder, but he also felt certain that had he been in the same situation, he would most assuredly have done the same as Thady had done. He had been much surprised at the coroner's verdict. He could not think how 12 men, on their oath, could call Ussher's death murder, when it so evidently appeared to him that the man stigmatized by that verdict as a murderer had only been actuated by the praiseworthy purpose of defending his sister from disgrace and violence. And when moreover it was so plain that Thady's presence on the scene at the moment was accidental, and that the attack could not have been premeditated. The jurors, however, had not been Thady's friends, as Father John was, nor were they inclined to look upon such a deed with the same lenient eyes. It appeared to them that Ussher was not using any violence to the young lady, who had herself admitted in her evidence that she was a willing party to Ussher's proceedings. Doubtless, there might be circumstances which at the prisoner's trial would be properly put forward in palliation of the murder by his counsel. But with that the jury before the coroner could have nothing to do, and on these considerations the jurors with very little delay had come to the conclusion which had so surprised and grieved Father John. Still, however, he looked forward with almost absolute certainty to Thady's acquittal at his trial, and was by far more angry with the young man himself at his folly in attempting to fly from justice, than he was at the deed which had put him under its power. Now, however, when he saw him pale, fatigued, harassed, and in sorrow at his door, his anger all turned to pity, and the only feeling left in his bosom led him to think how he could assuage his sufferings and comfort him in his afflictions. Thady was the first to speak. "Father John," he said, "I've come to give myself up. I thought I'd tell you as I passed the door." "Oh, my son," said Father John, "come in though. Thady, come in. till we think what's best to do in this sad time." And they went again into the little parlour, where so short a time ago Thady had made the promise which he now had to confess he had broken. He then gave the priest by degrees the whole history of the affair. He told how the different events had happened. He explained how Feemy's appearance as she lay fainting in Ussher's arms, and that man's words to her when he declared that she must come with him, had at the moment made him think that she was being dragged away by violence, and that he had had this conviction on his mind when he raised his stick to strike. He then told Father John exactly what he had done since the occurrence, the precautions which he took respecting the body, the visit which he paid to his father and his sister, and lastly, how he had fled for the sake of security, and passed 2 miserable days among the mountains in Aughacashel. "Ah, poor boy," said Father John, "that's what I have to blame you for. What made you fly there? What made you fly anywhere? Why did you not with an honest face at once place yourself in the hands of the police, from whom you must know you couldn't have remained concealed?" "Oh, Father John, if you could feel all I felt when I first knew the man was dead, when my own sisters burned me, and when my father told me I was a murderer, you wouldn't wonder at my flying if it were only for an hour." "That's true, my boy, that's very true, and I won't ask you now where you were, or who you were with, or what folly you may have done whilst there, for I haven't the heart to blame you for what you've done in the extremity of your misery. But now, Thady, we must think of the future. Of course you know that having come to my house, and having seen me, you must at once place yourself in the hands of the police." "In course, Father John. I was only on my way to Carrick when I called here. In truth, I wanted a kind word from you before they put me in that horrid place." "My poor dear boy, it's little comfort I can give you, except to tell you that we all think, that is McKeon and I, and the rest of us, that when the trial comes on they must acquit you. Any jury must acquit you, and that till that time comes, you may be sure whatever can be done for you by the warmest friends shall be done by us. But you know, Thady, till that time does come, till the trial is over, you must remain in prison." "But, Father John, do you think they'll acquit me? Do you think, does Mr. McKeon think, they'll not find it murder?" "Indeed he does, Thady, and so do I, and so I'm sure does the coroner, by what he said to the jury. I'm sure he didn't expect them to find it murder at the inquest." "That's great comfort, Father John, but you always had comfort for me. But tell me, what's this I hear about Feemy and my father? Is it true they're both ill?" "I've little comfort for you in that quarter, I'm afraid. But though Feemy's ill, I don't think she's dangerously so. She will want time to bring her round, but I've no doubt time will bring her round. She has had a great deal to try her too. She was very fond of that man, though he was so unworthy of her, and it isn't easy for a girl like Feemy to get over at once the loss of him she loved so dearly. God send she may recover. I did it all for the best. Larry was long ailing. I fear this has knocked him up entirely. What'll the tenants do now at all? They'll have no one over them but Keegan, I suppose. He'll be raising the rents now, Father John, won't he? Don't mind that now, my boy. You've enough on your heart now without troubling yourself about that. Well then, I'll be wishing you good-bye. I'll go on to Carrick. Well then, no, Thady, not to-night. Stay here to-night. I would not have you go in and give yourself up under cover of the dark. Early tomorrow, as soon as Counsellor Webb will be up, you shall go with me to him. He'll no doubt commit you. Indeed he must do so. But that will be better for you than lying all night in the guard room at the police station, and being dragged out in the morning, cold, comfortless, and hungry. Father John then got him supper and had a bed prepared for him, and early in the morning he sent down to Ballycloran for his linen and clothes, that he might appear in a more respectable manner before the magistrate. He had his horse and car ready for them after breakfast, and at about 10 they started for Counsellor Webb's. They found the magistrate at home, and Father John sent in word to him that Mr. Macdermot, having heard the verdict which had been returned at the coroner's inquest, had come to surrender himself. Mr. Webb received the two into his study, and having explained to Thady that it was of course his duty immediately to commit him, sent to Carrick for police, in whose charge it would be necessary that the prisoner should be sent from thence. "I'm very sorry," said Webb, "that this should be my principal duty, and that I should be obliged to hand you over to the constables, but you must have been aware that I should do so when you came to me." Father John then took Mr. Webb aside and explained to him all the particulars of the case, which had not come out at the inquest, and at last it was agreed that he, Mr. Webb, should go with him into Carrick, that they would call at the police office to inform the sergeant there that the prisoner was in custody, and that they should go directly to the jail, and that Thady should be immediately handed over to the custody of the jailer. This was accordingly done, and he avoided the disgrace, which he so feared, of being led through the town with handcuffs on his wrists. Father John did not leave him until he had seen him settled with whatever comfort a prison could afford. But of these things, now that he was there, he seemed to think much less than the priest himself. When Father John was kindly petitioning with the governor to allow the prisoner a light in his cell, he said, "What matters? A light won't make the time pass over quicker." The next Assizes would not take place till April, 6 months after the present time, and it was finally agreed that Father John should take on himself all the cares connected with his defence, and should from time to time visit him in his confinement, and give him such news respecting his father, his sister, and the affairs at Ballycloran, as he might have to bring, and then he took his leave. When he was gone, Thady was once more alone and in solitude. Moreover, he felt strongly the gloom of the big cold walls around him, of the huge locks which kept him, the austerity and discomforts of prison discipline, and all the miseries of confinement. But yet even there, in jail, and committed to take his trial for life, though doomed to the monotony of that dull cell for 6 months, still he felt infinitely less wretched than he had done while sitting in Andy McAvoy's cabin, wondering at the torpidity of its owner. The feeling of suspense, of inactivity, the dread of being found and dragged away, joined to the horror he felt at remaining in so desolate a place, would have driven him mad. Now he knew that he had no daily accident to fear, no new misfortune to dread, and he nerved himself to bear the 6 long coming months with fortitude and patience. Though the time was long, and his weary days generally unbroken by anything that could interest or enliven them, still, from the hour when Father John first spoke to him at his hall door, to that in which he was led into the courthouse dock as a prisoner to take his trial for his life, he never once repented that he had quitted Aughacashel and his mountain security, to give himself up as a prisoner to the authorities of Carrick. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 32. Chapter 25. Retrospective. As storytellers of every description have, from time immemorial, been considered free from those niceties by which all attempts in the nobler classes of literature are, or should be restrained, we consider no apology necessary for requesting the reader to leap over with us the space of 4 months. But still, before we continue our tale from that date, it will be as well that we should give a short outline of the principal events which produced the state in which the circumstances of the Macdermots will then be found, and we are sorry to say that they were not such as could offer much consolation to them. It will be remembered that Pat Brady was commissioned by his master to take Ussher's body to the police station at Carrick in Fred Brown's gig. This commission he promptly performed, and also that of restoring the gig to its owner, and after having thus completed his master's behests like a good servant, he paid a visit on his own account to Mr. Keegan. Although it was late, he still found that active gentleman up, and gave him a tolerably accurate account of what had happened at Ballycloran, adding that the young master had gone off to join the boys. At last that's what he supposed he'd be after now. As soon as Keegan's surprise was a little abated, he perceived that the affair would probably act as a stepping stone, on which he might walk into Ballycloran even sooner than he had hitherto thought to do. And when, as one of the jurors at the coroner's inquest on the next morning, he saw that poor Larry had evidently fallen into absolute idiocy, and heard that Thady had, in fact, escaped, he instantly determined to take such legal steps on behalf of his father-in-law as would put the property under his management. And this accordingly he did. The proper steps for proving the old man to be of unsound mind would have been attended with very great expense. Instead of doing this, he got himself made receiver over the property, and determined to arrest Larry, which in his existing state he conceived he should have no difficulty in doing. Here, however, he found himself very much mistaken, for nothing could induce the old man to leave his own room, or so much as allow the front door to be unlocked. Mary Brady still continued to attend him every day, returning home to her husband after sunset, and she found him very easy to manage in every other particular, as long as he was allowed to have his own way in this. He had quite lost the triumphant feeling which led him to boast in the streets of Carrick, after leaving the inquest, that he had escaped from Flannelly's power, and that he would never have to pay him another farthing, for now if he heard a strange step, he fancied it to be a bailiff's, and if there was the slightest noise in the house, he thought that an attempt was being made to drag him off by violence. It was a miserable sight to see the old man, thin, wan, and worn out, sitting during the cold winter by a few sods of turf, with the door of his own room ajar, watching the front door from morning till night to see that no one opened it. Before Christmas he had his bed brought down into the same room, in order that he might not be betrayed into the hands of his enemies in the morning before he was up, and from that time no inducement could prevail on him to leave the room for a moment. During this time his poverty was very great. The tenants had been served with legal notices to pay neither to him nor to Thady any portion of their rents, and consequently provisions were very low and very scarce at Ballycloran. In fact, had it not been for the kindness of Father John, Mr. McKeon, and Councillor Webb, whose property was adjoining to Ballycloran, Larry would have been starved into a surrender. Mr. Webb went so far as to interfere with Mr. Keegan, and to point out to him that in all humanity he should stay his proceedings till after Thady's trial. But Keegan replied that he was only acting for Mr. Flannelly, who was determined to have the matter settled at once, and that all he wanted was his own, and that he had already waited too long. When Keegan found that Larry Macdermot, in spite of his infirmities, was too wary to be caught, he endeavoured to bribe Mary to open the door to his emissaries and to betray the old man. But though Mary was very fond of money, she was too honest for this, and she replied to the attorney by telling him that for all the money in the Bank of Carrick, she wouldn't be the one to treat the old blood that way. Larry consequently still held out at Ballycloran, living on the chance presents of his friends, who sent him at one time a few stone of potatoes, at another a pound of tea, then a bit of bacon, or a few bottles of whisky. This last, however, was confided to Mary, with injunctions not to allow him too frequently to have recourse to the only comforter that was left to him. Though Keegan failed to gain admission into the house, and could not therefore put himself into absolute possession of the estate, still he could do what he pleased with the lands, and he was not long in availing himself of the power. In January he served notices on all the tenants that unless the whole arrears were paid on or before the end of the next month, they would be ejected, and to many of those who held portions of the better part of the land, he sent summary notice to quit on the 1st of May next following. These notices were all served by Pat, who assured the tenants that he only performed the duties which he had now undertaken that he might look after Mr. Thady's interests, and as he said, there could be no use in life in his refusing to do it, for if he didn't another would, and the tenants would be no better, and he a deal the worst. These things by no means tended to make Keegan's name popular on the estate, particularly at Drumleesh, where the tenants were but ill prepared to pay their rent by small portions at a time, and were utterly confounded at the idea of having to pay up the arrears in a lump. But Pat assured them that although they were surly and sullen, they gave no signs or showed any determination of having recourse to violence, or of openly rebelling against the authority of their new landlord. Pat, however, knew but little of what was going on amongst them now. Although they found no absolute fault with the arguments which he used for acting on Mr. Keegan's behalf, still he soon discovered that the tenants had withdrawn their confidence from him, and that they looked upon him rather as the servant of their new tyrant than as the friend to whom they had been accustomed to turn when they wanted any little favour from their old master. He had moreover discontinued his visits to Mrs. Mulready's, and had for a long time seen nothing of Joe Reynolds and his set, who spent most of the time in Aughacashel, or at any rate away from Drumleesh. Joe Reynolds had been altogether unable to account for Thady's sudden disappearance from Aughacashel. At first he thought he must have been taken prisoner by some of the police, whilst roaming about in the neighbourhood, and although he ultimately heard that Father John and he had gone together to Counsellor Webb's, still he could never learn how Thady had fallen into the priest's hands. Joe, however, did not forget that Thady had done what he considered the good service of ridding the country of Ussher, and he swore that he would repay it by punishing the man, who in his estimations was robbing Thady of his right and his property. He had long since declared at Mrs. Mulready's, as we are aware, that if Thady would come over and join his party, Keegan should not come upon the estate with impunity, and he was now determined to keep his word. Keegan, trusting to the assurance of Pat that the tenants were all quiet and peaceable, at length began to go among them himself, and had, about the beginning of February, once or twice ridden over portions of the property. About 5 o'clock one evening in that month, he was riding towards home along the little lane that skirts Drumleesh bog, after having seen as much of that delectable neighbourhood as a man could do on horseback, when his horse was stopped by a man wrapped in a very large frieze coat, but whose face was not concealed, who asked him, could he spake to his honour about a bit of land that he was thinking of asking after when the man that was on it was put off, as he heard war to be done. As the man said this, he laid his hands on the bridle, and Keegan, fearing from this that something was not right, put his hand into his coat pocket where his pistols were, and told the man to come to him at Carrick if he wanted to say anything. The man, however, continued, "Av his honour wouldn't think it too much trouble just to come down for one moment, he'd point out the cabin which he meant." Keegan was now sure from the man's continuing to keep his hand on the bridle that some injury to him was intended, and was in the act of drawing his pistol from his pocket, when he was knocked altogether from off his horse by a blow which he received on the head with a large stone, thrown from the other side of one of the banks which ran along the road. The blow and the fall completely stunned him, and when he came to himself he was lying on the road. The man who had stopped his horse was kneeling on his chest. A man whose face was blackened was holding down his 2 feet, and a third, whose face had also been blackened, was kneeling on the road beside him with a small axe in his hand. Keegan's courage utterly failed him when he saw the sharp instrument in the ruffian's grasp. He began to promise largely if they would let him escape, forgiveness, money, land, anything, everything for his life. Neither of them, however, answered him, and before the first sentence he uttered was well out of his mouth, the instrument fell on his leg, just above the ankle. With all the man's force, the first blow only cut his trousers and his boot, and bruised him sorely, for his boots protected him. The second cut the flesh and grated against the bone. In vain he struggled violently, and with all the force of a man struggling for his life, a third, and a fourth, and a fifth descended, crushing the bone, dividing the marrow, and ultimately severing the foot from the leg. When they had done their work, they left him on the road, till some passer-by should have compassion on him and obtain for him the means of conveyance to his home. In a short time Keegan fainted from loss of blood, but the cold frost soon brought him to his senses. He got up and hobbled to the nearest cabin, dragging after him the mutilated foot, which still attached itself to his body by the cartilages and by the fragments of his boot and trousers, and from thence reached his home on a country car, racked by pain, which the jolting of the car and the sharp frost did not tend to assuage. At the time of which we are writing, about the first week in March, he had been entirely unable to ascertain any of the party by whom he had been attacked. The men were Dan Kennedy, Joe Reynolds, and Corny Dolan. Of these, Joe alone was personally known to Keegan, and it was he who used the axe with such fell cruelty, but he had been so completely disguised at the time that Keegan had not in the least recognised him. Dan was the man who had at first stopped the horse, and he being confident that Keegan had not even heard his name, and that he was very unlikely to be in any place where his victim could again see him so as to know him, had not feared to stop the horse and address its rider without any disguise. This act, which was originally proposed and finally executed more with the intent of avenging Thady than with any other purpose, was the most unfortunate thing for him that could have happened. For in the first place, it made the magistrates and the government imagine that the country was in a disorderly state generally, and that it was therefore necessary to follow up the prosecutions at the Assizes with more than ordinary vigour, and in the next place, it made Keegan determined to do all that he could to secure Thady's conviction, for he attributed his horrible mutilation to the influence of the Macdermots. Other things had also occurred during the 4 months since Thady had given himself up to the authorities, which had determined the law officers of the government to follow up Ussher's murderer with all severity and obtain, if possible, a conviction. The man who had been sent to Mohill in Ussher's place was by no means his equal, either in courage, determination, or perseverance. Still it had been necessary for him to follow to a certain degree in his predecessor's steps, especially as at the time illicit distillation had become more general in the country than it had ever been known to be before. A man named Cogan, who had acted very successfully as a spy to Ussher, also offered his services to the new officer, by whom they were accepted. This man had learnt that potheen was being made at Aughacashel, and dressed in the uniform of one of the revenue police, had led the men to Dan Kennedy's cabin. Here they merely found Abraham, the cripple, harmlessly employed in superintending the boiling of some lumpers, and Andy McAvoy in the other cabin, sitting on his bed. Not a drop of potheen, not a grain of malt, not a utensil used in distillation was found, and they had to return foiled and beaten. The new officer, whose name was Foster, also received various threatening letters, and among them the following: "This is to give notice, Captain Forster, av you'll live and let die, and be quite unpackable. Divil a raison is there why you need to be afeard, but av you go on among the Leitrim boys, as that bloody thundering ruffin Ussher, by the eternal blessed glory, you will soon be stretched as he wore, for the Leitrim boys isn't them as will put up with it." This was only one of many that he received, and these, together with the futility of his first attempt, a tremendous stoning which he and his men received in the neighbourhood of Drumshambo, the burning of Cogan's cabin, and the fate of his predecessor, totally frightened him, and he represented to the head office in Dublin that the country was in such a state that he was unable, with the small body of men at his command, to carry on his business with anything approaching to security. These things all operated much against the chance of Thady's acquittal, and his warmest friends could not but feel that they did so. People in the country began to say that some severe example was necessary, that the country was in a dreadful state, and that the government must be upheld, and these fears became 10 times greater, when it was generally known that Thady, a day or two before the catastrophe, had absolutely associated with some of the most desperate characters in the country. Brady at first had been unwilling to divulge all that he knew to Mr. Keegan, for though he felt no hesitation in betraying his old master, he was not desirous to hang him. But Keegan by degrees got it all out of him, and bribed so high that Pat at last consented to come forward at the trial and swear to all the circumstances of the meeting at Mrs. Mehan's, and the attorney lost no time in informing the solicitor who was to conduct the prosecution on behalf of the Crown what this witness was able to prove. All this was sad news for Father John and his friend McKeon, but still they would not despair. They talked the matter over and over again in McKeon's parlour, and Tony occasionally almost forgot his punch in his anxiety to put forward and make the most of all these points, which he considered to be in Thady's favour. It was not only the love of justice, his regard for the family of the Macdermots, and Father John's eloquence, which enlisted McKeon so thoroughly in Thady's interest, though no doubt these 3 things had great weight with him, but his own personal predilections had also a considerable share in doing so. The 3 leading resident gentlemen in the neighbourhood were Sir Michael Gibson, Mr. Jonas Brown, and Councillor Webb. They were the 3 magistrates who regularly attended the petty sessions at Carrick, and as they usually held different opinions on all important subjects relative to the locality in which they resided, so all their neighbours swore by one of them, condemning the other 2 as little better than fools or knaves. Sir Michael was by far the richest, and would therefore naturally have had the greatest number of followers, had it not been that it was usually extremely difficult to find out what his opinion was. He was neither a bad nor a good landlord, that is to say, his land was seldom let for more than double its value, and his agent did not eject his tenants, as long as they contrived not to increase the arrears which they owed when he undertook the management of the property. But Sir Michael himself neither looked after their welfare or took the slightest care to see that they were comfortable. On the bench, by attempting to agree with both his colleagues, he very generally managed to express an opinion different from either of them, and as he was of course the chairman, the decisions of the bench were in consequence frequently of a rather singular nature. However, on the whole, Sir Michael was popular, for if he benefited none, he harmed none, and he was considered by many a safe constitutional man, with no flighty ideas on any side. Jonas Brown was hated by the poor. In every case he would, if he had the power, visit every fault committed by them with the severest penalty awarded by the law. He was a stern, hard, cruel man, with no sympathy for anyone, and was actuated by the most superlative contempt for the poor, from whom he drew his whole income. He was a clever, clear-headed, avaricious man, and he knew that the only means of keeping the peasantry in their present utterly helpless and dependent state was to deny them education, and to oppose every scheme for their improvement and welfare. He dreaded every movement which tended to teach them anything, and when he heard of landlords reducing their rents, improving cabins, and building schools, he would prophesy to his neighbour, Sir Michael, that the gentry would soon begin to repent of their folly. When the rents they had reduced were not paid, the cabins which they had made comfortable were filled with ribbon men, and when the poor had learnt in schools to disobey their masters and landlords. Sir Michael never contradicted all this, and he would probably have become a second Jonas Brown, and much more injurious, because so much more extensive in his interest, were it not for the counteracting influence of Councillor Webb, who was in all his opinions diametrically opposed to Mr. Brown. Mr. Webb was a clear-headed and a much more talented man than his brother magistrate. He was moreover a kind-hearted landlord, ever anxious to ameliorate the condition of the poor, and by no means greedy after money, though he was neither very opulent nor very economical. But nevertheless, with all these high qualities, he He was hardly the man most fit to do real good in a very poor and ignorant neighbourhood. He was, in the first place, by far too fond of popularity, and of being the favourite among the peasantry, and in the next, he had become so habituated to oppose Jonas Brown in all his sayings and doings, that he now did so, whether he was right or wrong. Thady's case had been much talked of in the country, and the rival magistrates, of course, held diametrically opposite opinions respecting it. Jonas Brown had declared at his own table that unless that young man were hanged, there would be an end to anything like law in this country. His being the son of a landlord made it 10 times worse. If the landlords themselves turned ribbon men, and taught the tenants all manner of iniquity, and the law didn't then interfere, it would be impossible to live in the country. He, for one, should leave it. Here had a most praiseworthy servant of the crown, a man who had merited the thanks of the whole country by the fearless manner in which he had performed his duty. Here, he said, had this man been murdered in cold blood by a known ribbon man, by one who, as he understood, had a few days before the murder conspired with others to commit it, and yet he was told there were a pack of people through the country, priests and popularity hunters, who were not only using their best endeavours to screen the murderer, but who absolutely justified the deed. By G.D. he couldn't understand how a man holding the position of a gentleman could so far forget what he owed to his country and himself as to dirty his hands with such a filthy business as this, however absurd his general opinions on politics might be. As for the man's sister, that was all a got-up story since the business. Every one knew that the family had been trying to catch the young man for the girl. She had been allowed to walk with Captain Ussher at all hours, night and day, and he was doing no more than walking with her when he was basely murdered by her brother. As for him, Jonas Brown, he hoped and trusted the murderer would be hung as he deserved. The purport of this piece of after-dinner eloquence was duly conveyed to Counsellor Webb, who fully appreciated the remarks about the popularity-hunting gentleman who was dirtying his hands. Up to this time these two men, though differing so widely from each other, had still kept up a show of courtesy between them, but Mr. Brown's remarks altogether put an end to it. Counsellor Webb never again addressed him in friendly terms. He did not, however, in the least relax his efforts on Thady's behalf, or express less strongly his opinion on the case. He told Sir Michael one morning in Carrick, after some public meeting, at which all the gentry of the neighbourhood had been present, and while many of them, and among them Mr. Brown, were standing by, that he had lately been giving a great deal of very close attention to that very distressing case of young Mr. Macdermot. He thought it was the most melancholy and heart-rending case he had ever known. It was proved beyond possibility of doubt that Ussher was eloping with the young man's sister. It seemed now to be pretty certain that the girl was herself absolutely senseless at the time the occurrence took place. He believed she had changed her mind, or got frightened, or what not. It was now a known fact that she was being dragged senseless in the man's arms when Macdermot attacked him. And was a brother to stand by and look on such a sight as that, and not protect his sister, and punish the miscreant who was endeavouring to dishonour her? Was Mr. Macdermot to turn his back upon the affair, and leave his sister to her fate, because, forsooth, the man who did it was a revenue officer? Let us bring the matter home to ourselves, Sir Michael, he continued. Suppose you saw that gay young Captain Jem Boyle carrying through the demise at Knockadrum, with one of your own fair flock in his arms, violently carrying her off. Wouldn't you not only knock him down yourself, if you could catch him, but also set all your people after him, begging them to do the same? Of course you would. And what more has this young man done? Unfortunately he struck too hard, but that, although we may deplore the circumstance, shows no criminality on his part, but only the strong indignation which he very properly felt. As to the cock and bull story of his being a ribbon man, no man of sense could entertain it. It appears that a few nights before the occurrence he went to a tenant's wedding, and unfortunately took a drop too much punch. That had been many a good man's case before this, and then he got among a lot of men who were uttering vague, nonsensical threats against different persons whom they disliked. One, I hear, says that Ussher was threatened, and another, and I am told, by far the more creditable witness, that it was Keegan the attorney whose name was mentioned. It appears that when drunk he promised to join these men in another drinking party, which promise he, of course, never thought of keeping after he was sober. And yet there are some who are cruel enough to say, I won't say harsh enough to believe, for they can't believe it, that when he attacked Ussher in his sister's defence, Macdermot was only carrying into execution a premeditated plan of murdering him. Premeditated, indeed, when it was plain to every one that it was by the merest accident that he happened to be in the avenue at the time. People might just as well say that it was he who cut off the attorney's foot the other day, though he was in gaol at the time. I must say, continued the counsellor, that should the poor young man fall a victim to the false evidence which I am aware private malice and wretchedly vindictive feeling will supply, then the basest murder will really have been committed which ever disgraced this country. I don't envy the state of mind of any gentleman who can look forward with a feeling of satisfaction to the prospect of that poor youth's being hanged for protecting his sister, merely because the seducer was in habits of intimacy with himself or his family. Mr. Brown left the meeting, taking no immediate notice of the counsellor's philippic. It was not, however, because he did not comprehend the latter part of it, or that he meant to overlook it. Sir Michael was much distressed in making up his mind finally on the subject. It was reported, however, soon after the meeting above alluded to, that he had stated to some of his more immediate friends and admirers that he considered it highly discreditable, he might say disgraceful, for any of the more respectable classes to give any countenance to the illegal meetings, which he was afraid were too general through the country, and that there was too much reason to fear that the unfortunate man in prison had been guilty in doing so, but that there could be no doubt that every one was justified, he might add, only performed his bounden duty in protecting the females of his family from injury or violence. Now Tony McKeon was a tenant both of Sir Michael and of the counsellor. He also held land from other landlords, but he had no connection whatever with Mr. Brown. He was not at all the sort of tenant that Jonas liked, for though he always punctually paid his rent to the day, he usually chose to have everything his own way, and would take no land except at a fair rent and on a long lease. Mr. Webb, however, was his chief friend and principal ally in the country. Sir Michael was altogether too grand for him, seeing that Tony had no idea of being a humble dependent, but Mr. Webb would occasionally come and dine with him, and often asked him in return. Mrs. Webb, too, was civil to his wife and the girls, always lent them the Dublin pattern for their frills, frocks, and other frippery, and seldom drove into Drumsna without calling. The consequence was that the counsellor was a man after Tony's own heart. Though they were of different religions, they had, generally speaking, the same political feelings and opinions, the same philanthropical principles, and the same popular prejudices, and after a few years' intimacy in each other's neighbourhood, Mr. Webb well knew where to find a powerful recruit for any service in which he might wish to enlist one. Tony declared that if anyone spoke ill of Feemy's character, he should make it personal with himself, that he was ready, willing, and moreover determined to quarrel with anyone who dared to apply the opprobrious name of murderer to Thady, and he had even been heard, on one or two occasions, to stand up for Larry himself, and to declare that although he might be a little light-headed or so, he was still a deal better than those muddy-minded blackguards at Carrick, who had driven him to his present state. For a long time Feemy had been very ill, but after Christmas she had apparently got a little stronger. She would sit up in her bedroom for a few hours in the day, but still would talk to no one. Mrs. McKeon endeavoured more than once to lead her to the subject, which she knew must be nearest her heart, thinking that if she could be got to speak of it, she would be relieved. But in vain. In vain she tried to interest her in her brother's fate. In vain she tried to make her understand that Thady's safety and his acquittal would in a great degree depend on her being able to prove at the trial that at the time when the occurrence took place she was herself insensible. She shuddered violently at the idea of being again questioned, and declared with sobs that she should die if she were again dragged to that horrid place, When Mrs. McKeon asked her if she would not make a struggle to save her brother's life, she remained mute. It was evident that it was for her lover that she was still grieving, and that it was not the danger of ignominy of Thady's position that afflicted her. Mrs. McKeon, however, conceived it to be her duty to persevere with her, and at last told her how wrong it was of her to give way to grief, which was in its first stage respected. Feemy answered her only with tears, and on the next morning told her that she had determined to return to Ballycloran, as she thought she would be better there at home with her father. To this, however, Mrs. McKeon would not consent, and Feemy was told that the doctor had forbidden her to be moved. She was therefore obliged to remain satisfied for the present, as she had no means of escaping from Drumsna, but she soon became more sullen than ever, and at last almost refused to speak to any one. Things went on in this way till about the middle of March. Feemy constantly requested to be allowed to go home, which request was as constantly refused, when different circumstances acting together gave rise to a dreadful suspicion in Mrs. McKeon's mind. She began to fear that Ussher, before his death, had accomplished the poor girl's ruin, and that she was now in the family way. For some few days she was determined to reject the idea, and endeavoured to make herself believe that she was mistaken. But the more close her observations were, the more certain she became that her suspicions were well founded. She was much distressed as to what she should do. Her first and most natural feelings were those of anger against Feemy, and of dismay at the situation into which her own and her husband's good nature had brought herself and her daughters, and she made up her mind that Feemy should at once have her wish and return to Ballycloran. But then she might be mistaken, or even, if it were too true, how could she turn the poor girl, weak, ill, and miserable, out of her house, and send her to an empty, unprovided barrack, inhabited by an infirm, idiotical old man, where she could receive none of that attention which her situation so much required? She communicated her suspicions to the doctor, and after a few days' observations, he told her that there was too much reason to fear that the case was as she supposed. He, however, strongly advised her to speak to Miss Macdermot herself on the subject. This she did at last, most tenderly, and with the greatest gentleness, but still imploring Feemy to tell her the truth. Feemy at first could not speak in reply. She threw herself on her bed, sobbing most violently, and fell from one fit into another, till Mrs. McKeon was afraid that she would choke herself with the violence of her emotion. At last, however, she declared that the accusation brought against her was untrue, protested on her most solemn word and honour that it was not the case, and ended by saying how thankful she was to Mrs. McKeon for her kindness and protection, but that she must now beg her to allow her to return to Ballycloran. Feemy's denial of the charge against her was so firm and so positively made that it very much shook her friend's suspicions. When Feemy begged to be sent home, she told her not to agitate herself at present, that they would all see how she was in a day or two, and then, speaking a few kind words to her, left her to herself. End of section 32, chapter 25. Section 33 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 33, Chapter 26, The Duel. Mr. Jonas Brown was in a towering passion when he left the meeting at which he had listened to, but had not ventured to answer, Councillor Webb's remarks respecting Thady Macdermot and the supposed intimacy between Ussher and the inmates of Brown Hall. He had so openly expressed his wish that the young man might be capitally punished, and this, joined to the fact that Ussher had not been as intimate at any other house as he had been at Brown Hall, could leave no doubt on the mind of any one who had been present that Webb's allusion had been intended for him. His first impulse was to challenge his foe at once, but his ardour on that point soon cooled a little, and he came to the conclusion of sleeping on the matter, or at any rate of drinking a bottle or two of wine over it with his sons. As soon as the servant had withdrawn after dinner, he began his grievance. "By God, Fred, that ruffian Webb is passing all bounds. He's not only forgotten the opinions and notions of a gentleman, but he has lain down the manners of one too." "Why, what has he done now, with all his queer ideas? Webb can be a gentleman if he pleases," said Fred. "I must say," said George, "the counsellor is a good fellow on the course. I don't care how seldom I see him anywhere else." "I don't know what you may call being a good fellow or a gentleman," replied the father, "but I know he has insulted me publicly, and that in the most gross way, and before half the country. I don't know whether that's your idea of acting like a gentleman or a good fellow." "It's what many a gentleman and many a good fellow has done before him," said George. "But if he has insulted you, of course he must apologise, or do the other thing." "What? Let it alone?" rejoined Fred. "No, fight, and that's what he's a deal the most likely to do," said George. "Be damned," said old Brown, "but I think both of you seem glad to hear that your father has been insulted. You've neither of you a grain of proper feeling." "It's with a grain or two of gunpowder I'd take it," said George, "and I'd advise you, father, to do the same. A precious deal better thing than good feeling to settle an insult with." "But you've not told us what it's all about," said Fred. "What was the quarrel about?" "Quarrel? There was no quarrel at all in the matter. I couldn't quarrel with him, for I wouldn't speak to him. It was about that infernal friend of yours, Fred, that Ussher. I wish he'd never darkened this door." "Poor devil," answered Fred. "There's no use abusing him now he's dead. I suppose the row wasn't his fault." "It was about him, though, and the low blackguard that murdered him. Webb was talking about him, making a speech in the public room, taking the fellow's part, as I'm told he's always doing, and going on with all the claptrap story about protecting his sister, as if every one in the country didn't know that she'd been Ussher's mistress for months back. Well, that was all nothing to me, only he'll be rightly served when he finds every man on his estate has become a ribbon man, and every other tenant ready to turn murderer. But this wasn't enough for him. But at the end of the whole he must declare, I forget what it was he said, but something about Ussher's intimacy here, that it was a shameful thing of me to be wishing on that account that this Macdermot should be hanged as he deserves." "Did he actually mention Brown Hall?" asked Fred. "No, but he put it so that there could be no mistake about it. He said he didn't envy my state of mind." "Well, tell him you don't envy his. I don't think you could call him out for that," said George. "By heavens, you're enough to provoke a saint," continued the father. "Can't you believe me when I tell you he made as direct a cut at Brown Hall as he could, because I can't repeat all his words like a newspaper? By God, the pluck's gone out of the country entirely. If as much has been said to my father when I was your age, I'd have had the fellow who said it out, if he'd been the best shot in Connaught." "Don't say another word, father," said George, "if that's what you're after. I thought maybe you'd like the fun yourself, or I'd have offered. I'd call him out with a heart and a half, and there's nothing I'd like better. Maybe I'd be able to make up a match between Diamond and the councillor's brown mare when it's done. He'd be a little soft, would Webb, after such a job as that, and wouldn't stand for a few pounds difference." "That's nonsense, George," said the father, a little mollified by the son's dutiful offer. "I don't want anyone to take the thing off my hands. I don't want to be shelved that way. But I wish you to see the matter in the right light. I tell you the man was cursedly insolent, Fred. In fact, he said what I don't mean to put up with, and the question is, what had I better do?" "He didn't say anything, did he?" asked Fred, "with your name or Brown Hall in it?" "No, he didn't name them exactly." "Then I don't think you can call for an apology. Write him a civil note, and beg him to say that he intended no allusion to you or your family in what he said." "Fred's right for once," said George. "That's all you can do as the matter stands now. If he won't say that, call him out and have done with it." "I've no wish to be fighting," said the father. "In fact, at my time of life I'd rather not. I was ready enough once, but I'd sooner settle it quietly." "Why, there's no contenting you," answered Fred. "Just now nothing but pistols and coffee would do for you, and then you were in a passion because one of us wouldn't take a challenge for you at once without knowing anything about it, and now you're just the other way. If you don't like the business, there's George will take it off your hands, he says." After a considerable quantity of squabbling among this family party, it was at last decided that a civil note should be sent to Ardrum, in which Mr. Webb would be desired to state that he had made no allusion to Brown Hall. Accordingly, a servant on horseback was dispatched on the Monday morning with the following missive: Brown Hall, Sunday evening. Mr. Brown presents his compliments to Mr. Webb, and begs to inform him that certain expressions which fell from him at the meeting at Carrick on Saturday respecting the murder of Captain Ussher have been thought by many to have had reference to the family at Brown Hall. Mr. Brown feels himself assured that Mr. Webb would not so far forget himself as to make any such allusion in public to a neighbouring gentleman and magistrate. But as Mr. Webb's words were certainly singular in their reference to Captain Ussher's intimacy with some family in the neighbourhood, and as many conceive that they were directly pointed at Brown Hall, Mr. Brown must beg Mr. Webb to give him his direct assurance in writing that nothing which fell from him was intended to apply either to Mr. Brown or his family. To W. Webb, Esquire, Ardrum. Mr. Webb was at home when the servant arrived, and only detaining him 2 minutes, sent him back with the following answer: Ardrum, Monday morning. Mr. Webb presents his compliments to Mr. Brown. Mr. Webb regrets that he cannot comply with the request made in Mr. Brown's letter of yesterday's date. To Jonas Brown, Esquire, Brown Hall. The conclave at Brown Hall, on receipt of this laconic epistle, unanimously declared that it was tantamount to a declaration of war, and that desperate measures must at once be adopted. "The sod's the only place now, father," said George. "By heavens, I like him the better for not recanting." "He's a cursed good shot," said Fred. "Would you like to send for Keegan before you out?" "Keegan be damned," said George, "but have Blake by, for he'll wing you as sure as Moses." "Maybe not," said Fred. "Webb's a damn good shot in a gallery, but maybe he won't allow for the wind on the sod, but it'll be as well to have the sawbones." "No fear of your legs, governor, for he'll fire high. The shoulder's his spot. You may always tell from a man's eye where he'll fix the sight of a pistol. Webb always looks up. If his tool lifts a little, he'll fire over you." "Yes, he might," said Fred, "or take you on the head, which wouldn't be so pleasant. I'm not particular, but I'd better run my chance myself with a chap that fired low." "There, you're out," answered the brother. "The low shot's the death shot. Why, man, if you did catch a ball in the head, you'd get over it, if it was in the mouth or cheek or neck or anywhere but the temple. But your body's all over tender bits. May heaven always keep lead out of my bowels. I'd sooner have it in my brains." The father fidgeted about very uneasily whilst enduring these pleasant remarks from his affectionate children, which, it is needless to say, they made for his particular comfort and amusement at the present moment. At last he lost his temper and exclaimed: "Damn your brains, you fool, I don't believe you've got any. What's the use of the two of you going on that way, you that were never out in your life? I tell you, when a man's standing to be fired at, he doesn't know 9 times in 10 whether he fires high or low. Who'll I get to go out with me?" "Yes, and take your message," said Fred. "You've a deal to do yet before you're snug home again." "Well, who'll I get to go to him?" "Why wouldn't I do?" suggested George. George at any rate had the merit of being a good son. "Nonsense," said Fred. "If the governor got shot you'd be considered a brute if you were cool, and a man should be cool then." "Cool," said George. "I'd be as cool as a cucumber." "Nonsense," said the father. "Of course I couldn't go out with my own son. There's Theobald French. I went out with his cousin just after Waterloo. He can't show. He's on his keeping. He'd be nabbed before he was on the ground. Then I'll have Larkin. I've known him since I was a boy." "Larkin's too old for that game now. He'd be letting them have Webb up with his back to the sun." "Murphy of Mullock. He's used to these things. I'll send over to him." "Murphy's up to snuff, but since the affair of the bill he forged Dan Connolly's name to, he's queerly thought of. It wouldn't do at all, governor, to send anyone that Webb's friend could refuse to meet." "I'll tell you, father, who'd be proud of the job, and he's quite a gentleman now, since he's got an estate of his own, and that's Cynthia Keegan. It'd be great fun to see him step in the ground, and he's only with 1 foot." "By heavens, George, you're a born fool. Must you have your damned joke when I'm talking so seriously?" "'Pon my soul, then, if it were myself, I'd send for Keegan. He'd think the compliment so great he wouldn't refuse, and it'd be such a joke to see him on the ground with his crutches. But if you don't like the attorney, send to Fitzpatrick." "He's so young," said the father. "He'd do very well for either of you, but I'd want someone steadier." "Besides," said Fred, "Webb and Fitz are bosom friends. I wouldn't wonder if Fitz were Webb's friend himself." "I tell you, father, Major Longsword's exactly the boy," said George. "Send to Boyle for him. He wants to get a name in the country, and the job'll just suit him." "You're right for once, George," said Jonas. "Longsword's just the man that will answer." And accordingly it was at last decided that Major Longsword was to be the honoured individual. He had dined once or twice at Brown Hall, and therefore there was some excuse for calling upon him, and a note was accordingly written to him, with a great deal of blarney about his station and experience, and the inexpediency of entrusting affairs of honour to inexperienced country gentlemen. This had the effect of immediately bringing him over to Brown Hall, and on the Tuesday morning he was dispatched to Ardrum to make what arrangements he pleased with Mr. Webb. To give Major Longsword his due, Mr. Brown could not have made a much better choice, for though he was a disciple of that school which thoroughly entertained the now antiquated notion that the world, that is, the world of men in broadcloth, could not go on without duels, or a pretence of duels, still he was one who, as a second, would do all in his power to prevent an absolute effusion of lead. He was a great hand at an apology, and could regulate its proper degree of indifference or abjectness to the exact state of the case. He could make it almost satisfactory to the receiver, without being very disagreeable to the giver. He could twaddle about honour for ever, without causing bloodshed, and would, if possible, protect a man's reputation and body at the same time. He started on his mission of peace with the determined intention of returning with some document in his pocket which would appease Mr. Brown's irritated feelings, and add another laurel to the wreath which he considered his due as a peacemaker. He was shown into Mr. Webb's parlour, where that gentleman soon joined him, and he was not long in making known his business. Major Longsword plumed himself on his manners in such embassies, and to-day he was perfect. "Now, Mr. Webb," he continued after a long preamble, "of course, I am not to judge of the propriety of any words you may think fit to use, but I am afraid I must admit in this case a somewhat, I must say a somewhat unwarranted allusion was made to my friend. Such, I can assure you, is the general opinion. Now, if you will allow me to say as much, I cannot but think you were right, perfectly right, in not disclaiming such an allusion, having once made it. But I trust, indeed I feel confident, that a man of your acknowledged sense and general character as a man of the world will not object to give me a mere line will suffice, addressed to myself. I wouldn't ask you in such a matter to write to Mr. Brown a mere line, just stating that you regret having said anything in your favour which should hurt anyone's feelings. The matter, you know, is now in my hands, and I pledge myself that shall suffice. I really think such a bagatelle as that cannot be objectionable to you. Were I in your place, I can assure you, Mr. Webb, as a man of honour, I should be delighted to do the same." "Were you in my place, Major Longsword," replied the counsellor, "you would no doubt act with more judgment than I shall do, but without wishing to say anything offensive to you, I may as well assure you at once that I will give no letter to any one on the subject." "But, Mr. Webb, you cannot deny or justify the allusion, the very pointed allusion." "I certainly shall not deny it indeed to you, Major Longsword. I have no objection to acknowledge it." "And yet you'll not just state your regret, in a note to myself, mind." "Why, Mr. Webb, you can't but regret it. You can't desire bloodshed." "Indeed, Major, I do not regret it. Your friend considered himself at liberty to accuse me in private, not by name, but by allusion, as you say, of certain feelings and opinions derogatory to me. I have retaliated in public. I believe now you will own that I consult your convenience best by telling you that Major Macdonnell of Traymore is my friend in this matter. He will make all arrangements with you for the immediate termination of this affair. I shall be proud to see the Major, but still let me hope, Mr. Webb, that this little affair may be arranged. As a magistrate, and as a man not exactly, as you say, in my première jeunesse, for I was 50 yesterday, let me assure you that if Mr. Brown intends to call me out, I shall go out. If he intends to let me alone, I shall be better pleased to be let alone. As for a word, or a line of retraction or apology, I will not give it." "But, Mr. Webb, forgive me for interrupting you, but allow me to suggest that any further remarks you may have to make on the subject had better be made to my friend, Major Macdonnell. Would you allow me to put it to you in another light? Suppose now, Major Longsword, the idea of being uncourteous to any man in my own house is particularly grievous to me, but with your pardon I must say that I cannot continue this conversation with you. If you will allow me the honour of considering the remainder of your visit one of compliment, I shall be proud to increase my acquaintance with a gentleman for whom I entertain so profound a respect." The baffled Major was obliged to take the hint, to move himself off, and have recourse to his brother Major. Major Macdonnell received his visitor with a very long face, assured him that his principal had left him nothing to do but to arrange the meeting, and that however willing he might be to agree to pacific measures himself, he had no power to do so. The Boyle Major, however, found a more willing listener in his colleague than in the counsellor, and made many eloquent dissertations, but it was all to no purpose. He was obliged to return to Brown Hall, signally defeated as he felt himself, and with the tidings that a place had been agreed to, and that the meeting was to take place at 8 a.m. the next morning. "I had really hoped, Mr. Brown, to have been able to settle this little matter amicably. Indeed, I had no doubt about it, but I must say a more impracticable gentleman to deal with than Mr. Webb. It was never my lot to meet upon such an occasion." The Major dined at Brown Hall, and could not but admire the solicitude which the two sons expressed for their father's safety, and the filial manner in which they comforted him. During dinner he was somewhat silent and moody, but when he got to his wine he recovered his spirits, and seemed tolerably happy. Indeed, he conducted himself wonderfully well, considering that during the whole evening Fred and George would talk of nothing but trepanned skulls, false knee-caps, cork legs, bullets that had come out of men's backs 10 years after they had entered men's bellies, surgeons' knives, pincers and tourniquets, wills, attorneys, leaden coffins, and the family vault. George expressed a great desire to go and see his parent shot. Fred said that 8 o'clock was so damnation early, or else he'd be happy. George was so warm in his solicitude that, in spite of his father's declining this mark of his affection, he insisted on attending him to the ground, and it was only when Major Longsword gravely assured him that if he, George, was there, he, Major Longsword, would not be there too, that the anxious son was prevailed on to give up his project. The affair was to come off in the county Roscommon, about 1.5 miles from Carrick, at the edge of a small copse, about 1 mile on the left-hand side of the Boyle road. A message had been conveyed to Dr. Blake to be near the spot with the different instruments that had been so freely named on the previous evening. At the hour appointed, the military major and his friend arrived in the Brown Hall chariot, and a few minutes afterwards the ex-military major and his man appeared on the counsellor's car. Had anyone walked about the ground with very scrutinising eyes, he might have espied Dr. Blake snugly ensconced under a bank, with a cigar in his mouth and a small mahogany box lying at his feet. The carriages had been left a few hundred yards distant, and the two servants, well knowing what was going to happen, discussed cosily and leisurely the chance they either of them had of carrying home a dead master. "Faix, Barney," said the Brown Hall whip, "I believe we stand a baddish chance. They do be saying the counsellor's mighty handy with the powder. Would you please to try a blast this cold morning?" And he handed him his pipe. "And thank ye kindly too, Dan. It's a mighty cold place. Why, then it's true for you. The master is handy with the powder. More power to his elbow this morning. But whisper now, Barney, did he ever shoot many now, to your knowing? Did he shoot 'em dead? I wonder whether Mr. Fred will be keeping on the chariot. He's more taste in the gig way, I'm fearing." "Why, then, the counsellor mayn't shoot him dead. That is, av he behaves himself and don't have no blustering. Was old Jonas much afeard now, Dan?" "Afeard, is it? The devil wouldn't fright him. Maybe after all it's the counsellor'll be shot first." "Oh, in course he may," said Barney. "Oh, musha, musha, were us through. How'd I ever be looking the mistress and the young ladies in the face, av I was taking him home dead and buried as he's likely to be? Have he don't hit that old master of yours in the very first go-off, and then the man's air of triumph at the idea of his master's shooting Jonas Brown turned to despondency as the thought struck him that the counsellor might be shot himself. But he soon cheered up again at a brighter reflection. But that'd be the wake, Dan. My, there'd have been nothing like that in the country since old Peyton was waked up at Castleboy. Not a man in the county but would be there, nor a woman neither, and signs on, there's not another in the country at all like the master for a poor man. At this moment 2 shots were heard. Virgin Mary, there they are at it, said Dan. Now they've onset began in earnest. They'll not leave it till they're both dead, or there's not a grain of powder left. Bad cess to them majors for bringing 'em together. Couldn't they be fighting themselves, if they pleased, and not be setting the real gentry of the country at each other like gamecocks? Had they much powder, I wonder, Dan? Was there a deal of ammunition in the carriage? Fake's the worse so that Major bad luck to him had his own and Master George's horns crammed with powder, and as many bullets in a bag under his coat tail as he could well nigh carry. Then they're one or both as good as dead. They're loading again now. I'll go bail. Och, that had thrown the old horse down coming over the bridge and pitched the master into the water. I'd be a deal readier getting him out of that than putting the life into him when he's had 3 or 4 of them bullets through his skin. It's through for you, Barney, said the good-natured Dan, and as Mr. Fred couldn't well be turning an old servant like me off the place, av he didn't keep up the chariot, I wish it mayn't be the counsellor's luck to be first kilt, for he's as good a man as ever trod. In the meantime the 2 majors had paced the ground with a good deal of official propriety, loaded the pistols, and exchanged a quantity of courtesies. Not so agreeable on occasion as when we last acted together in the field, Major Macdonnell. I'd sooner be clearing the course for my friend's horse than measuring the ground for his fire. True indeed, Major Longsword, true indeed. Don't you think you're putting your friend a little too much under the shade? I don't know, perhaps not, but a foot or 2 off the trees gives a more equal light, that's it. I believe we're ready now, eh, Major? Quite ready, Major. We'll have it over in 2 minutes. I say, Major, and the other major whispered, Blake's just under the small bush there. I hope you won't want him. Thank ye, Major, thank ye. I hope not. And, Major, there can be no necessity for a second shot, I think. Eh? Brown won't want a second shot, will he? Not at all, Major, not at all. A trifling thing like this. We'll have it over now in a double crack, eh? True, Major, true. Put your man up, and I'll give the word. And the majors put up their men with great dexterity, and the word was given. They both fired, each at his adversary, but each without attempting to cover the other. Brown's ball whistled harmlessly away without approaching within any dangerous proximity of the counsellor's body, but not so Webb's. It was very evident Jonas was hit, for his body gave a spasmodic jerk forwards, his knees bent under him, and his head became thrown back somewhat over his shoulders. He did not fall himself, but his hat did. He dropped his pistol to the ground, and inserted both his right and left hand under the tails of his coat. Brown indulged a notion, whether correctly or not I am unable to say, but one which I believe to be not uncommon, that by presenting his side instead of his front to his adversary's fire, he exposed fewer vital parts to danger, and if destiny intended him to be wounded, he certainly in the present instance was benefited by the above arrangement, for he received the bullet in perhaps the least dangerous part of his body. Mr. Brown was a stout, compact man, well developed and rounded in the fuller parts of his body. He piqued himself somewhat on the fair proportions of his nether man. He was also somewhat of a dandy, and had come out this morning, as I believe was the custom on such occasions, nearly full dressed. He had on a black dress coat, black waistcoat, and black well-fitting trousers, and as he turned his side to the counsellor, he displayed to advantage the whole of his comely figure. But alas, its comeliness was destined for a time to be destroyed. Mr. Webb's fire passed directly under the tails of his coat. The ball just traversed along his trousers about a foot beneath the waistband, cutting them and his drawers and shirt, as it were, with a knife, and wounding the flesh in its course to the depths of perhaps the 1/8 part of an inch. Directly Major Longsword perceived that his man was hit, he vociferously called for Blake. From the position which Mr. Brown assumed on receiving the fire, it was the general opinion of all the party that he was not mortally wounded. Blake was immediately on the spot, and lost no time in supporting him. "Where is it, Mr. Brown? Where is it? Can you stand? Can you walk? Allow me to support you to the bank. You can get a seat there. We must sit down at once. My dear sir, the first thing is to get you to a comfortable seat." "Comfortable seat, and be damned to you," was the patient's uncivil reply. "Go to hell, I tell you," as Blake continued to lift him. "I'm well enough, I can walk to the carriage." "My dear sir," continued the doctor, "the ball must be in your side, at any rate allow me to discover where it is." "Ball, be damned, I tell you," and he hobbled a little way off from his tormentor. The portion of his trousers on the part affected annoyed him sorely when he attempted to walk. "Permit me to hope," said the counsellor, coming up, "permit me to hope, now that this affair seems to be over, that you are not seriously hurt. Had you not better allow Dr. Blake to ascertain whether the bullet still remains in you? Had you not better sit down?" "Bother Dr. Blake, sir," said Mr. Brown, with his hands still under his coat tails. "Ah, I see now," said the doctor, stooping down. "I see the wound, I think. It's bleeding now, and I think I may guarantee that there's no danger. Allow me 1 minute, for the ball may be lodged," and he proceeded to lift up the tails of the coat. "Dr. Blake, if you touch me again, by heavens, I'll kick you. When I want you, I'll send for you. Major Longsword, will you do me the honour to accompany to my carriage? Oh, damn it!" This last exclamation was occasioned by his renewed attempt to walk. He managed, however, at last to get to his carriage, and in that to Brown Hall. Major Longsword, who accompanied him, declared afterwards to his brother officers at Boyle that Mr. Brown's efforts to support himself by the arm straps in the carriage were really disagreeable to witness. He got home safely, however, and though he was not competent to attend to his public duties for some considerable time, it is believed he was not a great sufferer. The Brown Hall livery servant was seen in the chemist's shop the same morning, asking for 1.5 yards of diaculum, which was supplied to him, and a new pair of dress trousers, somewhat fuller than the last, was ordered from the tailor. Dr. Blake was not called in, for Mr. Brown found himself, with his son's assistance, equal to the cure of the wound he had received. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Feemy Returns to Ballycloran, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope, Section 34. Feemy Returns to Ballycloran, Part 1. It will be remembered that Father John had promised to take upon himself all the trouble attendant upon the preparation for Thady's trial, and with the view of redeeming this promise he went up to Dublin and spent a week among the lawyers who were to be engaged for the young man's defence. The chief among these was one Mr. O'Malley, and the priest strove hard to imbue that gentleman with his own views of the whole matter. The day after that on which Father John returned, he saw both Mr. McKeon and the counsellor, and explained to them as nearly as he could all that had passed between himself and O'Malley. Though they were both greatly interested on Thady's account, they did not feel the same intense, constant anxiety which now quite oppressed the priest. And moreover, trusting more to their own judgment than he did, they were not so inclined to alter their preconceived opinion. They both therefore assured Father John that they were still quite sanguine as to Thady's acquittal. This raised his hopes again a little, but nevertheless, from that time till the trial, he was so absorbed by his strong feeling on the subject, that he was almost totally unable to attend to the usual duties and employment of his life. It was decided that Mr. Webb should use all his endeavours to obtain tidings of Corney Dolan, and ascertain whether, in the event of his being summoned, he would be able to give any evidence respecting the meeting at Mrs. Mehan's, which would be of use to Thady at the trial. In this he was successful, and he learnt from that respectable individual that he could swear that Ussher's name was not mentioned at all. It must be owned that Mr. Dolan's manner was not such as to inspire the counsellor with any great admiration for his veracity, and his opinion in this respect was strengthened when the witness added, "That, by Gara, if his honour thought it'd be any use in life to Mr. Thady, he'd swear as how he was asleep all the time, or for that matter of that he was out along with the gals dancing the live long night."
It was with difficulty that Mr. Webb made him understand that he was only to swear to what he believed to be the truth, and that if he told a single lie in answer to the numerous questions which would be asked him, he would only be endangering Mr. Macdermot's life. Father John undertook the more difficult task of explaining to Feemy what it was she was expected to do at the trial, and of making her understand that her brother's life depended on her making an effort to give her evidence in the court clearly and firmly. On reaching Drumsna, he was much distressed to find that she was no longer at Mrs. McKeon's. For 2 days after the conversation which had passed between that lady and her charge, in which she declared her suspicions that Feemy was enceinte, the latter had made a great effort to recover her health, or at any rate the appearance of health. She left her bed earlier in the morning than she had ever done for the last 5 months. She dressed herself with great care, and, for alas, Mrs. McKeon's suspicion was but too true, fastened her dress with a most dangerous determination to prove that the charge was unfounded. Patiently she endured all the agonies which this occasioned her during the first day and during the whole evening, till the house was at rest and she was secure from being again visited. On the next morning she went so far as to come down to breakfast and to undergo Tony's somewhat rough congratulation as to her convalescence, without betraying her sufferings. After breakfast, when he was gone out, she again opened the subject of her return home, and begged Mrs. McKeon to allow her to have the car to return to Ballycloran. Mrs. McKeon again put her off, telling her that it would be necessary first to consult the doctor, and that he would not be likely to call till the following day. In the afternoon, Mrs. McKeon, with Lyddy and Louey, went out for a drive, and as Feemy was apparently so much better, they asked her to accompany them, but this she declined.
"It's as well for her not to go out before the trial,"
whispered Mrs. McKeon to her daughters.
"Poor girl, she has a great deal indeed to go through yet."
Indeed, she had a very great deal to go through, a very heavy atonement to pay for her folly and her crime. As soon as the car was gone from the door, she hurried upstairs, put on her bonnet and cloak, took a letter which she had already prepared, and opening the door of Mrs. McKeon's own room, put it on the table. She then crept noiselessly down stairs, opened the front door, and passed into the street without having been seen or heard by either of the servants, who were alone left with her in the house. The following is the letter, which, to her great grief and surprise, Mrs. McKeon found on her table when she returned. Dear Mrs. McKeon, it is because I know you'd never let me go back to Ballycloran that I've now gone away without telling you what I was going to do. Pray don't be angry with me. Indeed I'm very unhappy, but I should be worse if you were to be angry with me. I'm only a bother and a trouble to you here, and I haven't spirits left even to let you see how very much obliged I am to you for all your trouble. But indeed I am in my heart, my dear Mrs. McKeon, both to you and to dear Lyddy and Louey, who have been so very kind to me. It is a deal better for me to be at home with my father. My heart's nearly broken with all I've gone through, but he'll bear with me, for he's used to me. Give my compliments to Dr. Blake. Pray beg him not to come to Ballycloran. I am in his debt a great deal already, and how will I ever pay him? Besides, I'm a deal better now, as you see, in health. It's only the heart now that ails me. Give my kind love to Lyddy and Louey. I felt their kindness when the sorrow within me wouldn't let me tell them so. Now good-bye, dear Mrs. McKeon. Don't be troubling yourself to come to Ballycloran. It'll be a poor place now. I'll send Katty for the things. I remain, dear Mrs. McKeon, very, very faithfully yours, Feemy. P.S. Indeed it isn't the case what you were saying. When Mrs. McKeon found the letter on her return, she was greatly vexed, but she could do nothing. She couldn't go to Ballycloran and fetch Feemy by force. The falsehood with which the letter concluded was not altogether disbelieved, but still she felt by no means certain that her former suspicions were not true, and if so, perhaps it was better for all parties that Feemy should be at home. She determined to call at Ballycloran when Feemy might be supposed to have settled herself, and content herself for the present with hearing from the girl who came for the clothes that she had got home safe. When Father John called on the Saturday, she talked over the subject as fully with him as she could, without alluding to the matter respecting which she was so much in doubt. He declared his intention of seeing Feemy on the following Monday, and of speaking to her strongly on the subject of the trial which was so soon coming on, and he begged Mrs. McKeon to do the same afterwards, as, perhaps having become latterly used to her interference, Feemy might bear from her what she had to be told with more patience than she would from himself. "Indeed I will, Father John, but do you be gentle with her. She's broken hearted now. You'll find her very different from the hot-headed creature she was before her sorrows began." "I fear she is. But, Mrs. McKeon, has she ever shown a feeling of regard, a spark of interest, for her noble brother? It's that so annoys me in Feemy. I could feel for her, weep for her, and forgive her with all my heart, all but that." "Ah, Father John," answered the lady, "it's not for me to preach to you, but where would we all be at the last if our judge should say to us, 'I can forgive you all but that'? God forbid I should judge her. God forbid I should limit that to her which I so much need myself. But isn't her heart hardened against her brother? Oh, if you could have seen him as I have done this morning, if you could believe how softened is his heart. He had never much false pride in it. It is nearly all gone now. If you could have heard how warmly, how affectionately he asks after his sister that won't mention his name. If you could know how much more anxious he is on her account and his father's than on his own. Feemy's coldness and repugnance would strike you as it does me. I'm afraid her chief sorrow is still for the robber that would have destroyed her, and has destroyed her brother." "Of course it is, Father John, and so it should be. I'm a woman and a mother, and you may take my word respecting a woman's heart. No wife could love her husband more truly than Feemy loved that man, unworthy as he was. He was all in all to her. Would it not therefore show more heartlessness in her to forget him that is now dead, than the brother who killed him? Of course she loved him better than her brother, as every woman loves the man she does love better than all the world. How can she forget him? Be gentle to her, Father John, and I think she will do what you desire." Father John promised that he would comply with Mrs. McKeon's advice, and he was as good as his word. On reaching the hall door of Mrs. McKeon's house, Feemy looked cautiously about her, but seeing that no one belonging to the house was in sight, she passed on through the little garden into the street. She pulled her old veil down over her face and walked on through the village as quickly as she could. She felt that every one's eye was on her, that all the country was looking at her, but she had made up her mind to go through it all, and she persevered. The last time she had been out of the house was the day she had been taken from Ballycloran to the Inquest. That was a horrid day, but the present seemed worse. She had now a greater sorrow than any of which she was then conscious, and she had to bear it alone, unpitied and uncomforted. Indeed, her only rest, her only respite from absolute torture was now to consist in being alone. And yet, bad as the present was, there was a worse. She felt that there was a worse in store for her. She already anticipated the tortures of that day, when she would again be dragged out from her resting place before the eyes of all mankind. and placed in the very middle of the crowd, conspicuous above the rest, to be stared at, bullied, and questioned horridly about that dread subject, which it even racked her mind to remember. Would she be able on that long, long days, for what she knew, to conceal her shame from all who would be looking at her, and to bear in patience the agonies which it would be necessary for her to endure? She walked on quickly, and was soon out of Drumsna, and in the lane leading by the cottage to Ballycloran. By the time she had walked half a mile she was in a dreadful heat, although it was still in March, for she was so weak and ill that her exertion, in proportion to her strength, had been immense. She sat down by the side of the road for a time, and then continued, and then again sat down. Her sufferings were soon so great that she was unable to walk above 200 yards at a time, and she began to fear that she would be utterly unable to get to the house. Once, when she was sitting, panting, on the bank by the roadside, one of the labouring peasants recognized her, saw she was ill, and offered to get her a country car. Oh, what an agonizing struggle she made to answer the man cheerfully, when she assured him that she was quite well, that she was only sitting there for her pleasure, that she required no assistance, and that she should walk home directly. The man well knew that she was not there for her pleasure, that her brother was in jail, her father on the point of losing his property, and that she was weak and in need of rest. But he saw that she would sooner be alone, and he had the good tact to leave her, without pressing his offer for her accommodation. At length she reached the avenue, and had to pass the spot where she had sat so long on that fateful night, listening for the sound of her lover's horse, and watching her brother as he stood swinging his stick before the house. She shuddered as she did so, but she did walk by the tree where she had then sat shivering, and at last once more stood on the steps of her father's house. The door was fastened inside, and she had to knock for admittance. This she did 3 times, till she thought she should have fainted on the flags, and at last the window of her own sitting room was raised, and Mary McGovery's head was slowly protruded. Feemy was sitting on the low stone wall which guarded the side of the flags, as she heard Mary say in a sharp voice, "Who's that? And what are you wanting here? Oh, by the mortals! If it ain't Miss Feemy herself come back, I declare." And Mary ran around and began to draw the bolts of the front door. Up jumped Larry at the unwelcome sound, from his accustomed seat by the fire. "What in the devil's name are ye after? What are you doing? Ye old hag, will ye be letting the ruffians in on me?" And he caught violently hold of Mary's gown to drag her back, before she had accomplished the liberation of the rusty bolts. "Now go in, sir, and sit down," said Mary. "Go in, sir, will you? I tell you it's your own daughter and no ruffian whatever. Drach, the old man, but he'll have every rag off the back of me. Don't I tell you it's Miss Feemy? Will you be easy now? Do you want to have me stark naked?" "Come away, woman, I tell you. Don't I know Feemy's gone off away from me? She'll never, never come back. It's Regan and his hellhounds you're letting in on me." By this time Mary had accomplished her object of undoing the door in spite of the old man's exertions, and Feemy entered, weary and worn, soiled with the road, and pale and wan in spite of the hectic flush which reddened a portion of her cheek. "Father," she said when she saw the old man standing astonished and stupefied in the hall, "Father, don't ye know me? Won't ye speak to me?" "Why then, Feemy, is it your own self in earnest come back again? And where's your lover, the man you married, you know? What were his name? Why don't ye tell me? Mary, what's the name of the captain Feemy married?" "Aisy, sir, aisy. Come in then." And Mary led him into his own room, and Feemy followed in silence with her eyes already filled with tears. "Where's your own husband then, Feemy dear? Ussher, I mean,"
Captain Ussher, it's he be welcomed with you now, my pet," and he began stroking his daughter's shoulders and back, for she had still her bonnet on her head. "Thady's not here now to be brow-beating and teasing him. It's well be comfortable now the cold long nights, for the Captain will be bringing the whiskey and the groceries with him, won't he, darling? And Thady the blackguard's out along with Keegan, and they can't get in through the door, for it's always locked." And then turning to Mary, he said, "Why don't you put the locks back, you jade? Do you want them to be catching me the first moment I'm seeing my own darling girl here?" Feemy could not say a word to her father. His absolute idiocy and manner in which he referred to Ussher quite upset her, and she sat down and wept bitterly. "What ails you, pet?" continued the old man. "What ails you, Alana? They shan't touch him, dear. There, you see the big lock's closed now. He'll be safe from Thady now, darling." "Oh, Miss Feemy," said Mary, "he's quite beside himself." "Aisy now, sir, aisy. And don't be talking such nonsense. Don't ye know the Captain got killed months ago? Last October." "Killed? And who dared to kill my darling's husband? Who dared to touch him? Why wasn't he here? Why wasn't he inside the big lock? Why, don't you know?" And Mary gave the old man a violent shake to refresh his memory. "Don't you know Mr. Thady killed him in the avenue? May his father's curse blister him then, may, but I think they were telling me about that before. Feemy," he continued with a sigh, "it's a bad time I've been having of it with this tipsy woman since you were gone. She don't leave me a moment's pace from morning to night. Bad cess to her. But I wish she were well out of the house. I'll have you to mind me now, and you'll not be bawling and shaking me as she does. But she's always drunk," he added in a whisper.
End of section 34. Feemy returns to Ballycloran, Part 1. Section 35 of Feemy returns to Ballycloran, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 35. Feemy returns to Ballycloran, Part 2. Feemy could bear this no longer. She was obliged to make her escape from the room into her own, in which she found that Mary had taken up her temporary residence during so much of the day as she could spare from bawling at and shaking poor Larry. At dinner time she again went into her father's room, but he took no farther notice of her than if she had been there continually for the last 4 months. He grumbled at his dinner, which consisted of nothing but potatoes, some milk, and an egg, and he scolded Feemy for having no meat. After dinner she mixed him a tumbler of punch, for there was still a little of Tony's whiskey in the house, and whether it was that she made it stronger for him and better than that which Mary McGovery was in the habit of mixing, or that the action to which he had been for so many years accustomed roused some pleasant memory within him, when he tasted it, he said, "Heaven's blessing on you, Feemy, my daughter. May you live many happy years with the man you love." Feemy soon left him and went to bed, and Katty, who had been dispatched to Drumsna, returned with her mistress's small box and a kind message from Mrs. McKeon. Her kind love to Miss Macdermot. She hoped she had felt the walk of service to her, and she would call sometime during the next week. She had asked no questions of the girl which could lead her to imagine that her mistress's departure from Drumsna had been unexpected, nor had she said a word to her own servants which could let them suppose that she was surprised at the circumstance.
For 5 or 6 days Feemy remained quiet at Ballycloran, spending the greater part of her time in her own room, but taking her meals, such as they were, with her father. She had no books to read, and she was unable to undertake needlework, and she passed the long days much as her father did, sitting from breakfast till dinner over the fire, meditating on the miseries of her condition. There was this difference, however, between them, that the old man felt a degree of triumph at his successful attempt to keep out his foes, whereas Feemy's thoughts were those of unmixed sorrow. She had great difficulty, too, in inducing Mary to leave her alone to herself. Had that woman the slightest particle of softness in her composition, anything of the tenderness of a woman about her, Feemy would have made a confidante of her, and her present sufferings would have been immeasurably decreased. But Mary was such an iron creature, so loud, so hard, so equitable in her temper, so impenetrable, that Feemy could not bring herself to tell her tale of woe, which otherwise she would have been tempted to disclose. She had therefore the additional labour of keeping her secret from Mary's prying eyes, and Mary was nearly as acute as Mrs. McKeon. About noon on Monday, Feemy was horror-struck at being told by Katty that Father John was at the back door asking for her. "Oh, Katty, tell him to wait a while. Say I'm ill. Can't you do, dear?" "Why, miss, I told him as how you war up, and better, thank God, since you war home." It was clearly necessary that she should see the priest, but she insisted on his not being shown in till she had dressed herself, and she again submitted herself to those agonies which she trusted, for a time, would hide her disgrace, which at last must become known to all. When this was done, she seated herself on the sofa and plucked up all her courage to go through the painful conversation which she knew she was to endure. She did not rise as he entered, but remained on the sofa with the hectic tint on her face almost suffused into a blush, and her hands clasping the calico covering of the cushion, as if from that she could get more strength for endurance. Father John shook hands with her as he seated himself by her. The tears came into his eyes as he observed the sad change which so short a time had made in her. The flesh had fallen from her face, and the skin now hung loose upon her cheek and jawbones, falling in towards the mouth, giving her that lean and careworn look which misery so soon produces. Her healthy colour, too, had all fled. Part of her face was of a dull leaden paleness, and though there was a bright colour round her eyes, it gave her no appearance of health. She looked 10 years older than when he had seen her last. No wonder Mrs. McKeon pitied her so deeply. She appeared even more pitiable than her brother, who was awaiting his doubtful fate in jail, though with nervous anxiety, still with unflinching courage. "I am glad to hear you're better, Feemy. Mrs. McKeon thinks you a great deal better." "Thank you, Father John. I believe I'm well enough now." "That's well then, but you must take care of yourself, Feemy. No more long walks." "You should have waited for the car to come home that day. Mrs. McKeon's not the least angry, if you are more at ease here than at Drumsna. She's glad for your sake you're here now, and she bids me tell you how sorry she is she didn't give you the car the day you asked for it." "Oh, Father John, Mrs. McKeon's been too kind to me." "Indeed I love her dearly, though I could never tell her so." "Give her my kind love." "I never thought she was so kind a woman." "I will, Feemy, indeed I will." "She is a kind woman, and it will please her to the heart to hear how you speak of her.
She sends you all manner of loves.
And Liddy and Louis too."
She is sending up a few things for you too. Patsy'll bring them, just till affairs are settled a little."
"She wishes me to tell you she'll be up herself on Thursday. She wouldn't come before,
for she thought you'd be better pleased to be alone a few days."
"Tell her not to come here. This is no place for her now. They never open the front door now. This is no place for any one now, but just father and me."
"But tell her how I love her. I'll never forget her. No, not in my grave."
But I've another message for you, Feemy."
Is it from her?
"No, not from her, well as she loves you. It's from one who loves you better than she does. It is from one who loves you better than any ever did since your poor mother died." Feemy raised her eyes and clasped her hands, as she listened to Father John's words, and marked his solemn tones. No thought of Thady entered her mind, but some indefinite, half-conceived idea respecting Ussher, that he had not been killed, that he had come to life again, that some mysterious miracle, such as she had read of in novels, had taken place, and that Father John had come with some blessed news which might yet restore her to happiness and tranquillity.
The illusion was but for a moment.
Though during that moment it completely took possession of her, it was as speedily dispelled by Father John's concluding words.
I mean from your brother.
Feemy gave a long sigh as she heard the word. She wished for no message from her brother. He had robbed her of everything. She could not think of him without horror and shuddering.
He sends his kindest love to you. I told him you were better, and he was very glad to hear it. Though he has many heavy cares of his own to bear, I have never seen him but he asks after your health with more anxiety than he thinks of his own prospects. Now you are better, Feemy, won't you send him some message by me, some kind word which may comfort him in his sorrow?" Feemy was no hypocrite. Hypocrisy, though she did not know it herself, was distasteful to her. She had no kind feelings for her brother, and she did not know how to make the pretence which might produce kind words. So she remained silent.
"What? Not a word, Feemy?
You who spoke so well, so properly, so affectionately. But now of that good friend of yours, have you not a word of kindness for a most affectionate brother?" Feemy still remained silent.
Why, Feemy, what is this? Don't you love your own brother?"
She said nothing in reply for a moment or two,
and then, bursting into tears, she exclaimed,
"Don't scold me, Father John. Don't scold me now, or I shall die. I try to forgive him. I am always trying. But why did he? She was unable to finish her sentence from the violence of her sobs and the difficulty of uttering the words which should have concluded it.
She meant to say, "Why did he kill my lover?"
"Don't agitate yourself, Feemy. I don't mean to scold you. I don't mean even to vex you more than I can possibly help. But I must speak to you about your brother."
"I see the feeling that is in your mind, and I will not blame you for it, for I believe it is natural. But I beseech you to pray that your heart may be softened towards your brother, who, instead of repugnance, deserves from you the warmest affection. But though I will not attempt to control your feelings, I must tell you that you will be most wicked if you allow them to interfere with the performance of your duties. You know your brother's trial is coming on, do you not?"
"Yes. Wednesday fortnight next is the day fixed, I believe. You know you will have to be a witness."
"I believe so, Father John."
"Certainly you will. And I wish you now to listen to me, that you may know what it is that you will have to do. In the first place, you will be asked, I presume, by one gentleman, whether you were willingly eloping with Captain Ussher."
Feemy shuddered as the name was pronounced. "And of course you must answer that truly, that you were doing so. Then another gentleman will ask you whether you were absolutely walking off with him when the blow was struck which killed Captain Ussher. And, Feemy, you must also answer that truly. Now the question is, can you remember what you were doing when the blow was struck? Tell me now, Feemy, can you remember?" "No, Father John, I remember nothing, from the time when he took me by the arm, as I sat upon the tree, till Thady told me he was dead. I remember nothing. If they kill me, I can tell them nothing." "Feemy, dear, don't sob so, that's all you'll have to say. Merely say that. Merely say that you were sitting on a tree. Were you waiting for Captain Ussher there?" "Yes."
And that whilst you were there you saw Thady. Isn't that so?"
"Yes." "And Ussher then raised you by the arm, and then you fainted?"
I don't know what happened to me, but I heard nothing and saw nothing till Thady lifted me from the ground and told me he was dead."
"That's all, Feemy. Surely there's no great difficulty in saying that, when it'll save your own brother's life to say so, and it's only the truth. You can say as much in court as you've just said to me, can't you?"
"Mrs. McKeon'll be there with you."
"And I'll be there with you. You'll only have to say in court what you've just said to me."
"I'll try, Father John, but you don't know what it is for one like me to be talking with so many horrid faces round one, with the heart dead within, to be asked such horrid questions, and everybody listening. I'll do as you bid me. I'll go with them when they fetch me, but I know I'll die before I've said all they will want me to say."
Father John tried to comfort and strengthen her, but she was in great bodily pain, and he soon saw that he had better leave her. She had at any rate shown him by her answers to his questions that the evidence she could give would be such as would most tend to Thady's acquittal. And moreover, he perceived from her manner that though the feelings which she entertained towards her brother were of a most painful description, she would, nevertheless, not be actuated by them in any of the answers she might give. On the Thursday following, Mrs. McKeon and one of her daughters called at Ballycloran, and in spite of the bars and bolts with which the front door was barricaded, they contrived to make their way into Feemy's room. She remembered that Father John had told her that they would call on that day, and she was therefore prepared to receive them. Mrs. McKeon brought her some little comforts from Drumsna, of which she was sadly in want, for there was literally nothing at Ballycloran but what was supplied by the charity of those who pitied them in their misfortunes, and among other things she brought 2 or 3 volumes from the library. She was very kind to her, and did and said all in her power that could in any way console the poor girl. Though Father John had been gentle in his manners, and had endeavoured to abstain from saying anything hard, still Mrs. McKeon was more successful in her way of explaining to Feemy what it was that she would have to do. She promised, moreover, to come to Ballycloran and fetch her, and to remain with her and support her during the whole of the painful time that she would either be in the court itself, or waiting in the neighbourhood till she should be called on to give her evidence. She did not allude either to the manner in which Feemy had left Drumsna, or to the suspicions which she had formerly expressed. Her whole object now was to relieve as much as possible the despondency and misery so plainly pictured in the poor girl's face. As she put her arm round her neck and kissed her lips, Feemy's heart yearned towards her new found friend with a kind of tenderness she had never before felt. It was as though she for once experienced a mother's solicitude for her in her sorrows, and she longed to throw herself on her knees, hide her face in her friend's lap, and confess it all. Had she been alone with her, she would have done so, but there sat Louis in the same room, and though her conduct to Feemy had been everything that was kind, she felt that it was not as if she had been absolutely alone with her mother. She could not at the same time confess her disgrace to 2. Mrs. McKeon went away, after having strongly implored Feemy to return with her to Drumsna and remain there till the trial was over; but this she absolutely refused to do, and at last it was settled that Mrs. McKeon should come for her on the morning on which the trial was to come on, and that she should hold herself ready to attend on any day that she might be called for after the commencement of the Assizes. The time now wore quickly on. When Mrs. McKeon called, it had only wanted a fortnight to the first day on which the trial could take place; and as it quickly slipped away, day by day, to that bourne from which no day returns, poor Feemy's sorrow and agonies became in every way more acute. At last, on the Wednesday, the day before that on which she was to be, or at any rate might be fetched, she was in such a state that she was unable to support herself in a chair. Mary McGovery would not leave her for a moment. The woman meant kindly, but her presence was only an additional torment. She worried and tortured Feemy the whole day. She talked to her, intending to comfort her, till she was so bewildered that she could not understand a word that was said; and she kept bringing her food and slops, declaring that there was nothing like eating for a sore heart; that if Ussher was gone, there were still as good fish in the sea as ever were caught; and that even if Thady were condemned, the judge couldn't do more than transport him, which would only be sending him out to a better country; and for the one he lays bad enough for man and baste. About 7 in the evening, Feemy was so weak that she fainted. Mary, who was in the room at the time, lifted her on the sofa; and when she found that her mistress did not immediately come to herself, she began stripping her for the sake of unlacing her stays, and thus learnt to a certainty poor Feemy's secret. Mary had a great deal of shrewd common sense of a coarser kind. She felt that however well inclined she might be to her mistress, she should not keep to herself the circumstance that she had just learnt. She knew it was her duty as a woman to make it known to some one, and she at once determined to go that evening to Mrs. McKeon and tell her what it was she had discovered. As soon as Feemy had come to herself, she got her into bed, and having performed the same friendly office for the old man, she started off for Drumsna, and having procured a private audience with Mrs. McKeon, told her what had occurred. Mrs. McKeon was not at all surprised, though she was greatly grieved. She merely said, "You have done quite right, Mary, to tell me, but don't mention it yet to any one else. After all this affair is over, we'll see what will be best to do. God help her, poor girl, it were almost better she should die." And as Mary went downstairs she called her back to her. "Take my silk coat with you, Mary. Tell Miss Macdermot I've sent it, because she'll be so cold to morrow. And Mary," and here she whispered some instruction on the stairs, "and mind I shall come myself for her, but let her be ready, as may be there mightn't be a minute to spare." Father John was certainly right when he said that Mrs. McKeon had a kind heart. End of section 35. Feemy returns to Ballycloran, Part 2.
Section 36 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 36. Assizes at Carrick-On-Shannon, Part 1. And now the assize week in Carrick-On-Shannon had commenced, and all was bustle and confusion, noise, dirt, and distraction. I have observed that a strong, determined, regularly set-in week of bad weather usually goes the circuit in Ireland in company with the judges and barristers, making the business of those who are obliged to attend even more intolerable than from its own nature it is always sure to be. And so it was in this case. On Tuesday afternoon, Mr. Baron Hamilton and Justice Kilpatrick entered Carrick-On-Shannon, one after the other, in the company of the High Sheriff and a tremendous shower of rain. which drenched the tawdry liveries of the servants, and gave a most uncomfortable appearance to the whole affair. The grand jury had been in the town since Monday morning, settling fiscal business, wrangling about roads, talking of tolls, checking county cesses, and performing those various patriotic offices which they would fain make the uninitiated believe require so much talent, industry, and energy. And as they were seen stepping over the running gutters, and making the best of their way through the splashing streets, their physiognomies appeared ominous of nothing good to the criminals, whose cases had in the first instance to come before them. Every lodging in the town was engaged, beds being let, sometimes 3 in a room, for the moderate sum of £1 each for the week. The hotels, for there are 2, were crowded from the garrets to the cellars. Happy the man at such a period who enjoys a bedroom which he can secure with a key, for without such precaution the rightful possessor is not at all unlikely, on entering his own premises, to find 3 or 4 somewhat rough-looking strangers, perhaps liberated jurors, or witnesses just escaped from the fangs of a counsel, sitting in most undisturbed ease on his bed, eating bread and butter, and drinking bottled porter. Some huge farmer with dripping frieze-coat will be squatted on his pillow, his towel spread as tablecloth on the little deal table which has been allotted to him as the only receptacle for his jug, basin, looking-glass, brushes, and every other article of the toilet, and his carpet-bag, dressing-gown, and pantaloons chucked unceremoniously into a corner, off the chairs which they had occupied, to make way for the damp friends of the big farmer, who is seated on the bed. This man is now drawing a cork from a bottle of porter, the froth of which you are quite sure from the manner in which the bottle is held will chiefly fall upon the sheet between which you are destined to sleep, unless some half-drunken ruffian, regardless of rights of possession and negligent of etiquette, deposits himself there before the hour at which you may think good to retire to rest. Fruitless and vain would it be for you to endeavour to disturb that convivial party. Better lock up your bag, above all things not forgetting your brushes, and, as you are a witness yourself, go down to the court and admire the ingenious manner in which the great barrister, Mr. Allewinde, is endeavouring to make that unfortunate and thoroughly disconcerted young man in the witness-box swear to a point diametrically opposite to another point to which he has already sworn at the instigation of counsel on the other side, and thereby perjure himself. Never mind the bustling of eager, curious countrymen. Never mind those noisy, numerous policemen, with the Sunday brass-chained caps. Push on through them all. Make your way into the centre of the court. Go down there, right on to the lawyers' benches. Never mind the seats being full. Plunge in. If you hesitate, look timid, ask question, or hang back, you are lost, thrust out, expelled, and finally banished with ignominy into the tumultuous sea of damp frieze-coats which estuate in the outer court. But go on with noise, impudence, and a full face, tread on people's toes, and thrust them back with "by your leave," and you will find yourself soon seated in direct view of the judge, counsel, witness, and prisoner. You will be taken for an attorney, or, at any rate, for an influential court witness. If you talk somewhat loud, and frown very angrily in the face of the tallest policeman, you may, by the ignorant, even be taken for a barrister. In fact, into court you must come. There is no other place open to receive you. The big room at the hotel, in which we have been 3 times on such different occasions, the long big room where Mr. McKeon presided over so many drunken spirits, where poor Feemy made her last arrangements with her lover at the ball, and where so soon afterwards she was brought forward to give her evidence touching his death, while his cold body was lying dead on the table before her. This long big room is now set apart for yet another purpose. The grand jury are to dine there, and already the knives and forks are laid out upon the long deal table. The little coffee-room, so called, though whisky-room, or punch-room, or porter-room would be much the more appropriate name, unless indeed there is a kind of lucus a non lucendo propriety in the appellation, is full nearly to suffocation. There is not an occupied chair, or corner of a table to be found. Large men, half wet through, reeking, smelling most unwholesomely as the rain steams up from their clothes, are keeping the cold out of their stomachs by various spirituous appliances. The room is half covered with damp straw, which has been kicked in from the passage. The windows are closed, and there is a huge fire burning on the other side of that moist mass of humanity. On entering the room, you feel that you breathe nothing but second-hand rain. A sojourn there you find to be impossible. The porter-drinkers are still in your bedroom, even on your bed upstairs. What are you to do? Where are you to go? Back home you cannot. You have a summons in your pocket. You have been unfortunately present when Mr. Terence O'Flanagan squeezed the fair hand of Miss Letitia Murphy. False Mr. Terence O'Flanagan would not come to the matrimonial altar when required. Fair Miss Letitia Murphy demands damages, and you must swear to the fact of the hand having been squeezed as aforesaid. Who can tell when the case may come on? Rumour comes from the clerk of the peace, town clerk, or some other clerk who sits there in pride of place, always conspicuous under the judge's feet, and whispers that Letitia Murphy, spinster, is coming on next. Attorneys' clerks have been round diligently to all witnesses, especially as it seems to yourself, warning you that the important hour is at hand, that on no account may you be absent so much as 10 minutes' walk from the court. Vainly you think to yourself that it can hardly be of such vital import that you, her father's friend, saw little Letty Murphy's hand ensconced one evening in the brawny palm of that false Lothario O'Flanagan. Yes, of serious import it is, if not to Letty or to Terence, yet to that facetious barrister, Mr. O'Laugher, who, at your expense, is going to amuse the dull court for a brief half-hour, and of importance to yourself, who are about to become the laughing-stock of your country for the next 12 months. It is therefore evident that you cannot leave the filthy town with its running gutters, the filthy inn with its steaming, stinking atmosphere, and bedroom porter-drinkers, for good and all, and let Lothario O'Flanagan, spinster Letty, lawyers Alwind and O'Laugher, and Justice Kilpatrick settle the matter by themselves their own way, but that you must, willy-nilly, in spite of rain, crowd, and offensive smell, stay and help to settle it with them. Into court, therefore, return, unfortunate witness. Other shelter have you none, and now, being a man of strong nerves, except when put into a chair to be stared at by judge, bar, grand jury, little jury, attorney, galleries, etc., etc., you can push your way into a seat, and listen with attention to the quiddities of the legally erudite Mr. Allewinde, as on behalf of his client he ingeniously attempts, nay, as he himself afterwards boasts to the jury, succeeds in making that disconcerted young gentleman in the witness-chair commit perjury. Mr. Allewinde is a most erudite lawyer. He has been for many years employed by the Crown in its prosecutions, and with great success. He knows well the art of luring on an approver, or Crown witness, to give the information he wants without asking absolutely leading questions. He knows well how to bully a witness, brought up on the defence out of his senses, and make him give evidence rather against than for the prisoner. And it is not only witnesses that he bullies, but his very brethren of the gown. The barristers themselves who are opposed to him, at any rate, the juniors, are doomed to bear the withering force of his caustic remarks. No, really, I cannot suffer this. Witness, don't answer that question. The learned gentleman must be aware that this is irregular. My lord, I must appeal to you. Stop, stop, that can never be evidence, and so on. The unfortunate junior, who fondly thought that with the pet witness now in the chair, he would be surely able to acquit his client, finds that he can hardly frame a question which his knowing foe will allow him to ask, and the great Mr. Allewinde convicts the prisoner not from the strength of his own case, but from his vastly superior legal acquirements. How masterly is he in all the points of his profession, as evinced in a criminal court! With what becks and smiles and wreathed nods he passes by his brethren, on the prosecuting side, and takes his seat of honour. How charmingly he nods to the judge, when his lordship lays down the law on some point of conformity with the opinion expressed by himself. How rapidly he throws to the wind the frivolous excuses of some juror wishing to escape the foreseen long night's confinement. How great is he on all points of panels, admissible and inadmissible evidence, replying and not replying. How thoroughly he knows the minute practice of the place. How he withers any attorney who may dare to speak a word on his own behalf, whilst asking questions of a witness on behalf of an otherwise undefended prisoner. How unceremoniously he takes the word out of the mouth of the, in his opinion, hardly competent junior barrister who is in with him. How Demosthenic is his language when addressing the jury on the enormity of all agrarian offences. With what frightful, fearful eloquence does he depict the miseries of anarchy, which are to follow non-payment of tithes, rents, and taxes. And with what energy does he point out to a jury that their own hearths, homes, and very existence depend on their vindicating justice in the instance before them. Mr. Allewinde was never greater than in the case now before the court. A young farmer of the better class had been served with some disagreeably legal document on account of his non-payment of an arrear of rent. He had at the time about 20 acres of unripe oats on the ground for which the arrear was due, and he also held other ground for which he owed no arrear. On ascertaining that a distraint was to be put on the ground which owed the rent, he attended there with a crowd of countrymen, and would not allow the bailiff to put his foot upon the lands. The next day the bailiff came again, with police in numbers at his heels, and found the 20 acres, which had yesterday been waving with green crops, utterly denuded. Every blade had been cut and carried in the night, and was then stacked on the ground on which no distraint could be levied. In 12 hours, and those mostly hours of darkness, 20 acres had been reaped, bound, carted, carried, uncarted, and stacked, and the bailiff and the policeman had nothing to seize but the long green uneven stubble. The whole country must have been there. The field must have been like a fair green the whole night. Each acre must have taken at least 6 men to reap. There must have been 30 head of cattle, of one sort or another, dragging it home, and there must have been upwards of 100 women and children binding and loading. There could at any rate be no want of evidence to prove the fact. One would think so, with 200 or 300 people, with their tools, horses, and carts. But yet, when the landlord determined on prosecuting the tenant, there was not a person to be found who had seen the corn removed. Not one. In fact, people who had not seen, as the bailiff had, the corn covering the broad field one day, and the same field bare the next, began to think that the fact was not so, and that the miraculous night's work was a fable. It was certain that the bailiff had been deterred from entering on the ground. But it was also certain that nothing but words had been used to deter him. He had not been struck or even pushed. He had only been frightened, and it seemed somewhat plain that his faint heart only had prevented him from completing his seizure. Either that, or some pecuniary inducement. Things were going badly with the bailiff, particularly when in answer to Mr. O'Laugher he had been obliged to confess that on the morning on which the seizure should have been made he had taken a thrifle of sperrits, a glass perhaps, yes, maybe 2, yes, he had taken 2. 3, suggested Mr. O'Laugher, with a merely raised eyebrow. He couldn't say that he had not taken 3. 4? again inquired Mr. O'Laugher. He didn't think he had taken 4. Could he swear he had not taken 4? He would not swear he hadn't. He would not even swear he had not taken 5, nor even 6. So conscientious a bailiff was he, but he was nearly sure he hadn't, and would swear positively he had not swallowed 7. Whereupon Mr. O'Laugher most ill-naturedly put down his morning dram at 3/4 of a pint, and asked the unhappy bailiff whether that quantity was not sufficient to make him see a crop of oats in an empty field. It was going badly with the landlord and bailiff, and well with the energetic night–working fraudulent tenant, and would have gone well with him, had he not determined to make assurance doubly sure. A young man had been dining out, and had returned home at 12 o'clock on the night of the supposed miraculous reaping. He had at that hour walked home along the lane which skirted the field, and had seen no men, heard no noise, nor perceived either reapers, cars, horses, or any signs of work. Yet he had passed the very gate of the field through which the corn must have come out, had it come out at all. Such was the effect of this young gentleman's evidence, when he was handed over to Mr. Allewinde by Mr. O'Laugher, with a courteous inquiry of his brother whether he wished to ask that gentleman any questions. Mr. Allewinde said that he would ask him a few questions, and the young gentleman began to tremble. "Mr. Green, I think your name is," began Mr. Allewinde. "Yes, sir." And then it appeared that Mr. Green absolutely remembered the night of the 12th of September, had heard the rumour of the corn having been removed, but had not observed it growing there when he went to dinner, had dined at the house of the prisoner's father, about a mile beyond the field, had certainly passed the very field, could positively swear he was perfectly sober, was certainly not carried by drunk, had not observed the field especially, could not say he had looked at the field as he passed, had heard of the bailiff's retreat that morning, did not think to look at the ground where the mob had been, did not observe the place, would positively swear he heard nothing, was not walking in his sleep, could not say he had looked at the field as he passed, could not swear whether the oats were standing at the time or not, whether the gate was open or shut, whether or no men were in the field, only he saw no one, he believed it was moonlight. "Why, man, what did you see?" asked Mr. Allewinde. "Nothing particular." "Had you your eyes open?" No answer. "Now, by virtue of your oath, were your eyes open?" No answer. "Come, sir, I must and will have an answer. On your solemn oath, were your eyes open when you walked by that field?" At last, after various renewed questions, the witness said, "No." "Did you shut them by accident?" End of Section 36. Assizes at Carrick-On-Shannon, Part 1. Section 37 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Macdermots of Ballycloran, by Anthony Trollope. Section 37. Assizes at Carrick-On-Shannon, Part 2. After that question had been sufficiently often repeated, the witness again said, no, he had been blinded, and in the same way it was at last extracted from him that his ears had been stopped also, and that he had been led along the road by the field, that he might be able to swear that he had passed the place during the night without either seeing or hearing what was at the moment taking place there. Oh, that miserable witness! One could swear from the glassy look of his eyes that then also, during those awful questions, he could see nothing. The sweat rolled down his miserable face. That savage barrister appeared to him as the devil sent direct from the infernals for his express behoof. So unmercifully did he tear him and lacerate him. 20 times did he make him declare his own shame in 20 different ways. Oh, what a prize for a clever, sharp, ingenious, triumphant counsellor Allewinde, that wicked false witness, with his shallow, detected device! He played with him like a cat does with a mouse, now letting him go for a moment, with the vain hope that he was to escape, then again pouncing on him and giving him a fresh tear, till at last, when the young man was desired to leave the chair, one was almost inclined to detest the ingenuity of the ferocious lawyer more than the iniquity of the false witness. This case was now over. The bailiff again held up his head, the landlord gained his cause, the farmer was sent to prison, and the blind and deaf witness sneaked out of town in shame and disgrace. This came of not letting well alone. The Wednesday was now advanced, and it was settled that there would not be time for the great murder case, as poor Thady's affair was called. Besides, Mr. Allewinde was also to conduct that, and he wanted some rest after his exertions. And as he walked out with triumph, some minor cases were brought forward for disposal, and Mr. O'Laugher rushed into the other court to defend Terence O'Flanagan before Mr. Justice Kilpatrick, against the assaults made upon his pocket by that willow-wearing spinster, Letitia Murphy. In rushed also all the loungers from the other court. In such a place as Carrick-On-Shannon, a breach of promise of marriage case is not an every-day treat, and consequently men are determined to make the most of it. Counsellor O'Laugher runs his hands through his dark grey hair, opens wide his light blue eye, pulls out the needful papers from that bottomless bag, and though but the other moment so signally defeated in the other court, with sure trust in his own resources, prepares for victory. The case is soon stated. Mr. Terence O'Flanagan, with 500 a year profit rents, out of the town and neighbourhood of Hamilton, has, to the palpable evidence of the whole and next baronies, been making up, as the phrase goes, to Letty Murphy for the last 6 months. This has been no case of Bardell versus Pickwick, but a real downright matter of love-making on the one side, and love-made on the other. Letters, too, have been written, and are now to be read in court, to the great edification of the unmarried jury, and amusement of the whole assemblage. And the deceitful culprit has gone so far as to inform the father, Murphy, that he has £1,000 saved to settle, if he, the father, has another to add to it. All these things Mr. O'Malley puts forward on behalf of the injured Letty, in his opening speech, and then proceeds to bring evidence to prove them. In the first place, the father gives his evidence, and is cross-examined with great effect by Mr. O'Laugher. Then the letters are read, and are agreed by all to be very affectionate, proper, agreeable love-letters. There is no cross-questioning them, for though answered they will not answer. And our friend, who escaped but just now melancholy from the porter-drinkers in his bedroom, is brought forward to prove the love-makings of the delinquent. All Mr. O'Malley's questions he answers with great readiness and fluency, for it was for the purpose of answering them that he came forward. He states without hesitation that love-making to a considerable extent has been going on, that to his knowledge, and in his presence, most particular attentions have been paid by Mr. Terence to Miss Letty, that they have sat together, talked together, walked together, and whispered together to such an extent that in his, the witness's mind, they had for some time past been considered to be a regularly engaged couple, and that, moreover, he had himself seen Mr. Terence O'Flanagan squeezing the hand of Miss Letty. Having declared so much on behalf of the lady, he also was handed over to Mr. O'Laugher to be made to say what he could on behalf of the gentleman. In answer to different questions, he stated that he himself was a middle-aged gentleman, about 40, a bachelor moving in good society, sufficiently so to be acquainted with its usages, that he was in the habit of finding himself in company with ladies, married ladies and single. He confessed, after some interlocutions, that he did prefer the company of the latter, and that he preferred the good-looking to the plain, the young to the old. He would not state whether he had made up his own mind on the subject of matrimony, and had a very strong objection to inform the jury whether he was engaged. Was his objection insurmountable? Yes, it was, whereupon it was decided by the court that the witness need not answer the question, as he could not be called on to criminate himself. He had probably, however, been in love, suggested Mr. O'Laugher, but he wouldn't say that he had. A little smitten, perhaps. Perhaps he had. Was perhaps of a susceptible heart? No answer. And accustomed to Cupid's gentler wounds? No answer. Hadn't he usually in his heart a prepossession for some young lady? Mr. O'Laugher must insist on having an answer to this question, as it was absolutely necessary the jury should know the nature of a witness's temperament, whose evidence was chiefly one of opinion, and not of facts. How could they otherwise know what weight to give to his testimony? Hadn't he usually a prepossession in his heart for some young lady? There was a great deal of hesitation about this question, but at last he was got to inform the jury on his oath that he usually, in fact always, did entertain such a prepossession. Was he not fond of conversing with the lady who, for the time, might be the object of this feeling? He supposed he was. Of walking with her? No, not particularly of walking with her. Did he never walk with his loved one? He didn't think he ever did, except by accident. Weren't such happy accidents of frequent occurrence? They might be. Weren't they gratifying accidents when they did occur? Why, yes, he supposed they were. Then he was fond of walking with his loved one. Why, taking it in that way, he supposed he was. Mr. O'Laugher supposed so too. Did he never whisper to his loved object? No, never. What, never? Never. What, could he swear that he had never whispered to the present object of his adoration? He had no object of adoration. Well then, object of love. He had no object of love. That is, he wouldn't say whether he had or not. He thought it very hard that he should be asked all these questions. Well then, object of prepossession. Could he swear that he had never whispered with the present object of his prepossession? Never, except in church. That was to say, he couldn't tell. Never except in church. Never walk with her except by accident. Mr. O'Laugher surmised that the witness was a very cautious fellow, quite an old bird, not to be caught with chaff. Did he never sit by her? Sit by who? By the object of his prepossession. He supposed he might, at dinner, or at a party, or a concert, or a ball. What, sit by the object you love best at a concert, and not whisper to her between the tunes? And you a Connaught man? Said Mr. O'Laugher. Come, mend your reputation a little. Wasn't that a slip you made when you said now you'd never whispered to her at a concert? Perhaps he had at a concert. Well now, I thought so. I thought by your complexion you wouldn't sit by a pretty girl and take no notice of her. Did you never squeeze a girl's hand while you were whispering to her? He couldn't remember. Now, on your oath, did you never squeeze a girl's hand? He might have done so. Did you never put your arm around a girl's waist? At last the witness owned he might have done that. And now one question, and I've done. Did you never kiss a girl? No answer. Come, that's the last. After all you've owned, you needn't haggle at that. Out with it, man. It must come at last. Did you never kiss a girl? Alas, for the sake of morality, the witness was at length obliged to own that he had perpetrated the enormity. And, asked Mr. O'Laugher with a look of great surprise, were you never proceeded against for damages? Was an action for breach of promise of marriage never brought against you? No, never. The witness had never been in such a predicament. What, never? You who have declared, I won't say unblushingly, for heaven knows you have blushed enough about it, but openly and on your oath, that you have always some different object of affection, with whom you walk, sit, talk, and whisper, whose hand you squeeze, round whose waist you put your arm, a crime, by the way, never imputed to my client, whom you even confess that you kiss, and yet you sit here, secure, unassailed, unsolicited for damages, unengaged, as you lead us to suppose? What are the fathers and brothers of Connaught doing to let such a hydra-headed monster as thou near their doors, such a wolf into their sheep-pens? Go down, thou false Lothario, go down, thou amorous Turk, and remember that a day of retribution may yet come for yourself. The unfortunate witness hurried out of court, ran through the pelting rain to the inn, crammed his brushes and pantaloons into the carpet-bag, in spite of damp, farmers, and burly porter-drinkers, paid a guinea for the bed in which he had never slept, and hiring a post-car, hurried from the scene of his disgrace, regardless of the torrents which were falling. On the Wednesday morning, for it had been forgotten till then, a summons was served on Hyacinth Keegan to attend as a witness at Thady's trial, on the prisoner's behalf, and as he was living in the town the service was quite in sufficient time, and there was no possible means by which he could avoid the disagreeable duty which was thus imposed upon him. He was much annoyed, however, for he felt that there were no questions which he could be asked on the subject which would not annoy him to answer. He had been out but little since the day on which he had been so savagely treated at Drumleesh. Indeed, he had not been able to go out till quite lately, and he now most thoroughly wished that he was bad enough to obtain a medical certificate, which would prevent the necessity of his attending in court. That, however, was impossible, and he therefore sat himself to consider what answers he would give to the questions they would be most likely to ask him. Regard for his oath he had none, but there were some most disagreeable questions, which, if asked him, he would be obliged to answer with the truth, for on those subjects he would be unable to lie without detection. His rancour against Thady was unabated. Unless young Macdermot were hung, he would be unable to avenge the mutilated stump which crippled all his exertions, and now rendered his existence miserable. He flattered himself, however, that Brady's evidence would render that event certain, and whatever annoying questions might be put to himself on the defence, he was determined that Brady should swear to enough on the direct examination to ensure his purpose. On the Wednesday evening it was decided that Thady's case was to come on first in the criminal court on Thursday morning, and on the same Wednesday evening Keegan sent for Brady into his office. Pat was now regularly installed attorney's managing man on the property, and there was, therefore, nothing very remarkable in his sending for him, although he was going to be a witness on the morrow. "Did you hear, Brady," said the master, "that they've summoned me for the trial to–morrow?" "Iss, yer honour, they were telling me so up at the court. There's Dolan is summoned too." "Who's Dolan?" "He's one of the boys, Mr. Keegan, as were in it that night at Mrs. Mehan's." "Well, and what can he say? He can't say Macdermot wasn't there. He can't do any harm, Pat, for if he was to swear that he wasn't there, there's enough to prove that he was." "No, yer honour, it isn't that he'll be saying, but he'll be saying Captain Ussher's name wasn't mentioned, or may be that the boys were merely taking their drink, innocent like. That's what I be afeared, and that's what Corney'll say. You'll see if he don't. He's the biggest liar in Drumleesh." "Oh, they'll soon knock all of that out of him. Besides, isn't he one of these poteen boys?" "Faix he is so, Mr. Keegan." "Then they'll not believe him. They'll believe you a deal sooner than him, that way. But you must be plain about this, Brady, that they were talking about Ussher that night. D'ye hear? Be deed, but if you let them shake you about that, you're lost. D'ye hear?" "Why don't you answer me, eh?" "Oh, sure, yer honour, I'll be plain enough. Certain sure the captain's name were mentioned." "Mentioned, yes. And how was it mentioned? Didn't you tell me that Reynolds and young Macdermot were talking broadly about murdering him? Didn't they agree to kill him, to choke him in a bog–hole, or blow his brains out?" "It were yer honour they were to put in a bog–hole." "D–n them, I'll have 'em before I've done. But don't you know that Macdermot, Reynolds, and the other fellow agreed to put an end to Ussher? Why, you told me so 20 times." "I believe they did, but faix I ain't sure I heard it all rightly myself, yer honour. I warn't exactly one of the party." "That won't do, Brady. You told me distinctly that Reynolds and Macdermot swore together to kill the man, and you must swear to that in court. Why, the barrister has been told that you can prove it." "But, Mr. Keegan, do you wish me now to go and hang myself? You would not wish a poor boy to say anything as drew in him." "Be deed, but some one has been tampering with you. You know you'll be in no danger, as well as I do. And by heavens, if you'll flinch now, it'll be worse for you. Mind, I want you to say nothing but the truth. But you know Ussher's death was settled among them, and you must say it out plainly. D'ye hear? And I tell you what, Brady, if you give your evidence like a man, you'll never be the worse of those evenings you spent at Mohill, at Mrs. Mulready's, you know. But if you hesitate or falter, as sure as you stand there, they'll come against you, and then I'll not be the man to help you out of the scrape." "But Mr. Keegan, yer honour, they do be saying that if I bring out all that, it'll hang the young master out and out, and then I'll have his blood upon my conscience." "Have the divil on your conscience. Isn't he a murderer out and out? And if so, shouldn't you tell the truth about it?" "Why, you fool, it's only the truth. What are you afraid of, after telling me so often that you would go through with it, without caring a flash for any one?" "But you see there's so much more of a ruction about it now through the country than there war. Counsellor Webb and all thim has made Mr. Thady's name so great that there'd be no peace for a boy at all, if he were to say a word agin him." "Then it's a coward you are after all, Brady." "No, yer honour, I'm no coward, but it's a bad thing living in a country where all the boys is sworn to stretch you." "Nonsense, Pat. Did they ever stretch me? And haven't I done as bad and worse to them 20 times? They're trying to frighten you out of your duty, and you're going to let them. Anyway, I see you are not the man for me. I thought you had more pluck in you." "Why then, Mr. Keegan, I've pluck enough. But faith, I don't like hanging the young man then, and now it's out." "Very well, then you'll be transported for perjury, that's all. All the things you to swear to have been sent written out to the counsellor, and when you contradict in court what you've already declared to be the truth, they'll prosecute you for perjury, and a deal of good you'll do young Macdermot after all." After a few more arguments of a similar nature, Brady was again reduced to his allegiance, and at last was dismissed, having promised to swear stiffly both that Ussher's death had been agreed on at the meeting at Mrs. Mehan's, and also that in private conversation with him, Pat Brady, Macdermot had frequently expressed his determination of being revenged on Ussher for the injury he was doing to his sister; and Hyacinth Keegan betook himself to the company of the fair partner of his prosperity and misfortunes, comforting himself with the idea that he was sure of success in his attempts to secure Thady's conviction, and flattering himself that Mr. O'Malley could at the worst only ask him some few teasing questions about the property. End of Section 37. Assizes at Carrick-On-Shannon, Part 2.
Section 38 of the Macdermots of Ballycloran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Macdermots of Ballycloran by Anthony Trollope. Section 38. Thady's trial is commenced. Part 1. On the same evening, namely that immediately before the trial, Father John visited Thady in prison, and it was the last time that they were to meet before the fate of the latter was decided. The priest had constantly visited the young man in his confinement, and had done all in his power to support and cheer his spirits under the horrible circumstances in which he was placed, and not without success. Thady had borne his incarceration and distress with the greatest courage. When remaining at Aughacashel among the lawless associates with whom he had so foolishly looked for safety, he had completely lost his fortitude and power of endurance. He was aware that he was doing what was in every sense culpable, and he then could not but look on himself as a murderer flying from justice. But now he had learned to see what was really criminal in what he had done, and what was venial; and though the last 5 months had been spent in prison, and though he felt by no means sanguine of his acquittal, he had nevertheless never regretted that he had given himself up. Father John had again to-day seen Mr. O'Malley, who now that he had the affair thoroughly at his fingers' ends, seemed to be almost sanguine of success, and consequently the good priest himself was correspondingly elated. "I trust in God, Thady," said he. "I confidently trust you will be with me at the cottage to-morrow night, or at any rate the next. The cottage shall be your home for some time, my boy, if they allow you any home in the country. I don't want to give you false hopes, but I don't think any jury can convict you. I'm sure Mr. O'Malley thinks so too." "I don't think so, Father John. It may be so, but I don't think so. It's a comfort to me to know I never meant his death, although he was doing what might have tempted me to shoot him if I'd had a pistol in my hand, for as I sit here he was dragging her down the avenue by the waist.
but I never thought to kill him, and though I think they will hang me, I feel that I haven't the weight of murder on my hands." "You haven't, Thady? Indeed you may say you haven't. I that should teach you to repent your sins, not to hide them from your own heart, tell you that you haven't. But should they condemn you, there are those that will have. But God forbid. May God in his great mercy forbid it. But Father John, what'll Feemy do? What will the old man do when I'm gone? Keegan'll have all now. She'll be turned out to beg across the world, and what will ever become of her? Your father'll be cared for, Thady. Though no one else should see to him, I will, for your sake. He's very infirm. You'll be astonished when you see him. But while he lives, and while I have a bit of bread to share with him, or a roof to shelter him, for your sake he shall never want it." Thady pressed the priest's hand between his own. "What a thing it is to have a friend like you, but Feemy, who'll provide for Feemy? She'll be the only one left of the name when I'm gone. There'll be nothing left but her. House and family'll be gone then, and except for poor Feemy, there'd be an end of the whole concern." "Don't go on that way," said Father John, with tears in his eyes. "You'll be able to see after and live with your own sister yet, and who knows but you may yet beat Keegan out of Ballycloran." "Oh no, Father John. If they don't hang me out and out, if they don't put an end to me altogether, I'll be transported, or sent back here to jail. I'll never be at Ballycloran again. Bad as the place is, I loved it. I think it's all the trouble I had with it, and with the tinants, that made me love it so. God forgive me, I was hard enough to some of them." Father John remained with him till the evening was far advanced, and then left him, promising to be in court on the morrow. "Let me see you there, Father John," said he. "Stand near me whilst it's going on. It'll be a comfort to me to have one friend near me among so many strangers, and at such a time." "I will, my boy. I must leave the court when Feemy is to come, for I've promised to be with Mrs. McKeon when she brings her in; but excepting that, I'll stand as near you as they'll let me." The priest then left his friend, and Thady was once more alone in his cell, about to pass the last of many long tedious nights of suspense. There he sat on his iron bedstead in his gloomy cell, with his eyes fixed upon vacancy, thinking over the different events of his past life, and trying to nerve himself for the fate which he too truly believed was in store for him. Thady's disposition had not been prone to hope. He had never been too sanguine, never sanguine enough. From the years to which his earliest memory could fall back, he had been fighting an earnest hard battle with the world's cares, and though not thoroughly vanquished, he had always been worsted. He had never experienced what men call luck, and he therefore never expected it. Few men in any rank of life had known so little joy as he had done, or had so little pleasure. His only object in life had been to drive the wolf from his father's door, and to keep a roof over him and his sister. Had patient industry and constant toil been able to have effected this, he would have been, perhaps not happy, but yet not discontented. This, however, circumstances had put out of his power, and he felt that the same uncontrollable circumstances had now brought him into his present position. He knew little of the Grecian doctrine of necessity, but he had it in his heart that night, when he felt himself innocent, and was at the same time assured that all the kind efforts of his friends would not save him from his fate, a hangman's rope and the county gallows. There he sat the greater part of that night alone on his cold bedside, not knowing whether he was warm or cold, not perceiving whether it was light or dark, and no one but God might know the thoughts that passed through his untutored brain, or the feelings which kindled his warm though rugged heart. Did he complain that though honest, industrious, and patient, ignominy and death should be his probable doom? Had he bitter hatred in his heart for those who had driven him to his fate? Did he still love those who had evinced so little sympathy with him? Sympathy! Ha!
How could he miss that which he had never felt, till Father John had blessed him with his kind words? His love had not been that conscious love which requires kindness to nurture it, and love again to keep it warm. He was not aware himself how well he loved his father and his sister. His lot had been thrown with them. He had passed his life with them, and the feelings, which in a selfish man are given up to self, had with him been turned on those to whose care it had seemed that his life should be dedicated. I do not say that he looked forward to a probable death without a shudder, or to so speedy a termination of his career without a wish that, unfortunate as it had been, it might be prolonged. But it was the disgrace and the circumstances of his fate which made by far the greater portion of his misery. Could he be but once quiet in his grave, and have done with it all, be rid of the care, turmoil, and uneasiness, he would have been content. Could he have been again unborn, uncreated? He had once repined to Father John that existence had been for him a necessary evil, and though checked by the priest for the impiety of the thought, was it odd if he often thought that he was one of those for whom it would have been better had he never been born? About 3 or 4 in the morning he fell asleep, and was awakened by Father John about 8. He dressed himself in his best clothes, those in which he had been accustomed to go to mass, ate his breakfast, and about 10 o'clock was led out of jail, handcuffed, into the courthouse. The jail at Carrick-On-Shannon is not far from the courthouse, and as they are both built on a neck of land running into the river, no portion of the town has to be traversed. But yet there was a great crowd collected to see the poor fellow pass by. This was the first of the bitter moments to which he had so constantly looked forward for the last few months. At length, however, he was in the dock, and here the high wooden palings, 12 feet above the ground on which he had to stand, would screen him from the view of all, save the miserable prisoners beside him, and the policeman who had brought him in, until he should be called on to take his place at the bar. After waiting there for about half an hour, sitting on the rude benches which surrounded the interior of the dock, with his eyes fixed on the red lappets of the gaoler's coat which hung over the palings as he sat upon the bar, he heard the noise of steps in the court suddenly increased, and the sound of voices hushed. The judge was taking his seat. Mr. Baron Hamilton, accompanied by a fashionably dressed young gentleman with a white wand, entered the court at the side door, passed beyond the jury box, and sat down on the seat of judgment, under the dusty red canopy which for many years had nodded over the wisdom of Ireland's soundest lawyers. Had that piece of red moreen been gifted with an ear to hear, and a tongue to tell, what an indifferent account would it give of the veracity of judges, and of the consciences of lawyers! How many offences had it heard stigmatized by his lordship as the most heinous that had ever been brought before him in his judicial capacity! How many murderers, felons, and robbers, described as poor, harmless, innocent, foolish boys, brought into trouble by a love of frolic! How many witnesses, vainly endeavouring to tell the truth, forced by the ingenuity of lawyers into falsehood and perjury! What awful denunciations, and what light wit, almost in the same breath! Of what laughter, hardly suppressed by judicial authority, would it tell! What agonizing sobs, altogether unsuppressible, would it describe! How many a clever, smiling, self-sufficient barrister would it, from long knowledge, have learnt to laugh to scorn! Of how many a sharp attorney would it declare the hidden ways! But yards of red moreen are fitting witnesses for judicial gravities and legal exercises. They hang profoundly, gravely, nay, all but solemnly over the exposition of the criminal. They lend authority to the wrath, and protection to the wit of the wigged. They awe the criminal, repress the witnesses, inspire the juror, silence the spectator, absorb the dust, and tell no tales. And now the judge having taken his place, the lesser men in office being duly seated beneath him, and the contending barristers having sufficiently dived into their blue bags, the prisoner is summoned, under various indictments, to take his trial for the murder of Myles Ussher.
whereupon Thady is called upon by the gaoler, and rising from his seat, takes his stand at the bar. In his position there, he is just enabled to raise his arm to the railing of the dock, and to rest his hand upon it during the 10 long, horrid, wasting hours which he is destined to pass in his present painful position. His face is pale, and always thin and sad, now thinner and sadder than ever. His eyes wander round the court, and as they at length alight on Father John, who is seated next to Mr. McKeon on the attorney's benches, a kind of gentle smile softens his features, and shows how great a relief he feels the presence of a friend to be. In answer to the clerk of the crown, he declares himself not guilty, professes himself ready for his trial, and the business of the day commences. The first thing that has to be done is to call over the long panel, and the names of all competent persons in the county, from whom the jury is to be selected. But even preparatory to this, the counsel for the defence commence their fight. Mr. O'Laugher, who, as the phrase goes, is with Mr. O'Malley, begins by declaring that the list from which the names are read is an illegal list, a foolish, useless, unauthoritative list, nothing but balderdash, moonshine, and waste paper, all empty sounds, and consisting of a string of names as little to the purpose in the present case as a regimental roll call. The sub-sheriff, who with infinite clerkly care and much sub-shrivel experience has made out the list, opens wide his disturbed ears, and begins to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Mr. O'Laugher goes on to declare that the present list, instead of being one properly, legally, and expressly drawn out for March 1830, is only a copy of the one in use during the summer assizes in the last year, and assures the judge with much indignant emphasis that he cannot allow his client to submit to the injustice of receiving a verdict from a jury composed under such atrocious circumstances. The objection is listened to with as much gravity as though a statement had been made that the prisoner had been in Newfoundland at the time of Ussher's death, and Mr. Alleywine's assistant begins to argue the case. The sub-sheriff and his 2 clerks are put into the chair and have to swear one thing and another. Books are lugged into court, dirty papers overhauled, thick volumes quoted and consulted, precedents urged, objections answered, a great deal of self-confidence shown. At last, after a weary hour's talk, it seems somehow decided that the sub-sheriff was in the right of it, that the list is correct, and that the prisoner may be tried. But Mr. O'Laugher is not in the least chagrined at the victory of his adversary. One would say, from his countenance, that his only object had been to delay the business for an hour, and that he triumphed in his success. The list is accordingly read over, and the householders of County Leitrim are summoned to appear and answer to their names under a penalty of £2. A lamentable deficiency, however, is apparent. One only here and there answers to his name as it is called out in the sonorous and practised voice of the clerk of the crown. A notice is then given that they will be again invoked under a penalty of £10, which, in spite of the fear which pervades the minds of jurymen that this will be a lock-up affair, entailing a bedless night and a meagre supper, surreptitiously supplied through the windows of the courthouse, has the desired effect, and Cornelius O'Reilly, Patrick Tierney, Anthony Reynolds, etc., etc., reply to the call, and the court becomes sufficiently full of strong, thick-set, comfortable men. This is only the long panel. Now the jury has to be formed. To 20 names the prisoner is entitled to object from caprice, and Mr. O'Laugher is not the man to give up one of the 20. Then he can object to as many more as he chooses, on showing cause. And you may be sure Mr. O'Laugher has a great many causes to show. One man has lived near young Macdermot all his life, has been a friend of his, must have formed an opinion on the case, and is therefore not fit. Another man has been his enemy, and is therefore not fit. A third man used to drive with Captain Ussher twice a week. A fourth lived in Mohill. A fifth at Drumsna. A sixth did not live in the country at all. A seventh had not a house of his own, and so on. Why, it appeared there was not a proper juror in the county. On all these objections Mr. O'Laugher was beaten, and as he was beaten on each, he indefatigably prepared for the next. Then the jurors themselves objected. They unblushingly declared themselves unfit, asserted that they could not depend upon themselves to give a true verdict, and assured the judge that their minds would be improperly biased by circumstances on one side or the other. What atrocious characters! What self-condemned miscreants! Why does not the judge instantly, with that stern look he knows so well how to assume, turn them out of court, bid them make way for honest men, and send them home, disgraced for ever, to their sorrowing families? Does he do so? No, indeed. He picks his teeth while Mr. Allewinde assures this recusant, or the other, that he has no doubt but that he will make a most eligible juror; and at last, with considerable delay, a little trial takes place in each case, and two other jurymen have to decide on their oaths, whether Terence Murphy stands indifferent between our Lord and Sovereign the King and the prisoner at the bar, and to enable them to decide, they have to hear all the evidence in the case. The 12 are at last sworn, the proper officer repeating in each case those awful words: "Juror, look upon the prisoner; prisoner, look upon the juror. You shall well and truly try, and true deliverance make, between our Lord and Sovereign the King and the prisoner at the bar. So help you God." As this injunction in each case reached Thady's ear, he moved his eyes upon the man who was then being sworn, as if demanding from him that true deliverance to which he felt himself entitled. And now the prisoner having pleaded, the indictments read, and the jury armed with pen, ink, and paper, Mr. Allewinde, full of legal dignity and intellectual warmth, rises to his subject. We will not follow him through the whole of the long narrative which he, with great practice, perspicuity, and in the clearest language, laid before the jury, for we already know the facts which he had to detail. He first of all described the death of Ussher, then stated that he could prove that the prisoner had killed him, and having informed the jury that doubtless the prisoner's sister was in the act of eloping with the deceased when he met his death, launched out into a powerful description of the present dreadful state of the country. He told the jury that it was in his power to prove to them that the prisoner was one of an illegal society who had often threatened Ussher, and that he had but a day or two previous to the affray met a sworn portion of his own tenants for the purpose of planning the murder. He went on to tell the jury that they were not to allow themselves to be deceived by the idea that the murder could not have been premeditated, because there existed a presumption that the prisoner was not aware of Ussher's expected presence in the avenue, for that the fact of the murder having been talked over deliberately and then executed afforded the strongest evidence that the prisoner was at the time lying in wait for the deceased, and that through the servants, or from other means, he had made himself cognizant of the projected elopement. He then, preparatory to examining the witnesses, concluded in the following words:
"Gentlemen of the jury, you are probably all aware that the prisoner is from that rank in life to which the greatest number of yourselves belong, and you cannot see that the fact of his being so greatly increases the magnitude of his presumed crime. Far be it from me to urge you on this account to come to a conviction, should the evidence prove in any way deficient. But I do implore you, if you value the peace of your country, the comfort of your hearths, the safety of your houses, and the protection of your property, not to allow yourselves to be led away by a feeling of false sympathy, or to be improperly actuated by the idea that the deed was done in legitimate defence of the prisoner's sister. If the evidence do not prove that such was the case, I do implore you to divest yourselves of any such preconceived notions, Did the evidence merely go to show that Mr. Ussher was killed by the brother whilst eloping with the sister? It would doubtless be fair that the circumstance should be taken into your consideration. But when you shall have heard it proved that the death of this unfortunate man was deliberately talked over, canvassed, and decided on by the very man by whom it was executed, you will only fall into the shallow device by which the prisoner has endeavoured to deceive you.
Did you not clearly perceive that he
has merely used the fact of his sister's elopement as a favourable opportunity for the completion of his project? Gentlemen, I shall now proceed to call the different witnesses, satisfied that when you shall have heard their evidence, you will have no difficulty in coming to a verdict in the case.
The first witness called was Dr. Blake. He stated that he had examined the body the day after Ussher had met his death, that he had no doubt death had been occasioned by 2 heavy blows, one of which had fractured the skull immediately over the temple, and which was itself quite sufficient to cause instantaneous death. That he should presume these blows to have been inflicted with some heavy blunt instrument, and that he considered the stick then produced in court and shown to him was such as had probably been used on the occasion.
End of section 38. Thady's trial is commenced. Part 1.